ceased. Breaking the chain unleashed, my true power released. Reached my hand into the sky and made the stars align. Cause when I left it down to fate, it was taking up too much time. It's a miracle, it's a curse, I will not be deterred. If you predicted the worst, bon appetit, eat your words. Keep my score, fire the gun, watch me how I overcome. What they said could not be done, I did it, now sing it. Oh, here I go, changing destiny, shaping the road to my victory. I won't admit defeat, I'm making history like it's meant to be. When they send for me, say, get this, witness the birth of a legend. The past tried to trap me too bad. My future beckoned, I crashed, and yes, I burned. Hardest lesson that I learned was how to take a fall and crawl back out the dirt. Now I'm back from the grave, revived. Time after time, they tried to take my life, and still I wouldn't die. Survive, now come salute him. No man can dispute him. Back and I am biting, street fighting, Ryu Hadouken. What they said could not be done, I did it, now sing it.
Output in has led up to this moment. Let's go. You go hard, I go harder. You leap, I leap farther. You cannot match my speed. Cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league. Game time, let's go. I hit that mark weeks ago. I'm about to lab you up. Tell me, have you had enough? You would think I had a PhD in psychology. The way I get in your head, there is no escape. Like I said, I'm out of your league. I play fair, but show no mercy. Only give my time if it's worthy. Cause I keep my mind on a mission. And you don't fit the vision. I ain't cocky, okay, a little bit. I call it confident, but they can handle it. Don't blame me, it's just my time. So move, cause you're blocking my shine. I'm out of your league. You better go with plan B. You taking the crown? That's a fantasy. You can't step to me. I'm out of your league. Better be from that defense. I give you an A for effort. Now hit the bench. You go hard, I go harder. You leap, I leap farther. You cannot match my speed. Cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league. You go hard, I go harder. You leap, I leap farther. You cannot match my speed. Cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league.
put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on, put it on, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, we want it up, put it on, put it on me, put it up, dump it on me, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me.
You already know what time it is, right? It's your boy Eclipse Darkness. I do this for my people. How I like that. I'm a black strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. I done seen it all. Came up from the gutter, baby, now I'm here to ball. I've been talking in my ear, so now they wanna call. They got my line tap, oh yeah, they tryna take it off. Oh no, here we go again. Pull me over, let me guess, it's cause my melanin. Asking questions, me and you both know irrelevant. But I stay cool and collected cause I'm heaven sent. They hate it, I love it, they know that there's no one above it except for God. Steady be coming with negative energy, I gotta move and die. Give me that back, can't touch my crown, I'm a king and yeah, you know that. Talk about giving it back, I'ma come and take that, yeah, I'm a black strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. Yeah, they know I be about it. I don't do a lot of talking, come and see about it. They gon' try to keep it from you so you don't know about it. I'm a young pharaoh, pick it up and read about it. Here's your opportunity. Telling stories, yeah, to make sure they remember me. Can't hold me down, cause I leave behind a legacy. And don't believe them when they say they who they claim to be. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Stand tall. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Stand tall. I'm a black strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fly through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look. You won't stop.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
What is a winner? Make a promise, then I go and deliver. What is a great? They all amazed. This ain't for beginners. Back in the days, we used to dream, but now we can get it. Work. We gotta push to the limit, then work. Till we finish, then push to the limit, then work.
Hello and welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series ESL Challenge Finals. My name is Holler, with me is Ice Baby. Psh, boom, boom, boom. No, and we have Echo RSGPH up first. It's going to be Stream B, of course, and this is, of course, the B stream, the best stream. But Icy Baby, your thoughts on this first matchup?
You know, this upcoming match, I'm extremely excited to see how one of the best in the business here, especially when RSGPH pretty much won MSC in the previous years here, when they were down in Malaysia. Now they're heading to Indonesia. Can they dominate? It's going to be my question. However, there has been a lot of concerns when it comes to RSGPH in their recent matchup, because, you know, they're not doing, in the current situation, they're not really doing too well. And like we said as well, top 3 pretty much qualifies in towards the finals itself. However, before we talk more about the games here, I would like to thank our sponsor here, Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters, the chipsets that gives you the best performance to multitask with on your phones. It's gotta be Snapdragon, one of the best chips out there, man.
Yeah, and let's talk a little bit about RSGPH. They kind of faltered yesterday. I think that there was, I don't know if there was a bit of an upset. Obviously, you've seen their Udo Red Giants eSports up close and personal in MPLMY, but I mean, the fact that they 2-0'd RSGPH, I mean, that put some respect on their name, right? What are your thoughts on that one, Terrence?
You know, that's the thing, right? Like, when we were casting the game against RSGP for Udo Red Giants on the first game as in yesterday's B-Stream games, it was pretty apparent that they are very reactive, right? Like, they learn very fast, they kind of pick up details here. There is a lot of growth coming from them, but their result yesterday is what really, really surprised me. And you know what surprises me even more? The mobile phones that they are using to give you the top-notch performance they are playing here on stream here. The Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, where they share epic moments and maybe even historical moments for you guys to watch, and I'm pretty sure there are a lot of legendary clips throughout all the C3 streams if you think about it.
Yeah, but of course, I mean, it's going to be the best stream, you know, it's going to be on here, right? All the clips, all the things. But I mean, jokes aside, we have a enormous amount of games. Of course, we have two groups that are going to be playing on, and then it's all just a round robin, and then it kind of builds up to this whole playoff experience up in Jakarta. That's going to be live, and I know the energy is going to be electric there. I'm super excited about that. But let's talk a little bit about the groups here. Let's kind of have that breakdown in terms of Group A versus Group B. Let's see what those teams entail going into this one. And of course, we have, you know, Group A. Let me walk those down. Echo, Burnex Flash, RSG SG, and then their brothers RSGPH, Evo's Icon, Udo Red Giants, and then of course Group B. Terrence, how about you walk us through some of these?
You know, we have Todak, we have Onyx eSports, Evo's Legends, Aura Fire, AP Brand, and also Bigatron Alpha. And of course, yesterday's games thus far, Bigatron Alpha did pull a very, very big W in yesterday's games. They are topping the leaderboard in Group B thus far. Of course, before we get into the scorings later on, these are pretty much the 12 teams competing for slots to make it into the playoffs here. And of course, out of this 12, we have champions of their respective regions directly invited over. So that's something that I'm curious to see as well. Okay, well, are they able to compete, or are they at a level where they're prepared to be competing for their upcoming matches to come?
Right, every single match matters. Every single thing that we've seen, every single game. And I mean, we starting off in, I mean, we're in day 2 already, and we already saw an upset with Onyx faltering, and they actually lost to Brand Esports, the Filipino team. But let's talk again about this prize pool, this massive 150,000 USD. Of course, first place gets you 65K, second place 32, which is not very shabby at all. Then third and fourth, 17,000 and 10,000 respectively, all the way down to 12th place, meaning that, hey, if you made it to the challenge finals, you're going home with something, you know, some sort of money at the end of the day. So, you know, it's nothing to be feeling bad about at the end of the day.
Hey, you know, money is still money, but at the same time, 1,800 splitting 5 ways ain't that much if you think about it. So there is going to be a lot on the line here, especially for the teams themselves. They do want to prove themselves that they can have what it takes to earn their spot into towards the challenge final. So that's something I'm looking forward to as well. But like we said as well, after so many months, this is the prize pool that some of these teams, especially Aura Fire in particular, all the way from the Open Finals and even Evo's Icon as well, they don't really want to be bowing out at this stage after making it this far, if you think about it.
Yeah, that would be very heartbreaking in that sense. But first, let's go down to the video to kind of break things down.
Yesterday's game was by far the longest day in the world.
Group A is actually spicier than I expected. Anybody can top 3, anybody can make it through to the finals playoffs.
After Burn beat Evo's Icon 2-0, I thought they were back in their MSC form. You know, prime Burnex Flash form. Situation, Super Tama with a great pot, locking him down. Doma falls. The feathered airstrike will not be there for Bright. He gets taken out, and Donut is a maniac.
But then again, then you cut back to RSG SG, who beat Burnex Flash, even though they lost to Burnex Flash during MSC.
They might be able to do this. Oki again unleashing the damage. They're going straight for the juggler, and RSG Singapore have done it.
Burnex Flash got swept, RSGPH got swept.
It's upsets upon upsets. The table keeps on flipping. Let's not forget about some of the upsets that happened on some of the other streams, like Udo Red Giants, for an example.
Udo Red Giants. You do Red Giants.
They beat RSGPH with their championship lineup, and that's a big statement in and of itself.
Yeah, shows you how much, the team has really evolved.
It's anybody's game. Group A is the land of opportunity. Group B, it's called Jakarta. It is what it is, right? There's just so many Indonesian teams there.
I definitely didn't expect Onyx to lose in their first match, and Bren have the chance here, AP Bren, to kind of shut down all the Indonesian teams.
And if there's any teams that's actually making a dent on the home court advantage, right? It's AP Bren.
And it's too late! AP Bren take the game!
They did not disappoint.
I think the team right now to look out for is Bigatron Alpha, though.
I'm feeling like Bigatron is probably going to be the more stable team. I got to be honest here. Onyx, they're looking up and down. They're going to recuperate, but I don't think they can recuperate over a single day.
Onyx has not had a great weekend.
I still have high hopes for them. They're going to come back together and only get stronger.
Right. So for today's games compared to yesterday there were a lot of upsets. I think Bigatron Alpha versus Onyx is definitely a standout to me. For RSGPH versus Echo, can't wait to see those two titans from the Philippines clash as well. Those are definitely the two matches I'm looking out for the most.
I will be keeping tabs on Echo versus RSGPH. Echo is coming in with a lineup that's very different. RSGPH, the same. Demon Kite coming in here, allowing for us to actually enjoy MSC 2022 championship lineup once more.
So you do Red Giants, I'm excited for them. They've definitely made upsets yesterday, but can they continue it here today? They've got a tough matchup because Yudu Giants are going up against Burnix Flash. Yes, they went 1-1, but both teams are currently at the same standing, so it's a coin flip, and I'm hoping that a Malaysian team is going to make it in that top 3 at the end of the day.
I also suggest y'all watch Burnix Flash versus Yudu Red Giants. These are teams that people are 50-50 on, right? Burnix Flash with the way that they played in day 1.
Now Soul, does he buy the winner truncheon? He doesn't, he dashes out, but Flora takes him out.
It's over. It's over, ladies and gentlemen. Burnix Flash are back. I'm expecting quite a spectacle from them. So yeah, definitely watch out for these two matches. Specifically, those are my picks.
You guys should be looking out for that as well, because man, who doesn't want to see elite MLBB?
So let's check out today's schedule of what we're going to see. It's going to be Group A, Round 3, Echo versus RSGPH. That's going to start it off. The second game is going to be Todak versus Aura Fire. That's going to be the second one. That's going to be about 6:15 plus 7 GMT. And of course, the final game, RSGPH and Burnix Flash, that's going to be probably about 8:35 GMT plus 7. I'm actually looking forward to that. We have a number of different games, and of course, every single stream is going to have about 3 games apiece. And if we're looking at what's going on, pick your poison, so to speak. Who do you want to see? There's going to be a little bit more of an emphasis on today in terms of Group A's teams playing out. But you're going to see a number of them. Evo's Icon, if you happen to be a fan, do check in on the Stream A. You're going to see more of those games there. But of course, you have RSG-SG playing on Stream A as well. And then, of course, Stream C, we're going to have a little bit of a mix-up. I mean, pick your poison in terms of who you like, what's going to happen. Echo fans, you're going to have to probably migrate your way over there after this game as you see them for that final match of the day. But Terrence, now, I mean, like, what are you thinking about any sort of game that kind of sticks out to you today?
You know, obviously, I'm going to be looking forward to the final match for today. RSGPH going up against Burnix Flash. You know, we've seen how RSGPH kind of adapted over the years. You know, they were one of the top contenders for last year and this year as well. And there has been like an integration between rosters as well. Demon Kite being played back from the side of RSGPH seems to be a little bit of shakiness coming from them, but hopefully they are going to be a little bit better now after taking some losses here. Maybe they've fixed their internal struggles, etc. So this is something that I want to see. Can they do so? Because their upcoming opponent is not going to be an easy opponent here. And of course, Todak is also going to be another team that we are going to be watching out for as well. The newly revamped Todak. I think Monshell brought up a lot of valuable points. Well, they're always a surprise factor, right? Like they really thrive in those chaotic moments. But that is based off the previous Todak roster. So I want to see how the Academy is going to be looking forward to as well. And here's a little bit of outside info, updated news for you guys, and that is that some of the players themselves are pretty much, you know, not feeling well themselves. But of course, you know, to show your support here, why don't you guys get yourself some tickets? You guys can watch the main event on at Istora Senayan, Jakarta on the 21st to the 23rd of July. And you better catch us live in Jakarta. It's a pretty lively event.
Yeah, definitely a lively event. And I mean, you know that's going to be off the chain, right? Especially in Jakarta. The energy, again, is just going to be crazy. And of course, the tickets are only 30,000 rupiah. I mean, it's the price of a coffee. I mean, it might be a little bit expensive depending on what kind of coffee you're getting. But it's one of those things that you could purchase. And it's, you know, you hop yourselves in, check out the games. And I mean, the tickets are all there. They're still on sale right now at the URL that you see right below. But I mean, we're getting to the point where it's do or die, right? This is day 2. And of course, it's the groups. It's a round robin. You don't have very many games. If you're 0-2 and you're on the bottom looking up, you got to struggle. You got to fight. You got to make sure that you give yourself a chance. If you're on the fence at 1-1, I'm worried about you, right? You got to fight at the end of the day. And, you know, Terrence, the 2-0 guys, they can kind of just sit back and sip a latte, right?
Yeah, probably. But at the same time, when it comes to, you know, chilling right now, I don't think it's the time for chilling, especially in day 2, especially you want to qualify your way through, right? Top 3 is the position you want to be in. And when it comes to this kind of scenarios here, do you want to secure your top 3 first, or do you want to save your strategy? Because there is different approaches here with different teams. Some may be saving up the strategy for the main event. Some would be just, you know, testing out their strategy as well. So there are just so many things actually happening. So yesterday we did see some very interesting strategies. Some may be read, some may be used, some may be adapted. So when it comes to adaptations here, this is the match I'm looking forward to here. Will RSGPH be able to rise up to the challenge and go up against Echo PH? This is something that I want to see, because we are finally seeing a Filipino versus Filipino action. And when it comes to this, I guarantee you, regardless of how they are doing when it comes to their respective region, top or bottom, whatever the brackets is, it is going to be close and it is going to be a jam-packed action. And I hope RGPH is able to give us a good performance today.
Yeah, I mean, they have to, right? This is, I think, do or die, but don't get me wrong. I think Echo is the team to watch, but let's check out the video introducing the team.
They're going back to the land where they won that World Championship, back to Jakarta. I hope it awakens something in them, and I hope this shakes them back up.
Pushing this time, pushing on the floor. Echo! They are the game with a bang!
We lost to Onyx at MSC, and we made a preparation like how to end the game clean, and hopefully we're gonna do a lot better than before right now. Playing Jakarta feels like more exciting because there's so many crowds and they're so loud, and it gives me a morale boost. I think I'm not different to any explainer because I just do my job and my team carries.
Sanford 1v1 against CW right now is going to be able to dash out, but it's not going to be enough as the flicker comes through. Sanford!
I think Indo teams are much stronger now because they're so hard to fight with. We lost against Onyx in MSC, but this time we are very prepared, so we will win.
Now there you have it, Echo PH starting the lineup for today. We have Sanford, Zaida, Sanchi, Outplay, and Yawi this time. And of course, the San duo combo is a force to be reckoned with. We've seen instances on how the mid lane NXP has been able to juggle their way through to set up the perfect play. And of course, we won't be seeing KarlTZ, we won't be seeing Benny QT coming from Echo PH for this entire SPS. However, we did have a very, very interesting interview with them. They said that they needed rest in preparation despite the, I would say, tremendous amount of tournaments that they have been playing. So of course, taking care of their mental health is going to be very, very important. But of course, when it comes to Echo PH, you cannot disregard, despite whoever has been playing under the brand of Echo PH, they have been delivering their performances thus far.
Yeah, and I mean, don't get me wrong, Carlty and Benny, everybody's going to miss them. They're definitely high-profile players, very good to the team, and it sucks to lose 2 out of 5, but hey, they need the rest. It makes a lot of sense, especially now. You have a little bit of time, unfortunately. I mean, this is the pro life, right? You need to get yourself into as many games as possible. You got to get your team a chance to win, but this happens to be the best call, hopefully, for the team long-term. That said, Echo still played very well yesterday. I mean, I don't know if they lost a step or, any sort of hiccups that they might have had, but they did recover and they did pull it out. I mean, they're still 2-0. They're very strong. They're tops in the Group A right now. So this is still a team that you need to respect. And it's going into this one, RSGPH. I mean, let's talk about them, but after this intro video.
RSGPH, they actually got the old gang back together. This is the MSC 2022 winning RSG.
The kingdom in ruins! A victor emerges from the debris! RSG!
I think RSGPH are back in their prime form, and I can't wait to see what else they can do.
A little bit nervous because I will be facing RSG, SG, and Echo PH again SPS Challenge Final.
RSG! Anong gagawin nyo?
Exhort walang buhay doon. Napapasok si Yawi. Light ay makakapag-shoot po out pero tower lang para din sa side ng Echo. And Orcas makinga!
We almost won against Echo in MPL Season 11. The early game and the turtle fights are very shaky, but right now we're prepared and we'll beat Echo.
The interesting thing about them is we got to see them in the previous patch meta, but now going into the new one, we haven't seen any glimpses yet, so there may be some aces up their sleeves.
I think my team is at least top 3 because we've been playing for so long and we still have the chemistry.
RSGPH is going to be represented by Nats, Demon, Kite, Aqua, E-Man, and Light. This is a team that's been together for quite some time. We've seen some synergy and some well-played team fights that happened. But unfortunately, we didn't see that in the last series against Yudo Red Giants eSports. That was the game that they did a little bit falter in that sense. But I'm sure that, after a good night's sleep, they're here for a day 2. They're going to be well-rested, and they're going to come back even stronger. But Terrence, your thoughts on RSGPH?
This is interesting when it comes to RSGPH, right? Like, I was questioning before the stream as well even started, what happened to RSGPH? Like, this seems to be a champion winning lineup. What happened to them? And Monshell gave us a very, very good quick tip about what happened for RSGPH is that during season 11, they played the entire season without Demon Kite, and Irat was pretty much the jungler. So it feels like they are lacking maybe a little bit of practice here. It seems like Demon Kite coming in here is going to take some time to kind of warm up to the current meta or even intensity of the gameplays when it comes to the tournament itself. So I guess that might be the angle that RSGPH is kind of struggling a little bit. Hopefully they are able to adapt right now when Demon Kite is finally back with the original roster.
Yes, and I mean it's kind of up in the air. I think Ira Demon Kite. We can debate about that all day, but I think at the it happens to be the call that Demon Kite is there, right? We saw glimpses of it yesterday. I think he's been on point. He was very aggressive, but then there were some questionable moments where he went in and the rest of the team weren't on the same page, right? I don't know if it's a communication thing or, just you trust your guys to be there, but they're not exactly there, but something was a little bit off, right? And I'm hoping that, hey, after that series, you went back to the replay, you figured out what you did do wrong, and then hopefully you'll bounce back and have a much better game because they really need it going up against this very strong Echo lineup.
Yeah, I agree. And when it comes to adaptations here, don't get me wrong. Like both teams, they are strong, but at the same time, if you think about the adaptations here, this game between Echo PH and RSGPH, it is going to be a game of who is able to gel quicker. In this case, because of the roster changes coming from both sides, it might be a little bit of inconsistency. It might be difference in terms of play style, game plan, etc. So who is able to adapt quicker with your teammates and execute compositions together is going to be the key to victory. But of course, that's pretty much my insights and thoughts about this. What about you guys at home? cast your votes. And what do you guys think about this upcoming match here on the Twitch chat? And let us know, who do you guys think is gonna take this series? Because I am very, very worried when it comes to prediction, because every single time I make a prediction, sometimes I question my brain, I question my heart. I want to support both teams, but you know, life is just not fair, man. Life is just not fair.
Yeah, and unfortunately not fair in that sense. But let's, hopefully we'll see the head-to-head, get a little bit of an idea in terms of strategy, or at least some of the stats. Maybe this will sway some of the voting. But if we're looking at Sanford and Nats here, I mean, KDA, look at this, 321-9 from Nats versus the 2042-19 from Sanford. I mean, the 55% kill participation is speaking volumes for Sanford. And the reason why Echo might be doing a little bit better, Terrence?
Well, obviously, right? When it comes to stats, there's just, in terms of data-wise, it's like, what, 3 to 4 games here. Obviously, Echo PhD have been winning their respective games, so obviously their stats is going to be overinflated. But the one that really brings me a little bit of highlight here is their picked heroes thus far. It is very similar in terms of Terizla as well as Uranus. It is kind of like the meta when it comes to zoning, but I like how they even brought in the Masha to kind of adapt towards the meta to kind of replace heroes such as Hilda that is able to invade jungles rather early as well. So there is integrations of how they prioritize the pre-fall starting rosters or even the starting clashes. So I like how there's a different approach, but eventually it comes down to who wins it. But of course, enough of that analysis. I want to see what your prediction is, and my prediction is when it comes to this upcoming matchup. Who is it going to be? What's the prediction like? Who have you voted?
Wow.
Okay. 2-0, okay. Really? Why?
Yes. I just thought they were, a momentum-based team. I think they take an early game one, and then RSG kind of don't know how to react, and then they, Echo just kind of win out that second one. But I would love to see it go that third game. But why, why did you say 2-1?
That's the thing, right? Through historical moments and historical stats thus far, besides Malaysia, of course, right? Like the strong will completely just dumpster the weak in Malaysia. But when it comes to other regions like Philippines and Indonesia, strong and weak, they have played each other for the longest of time compared to any other regions. They know the ins and outs. So even though other regions, they may not be able to figure out what the Philippine sauce is or the Indonesian sauce, they themselves have that secret ingredient, and that's something that I think RSGPH is able to just kind of capitalize on. And in this case, even if they lose, it's okay. I don't think they would go down that easily. That's why I made it 2-1. Obviously, I feel like Echo Beach is definitely a stronger team, but all things considered, new tournament, new times are changing, people get older, people get wiser, people learn from their mistakes, and it's all about growth, man. When it comes to competition, the biggest honor of me is just witnessing all this growth of these amazing players that's just competing for the highest glory of Mobile Legends.
Definitely. And one thing that does worry me is the fact that Echo might have gotten this a little bit of a maybe false confidence. I mean, being on the top, it's one of those things where, I always look at the bad guy in 300, right? Where he's just like, nobody makes me bleed he has never bled before, right? He didn't realize he was mortal, that kind of thing. And, Echo might have that kind of air of arrogance almost, in the sense of, how are they going to react against a team where they might actually, take some damage, so to speak? And I think RSGPH is a team that's capable of that, of inflicting, mortal damage at that point. But we're going to go into game one. This is going to be the draft to kind of start things off. And one thing that sticks out to me is the Uranus ban going both ways. I think that's quite interesting to start.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good one as well, considering that Nats has kind of demonstrated himself during Uranus as well, and even during MSC 2022, when RSGPH actually took the championship title. Nats was playing Uranus as well during those games. It wasn't picked every single time, and at that time Uranus wasn't even meta. He still made it work. So I guess it's just a little bit of respect bans coming from Echo PH. But to start things off, Fredrin, very standard opening coming from Echo PH. Kind of surprised by this. But considering that Angela has been very, very popular in yesterday's games, especially for Group B's pick rate here, I'm surprised. They just don't really care about the Angela first pick at all.
Do you think it's first pick material, though? The Angela, that is?
That's the thing, right? I'm not a big fan, but there must be a reason why it's picked, right? And when it comes to those reasons, it's partially because of the fact that the emblem changes kind of allowed certain heroes kind of were lacking before. Like some heroes, they were lacking in mana, some they were lacking in adaptive penetration. In this case, you get the best of both worlds. In this case, Angela can pull yourself together. They can take like Impure Rage to a certain degree, or maybe even the final Ignition here to a certain degree. And this 2 and 2 mixed together gives you the best of both a mage and a support, which kind of enables an Angela a little bit better compared to before. So I guess that's the reason why they treat it as a meta. But is it first pick material? I don't really like it. I think it's not, because it's pretty one-dimensional to me. You have to play the macro game for sure. You're not going to be playing 5v5 all the way through. Technically, you know, if you have your ult, obviously you're going to be joining the fight, but you need someone to soak damage. And I like a strong beefy tank in the front lines, opening up the map for me, rather than, you know, having an XP lane who's probably on the other side of the map, and not oftentimes you have them in front of you, bush checking for you.
Yeah, I agree. And to be honest, I don't think it's it was a bit of a trick question. I didn't think it was first pick material, but I just wanted to get your thoughts on that, because I feel like you start with the Fredrin, you have a lot of flexibility in terms of where it's going to be, right? Is it going to be the XP? Is it going to be the jungle? Like, you don't really know. So you're not really showing your hand. And then if you're looking at what kind of RSG have forced themselves into, it's the Eve and the carry here. They've picked up the Franco to kind of deal with this and to kind of make some pretty decent plays, hopefully with that hook.
Oh, wow, this is something that I did not expect at all. This feels a little bit too confident to pick the Franco, but knowing Light, he has been known for this kind of skill shot heroes. In particular, I think Kufra, as well as the Franco hook, has very similar skill set. So I guess they're trying to play around Light's strength. But at the same time, you know what's a hero that I think was completely ignored is that the Fanny just completely stayed true, if you think about it here. Like previous patches, Fanny first ban all the way through, and now Fanny just being ignored. So I guess maybe RSGPH, they have some sort of info. Maybe the Bloody Hunt is an alternative in case Zyda decides to whip out the Fanny from the side back of PH and put this Freddy on the XP lane.
Yeah, the potential's always there. Zaida's just an absolute beast, right, on the Fanny. But, I think it's still very open. I mean, yes, Echo have 2 picks here, and it's going to go down to that one. But, the Franco is a big deterrent of that, right? Just being able to shut her down, because you need a little bit of control, right? Now, I'm more worried about Echo, right? In the sense that, do they have enough control? Everything that you're seeing right now is very linear, right? There's nobody who's going to be the initiation. How are they going to get onto the carry? Are they going to stop her or the Eve in the background, right? So you have potentials of, you got to be able to counter somewhat, the potential hook that, you're going to see from Franco.
Seems like both sides here, they are going to play around the XP lane so far. And I like that Echo PH is just playing the safety net here. The floor suit, the broom strategy is always something that can be detrimental. In this case, the final slash into a real limitation can force Echo PH in a very awkward positions, right? So I guess going for that is pretty safe. But I'm really surprised that RGPH did not opt to actually ban the Lolita, which is a great way to deal with those carry passive stacks, right? So if they decide to go for it from the side of Echo PH, they might need to figure something out, because the hook can be blocked from the shield. The light wheels coming from carry can be blocked as well to a certain degree. So it is going to put them in a very difficult spot if you think about it.
Yeah, that would be a good pickup here, but looks like just the Terizla and the Grok have been banned instead. They're kind of thinking, hey, just if you think you can do it, you think you can make those plays and be on point with them at every single moment, which might be difficult going up against that Franco. Yeah, by all means, go for it. So I think this next pick, okay, there you go, the Marty's right here. So that's an interesting pick here.
I think it's going to be the traditional, old school jungle, right? Martis versus Frederick to a certain degree. They can still kind of opt to flex it in case things don't go their way, right? Like a surprise pocket pick. And this is probably going to be it. And I feel like, this is the perfect time to just pick the Lolita from Echo PH, especially on the Yaoi. If they decide to actually just block all the shots. But looks like that's not going to be the case. They are going to go for the Kufra instead. which is something that can actually deal with the carry, right? Once you're on top with the bouncing ball, you can't exactly pop the second skill all the way through. So technically, you know, if I would say the carry is out of position, pretty difficult to be in, but Echo PH, they go for something pretty standard from the previous patch. Lapu Lapu is going to be the final pick here.
Okay. That rounds out the draft here. Now, if you're looking at that, what as RSGPH are you looking to do, right? You've seen the balance. Yeah, the Kufra, you have initiation, you have the Lapu Lapu kind of just, you know, being a menace, just trying to tear things up and doing a lot of damage. But what do you do now as RSGPH? What is that last pick?
They need a very annoying XP laner, but regardless of whatever XP it is, it's gonna be okay, good. Like, yeah, okay. Joy, yeah, why didn't think about it? But Joy, broken as it is, has been nerfed multiple times, and with the emblem change, didn't exactly help her too much. But I still like it, you know, gives a lot of mobility, can completely chunk down the back lines. I think RSGPH as well as Echo PH, this is a pretty 50-50 lineup, and it comes down towards execution eventually.
Okay. All right, now draft-wise, who do you think has the edge going into this game?
Yeah, it's a 50-50. It's tough. It comes down to execution.
Really?
But I like Echo PH a little bit more because Franco is very skill-based. It's just that much difficult to play. But of course, you know, when it comes to execution, right, anything can happen. So I guess I like Echo PH a little bit more just because it is easier to play compared to a composition like RGPH, where if you hook this, everything goes south.
Yeah. No, I do agree with that. But I you know, you gotta believe, right? You gotta believe in the fact that, you know, Light's gonna hit those hooks. It's gonna happen, and he's gonna kind of connect it. And then the Joy is gonna be a nuisance. I think that you do need to watch out for her. The fact that she can kind of just run up on you, and you don't have a lot of mobility, I would say, from Echo. So this could potentially be there. But yeah, you have the Lapu Lapu, Kufra, and Fredrin to kind of hopefully tank up and just, you know, maybe control her to a certain extent. But it really comes down to those two, at least for me.
Well, without further ado, we are going to be jumping straight into game, and this is going to be the first match for today on B Stream here. It is going to be Echo PH on the blue side and RSGPH on the red side. And of course, we are going to see the traditional front-to-front, the junglers, Zaida and versus Demon Kite, Fredrin versus Martis. Well, it's not the end of the world. It's still a pretty fun one, but of course, I want to see how it goes, because eventually, when it comes to starting compositions, I guess Echo PH, they are going to send the Roman down mid and the Mage down towards XP here to start things off with a little bit more XP. I guess Echo PH, they really want to dominate their first Turtle Clash to try and get Sanji up on his level 4 as quickly as he can. And look at this, it's already level 2, alongside Aqua, of course, but, you know, it comes down to a little bit of execution here.
Nice Tyrant's Revenge. Light's going to be, you know, take a little decent amount of damage on this one, and they're going to just kind of disengage at this point. But okay, let's talk. I mean, we know about the draft. You said it was 50-50, but who has to win the laning phase? Who has a bit of a, you know, a clock on them?
I think when it comes to Echo PH, they definitely need to play this a little bit slow, at least towards the middle stage of the game, right? Like, they need to be able to snowball a little bit in order to kind of prevent Iman from getting super out of control, because Iman is going to tank through Fredrin's shield and HP very quickly here, but in this case, he's going to get caught out here.
Oh, Zaida, that's one hook, and he's going to use the Energy Eruption just to get to safety. He dashes over the wall, he's going to be fine. The Tyrant's Revenge a little bit off the mark, but now Yaoi has to flicker. He has to bouncy ball away. And yeah, I guess RSG made them waste some of their cooldowns here, but all in all, no kills.
Yeah, you know, as soon as I say that Echo PH should be playing a little bit slow, RSG PH, it seems like they want to try and accelerate Iman's farm, because right now the win condition for them is to make sure that Iman gets the necessary farm in order to snowball on this tanky composition, right? Like, right now on this Franco does have his nerves despite the previous patch. Franco is not as much strong as he can, but now Turtle Clash comes in. It is going to be important for them.
Oh, the turtle! Demon Kite will steal it. The fast fingers are on point. Nat's going to be there. They do have the nice suppression. The Bloody Hunt locking him down. And mind you, Joy has been killed. Nats, that is. And they have the flicker from Sanford. He's going to get away. Yaoi had died as well. It's 1-1.
Yeah, this is so important for both sides. Like the first clash, you know, as soon as I was talking about it here, they needed to win this 50-50. Yeah, it's a big dub coming from Demon Kite, but losing Nuts, not exactly a good sign because that means Sanford will be able to do what he wants as a Lapu Lapu. And Nina, remind you, Lapu Lapu is so underrated in the mid game.
Definitely. And, you know, you got to harass him and you got to make sure that he has to fight for his farm, so to speak. Light flickering away, Tyrant's Revenge just on the backside, but the real world manipulation, that's going to be committed. That was the stolen one, but Light is just too tanky at this point.
Yeah, Yaoi, you know, if he had the flicker, he would have just connected there, but unfortunately, it was on cooldown. So fortunately for RSGPH, they will escape with a little bit of confidence. So buying time is going to be the key winning factor, but Echo PH, they're playing a little bit aggressive now as they want to try and stop demands from down bottom. It seems like they are already preemptively setting up for the turtle, like 45 seconds ahead of time, but looks like there's going to be a
revenge. They're going to focus it up, and Light is going to get blown up. He was just trying to walk through the life of a roamer. Sometimes you just check a brush, and then you just get blown up.
Yeah, that was huge. Like, this is like something that RSGPH weren't expecting as well. Like, I think Echo PH going for this early gank, I would say early setup, it was just them getting caught off guard. So that just means that if things didn't work the way it should, like if Sanford just lost his lanes up top, this play right here would have been very costly coming for Echo PH.
Yes, definitely. But it looks like they're going to back off here. I mean, the turtle is up in about 7 seconds, so that's going to be the next big engagement here. But Zaida sticking around. A little bit of a dance with Demon Kite, just checking each other out more than anything else. But now the turtle is here.
Yeah, when it comes to this turtle fight, I think RGB, like, they need Light to get that perfect hook to actually shut it down, but half HP, they got the hook though!
Oh, the real world manipulation, they've got him with the Bloody Hunt. The combo is on point. Sanford has been killed, but the turtle has been taken already by RSGPH. Can they get anything else? They use Bennett's Rage, Hiru's Passion, anything to keep Yaoi there, but he's been locked in. He's going to be killed, and Demon Kite gets a kill.
Oh boy, like as soon as I say it, like you know, sometimes I gotta call myself a prophet, but this is very, very important for RGPH. Like, they have been punished and pressured all this way through. This is go time for them, and can they take advantage of it? Because Iman now is level 7, just barely 5 minutes a game. This is a very powered farm carry, and by the 8-minute, 9-minute mark, if Echo does nothing about this, RGPH is just gonna completely dumpster all the tankiness coming from Echo PH, and even the itemization as well. Zaida, he just got his Radiant Armor, not necessarily the greatest item to do with the burst coming from Iman later on.
Yeah, but RSGPH have done a good job of creating a lot of space for Iman. They got that T1 very early. Now RSG is making an appearance into the mid lane, hopefully looking to push that one in. But again, this is a, you know, RSGPH have played this well. They're up 1.8k. This is exactly how they wanted this game to go.
Yeah, but in this case, Iman, look at this, the damage coming in though, and Sanford now getting caught up.
Oh, the Bloody Hunt, the real world manipulation.
He gets out, oh my goodness. And now Echo PH, they have to fall back with the beat coming in from Nas. They are going to try and zone them out, but this prolonged fight is not helping at all. As RSGPH, they are able to zone them out, but at the same time, they've got bigger pictures here. The middle tower will be taken down though, coming from RSGPH.
RSGPH doing quite well. I mean, they killed Sanji, which is a huge one, plus they got that T1. That is actually very huge at this point. Yes, it's only 6 minutes, but I mean, look at that 2.7k net worth lead. The turtle is going to be up very shortly, and they've already pushed out most of these towers. So if anything, Echo have to be, you know, very reactionary to that. They have to counter it. They have to fix the lanes before they can make their way to the turtle. But as I say that, it looks like the heroes are starting to amass around the turtle now.
Oh boy, Echo. I don't think they should actually fight this as well. Like, Iman, he just got his golden staff, and Iman is in position to contest this. So Echo PH, this is going to be a risky battle, but they are going to force the issue though. Light. First one down.
He's just walking into that one. He just gets blown up with a Bennett's Rage. Ashura Aura from Demon Kite. He's going to back off here, but that's one opening. Nats has now joined the fight, and Echo does have that advantage. Mind you, outplayed his top lane. They're 2-10, but they've got 2. The real manipulation, that's going to be committed. They're going to exit the zone. They're going to be fine. The turtle's continuing to be gone on. It's about half-life. Demon Kite sticking around. He wants to fight this. He doesn't want to give it up for free, but it looks like with Light just making an appearance, it's too late.
Yeah, that was a little bit an awkward start here. Like RSGPH, they had the perfect tools to work with, but they were just not in position. So Echo PH was able to just, pick them off bit by bit. And on top of it all, Echo PH, they were just one step ahead in terms of position. So nicely done. Coming from Echo PH, they really took advantage of the AoE burst that Outplay can be bringing to the table, which is very, very nice. But once again, RSGPH, like, I'm not sure what is going on with your minds. They're just always setting up for fights right from the get-go. And Echo PH, one wrong move, they are going to get bursted down if they walk into the wrong push right now.
I like it. I mean, this matchup is crazy, right? You have like two heavyweights just going at it. They're trading blow for blow. It's not like one guy is just kind of beating up one guy and just letting him go, but they're actually counter punching, right? Echo knew how to get back in this game. They took a big chunk of that lead down. They got themselves in. Yes, they're still far behind, but they now have a little bit of an opening, right? It's all about the baby steps. Make sure that you do smart things, smart decisions, so you're not sacrificing anything, so that you give your team a chance to win.
Oh,
the time Yowie going in way too deep. He's going to be left for dead. Aqua will snipe him out. The real world manipulation is just going to zone out the rest of them, but it looks like they want to continue on. Zaida's going ham, and they've got him, and Sanji's on the backside. He's focusing on Aqua, but he's taking a lot of damage. Joy now they've got the Bloody Hunt. They're locking down Sanjay. He flickers to safety. Demon Kite's already been killed. Nastic's going to take him out. He's going to run away. Sanji's going to be killed as well.
Wow, this is huge. This is huge for Echo PH. Like, they needed to slow down Iman's farm. And because of this, they were able to kind of bounce back. But the question here is, even if they got them this, can they get more out of this? Because it's not enough. They're losing so much map control, especially when they lost this early mid-tier 1 to RSGPH. Yes, they're able to stop Iman. He's very close to his DHS, but once that comes in, this is not good looking for Echo PH. But look at this. Nas is gonna try and make space for the team, force reactions from Echo PH, but as of now, Echo PH, they know they are in the best position to contest and force a fight right now against RSGPH.
Look at the net worth lead. It's like, it's next to nothing right now. It's a 50-50 at this point again. And you see how these two teams are very familiar with each other. They understand the play styles. They know what's going on. And they know how to get back in this game. Look at this Lord now. This Lord dance is actually huge for not only the objective, but to kind of dictate the pace of the next 5 or so minutes, right? It's the 10-minute mark here. Of course, this is the first Lord. And now Zaida is just tanking it up in the front.
Yeah, this is tough. This is tough. They need Iman's DHS up right now. You can see Iman, he's trying to
hook.
But they forced the fight though.
Real world manipulation. They got him. And then it looks like life is getting very low, but they're going to look to go. Sanford kills him out. Sanford now on the back line. Iman's been killed. Most of the damage is in there, but Zaid is going to be killed in return. Demon Kite is trying to fight this, trying to get into this one, trying to do as much damage as possible. Yowie misses the Tyrant's Revenge, and it looks like they're going to disengage at this point, but it's a 2-for-1, and that was slightly favored in Echo's way.
Oh boy, like the little things that Echo PH is doing is just incredible. They found the timing, and you can see the desperation from RGPH, right? Like, hey, Iman needs his DHS. Like, they're trying to get farm for him, and while he's trying to look for farm, Echo PH punishes that. And this is huge, and now, even now, right now, they're still forcing a long fight, and there's nothing RGPH can do.
Oh, they're going in! That's just been blown up! Demon Kite has been killed as well, and the Lord is looking to be killed as well, and Outplay will take that one. Echo win that one in spades. They've got 2 kills in addition to the Lord. That's exactly what you want is Echo.
This is huge, but again, Yawi went absolute catch once again, but Light now gonna be a little bit of trouble here. He's gonna be caught out. Echo, they're gonna try and collapse, but fortunately for him, he's gonna be hooked by the hook! He pulls him back right on the tower. Zaida's gonna be bursted down. Iman looking for the sides here. Yawi tries to sacrifice his life, but they will lose 2 for nothing, potentially, but Zaida, he actually gets out!
Yeah, very taking. Iman was focusing his attention onto Yowie. Yowie had jumped it, and he was like, all right, I'm going to sacrifice myself. Jumped into Iman, and Iman was like, okay, I'll take that one out. But unfortunately, he wasn't able to kill Zaida in return. So that they're going to back off here. Now the Lord is going to crash in the top lane. RSG will easily take that one out. But it's a bit of a coin flip at this point. But, you know, the 3K net worth lead going the way of Echo.
I don't know if that was intentional, but from the way that I saw it, Yowie looked like he was feeding, right? Technically, he just dived in the tower for no reason. He tried to predict a play onto his Iman, etc. But that play right there, even though he died, bought like 3 seconds and stopping Iman from actually rotating to collapse Zaida, and bought like 2 seconds for Zaida to get out. So I would say that was a very, very good sacrificial play, even though it looks like he's feeding. But if Zaida doesn't die, they still have the momentum in Echo PH's favor.
Yeah, and actually, I don't think if Yawi doesn't do that, I think Zaida dies, right? Iman would definitely have focused him and would bursted him down. But Yawi was like, all right, I got this. It's okay for me to die. I'm just a level 11 Kufa right now. It's not the worst thing in the world. I think it was a good team play.
Yeah, definitely. Like, I don't know if it's intentional, but that was a very, very smart play. Like, they cannot afford to let Iman get super out of control. Like, getting a kill on a roamer, it's better than getting a kill on a jungler, right? Like, you get way much more gold on the targets here. Like, if you have a little bit more gold net worth here, in this case, Sanford definitely, sorry, not Sanford, Zaida is pretty much on the top of the net worth on the side of Echo PH. So if you get a kill on that, that's going to be skyrocketing whatever Echo PH is trying to deny of, and which is giving Iman farm right from get-go. And right now, outplay is still like 1.3k ahead of him. So that's still a good sign for Echo PH. But this is what I'm talking about. Mid to late game is where Echo PH strive. But once you reach towards full slaughter, 6 slaughter, level 15 wise, RGPH, we have Iman that's going to be able to go ham on anyone on the side of Echo PH.
Yeah, and that's going to be a scary point. It's like you need to ensure, the right initiation is on, like, going to be there. Yawi needs to focus on, he needs to understand who needs to die, who needs to be controlled, right? It really comes down to Yawi making plays. Are they able to win those team fight? Where was Yawi? How did he do? We're going to have to find out.
Oh boy, Iman, he just got his DHS, and technically he almost got it based on his components like 5 minutes ago, but because of him dying multiple times, he's pretty much delayed here. But Yawi, once again, he's gonna make an attempt here.
They're going to go for it, but it looks like they're going to be a little bit off. They're going to flicker for this, but, Iman and them have kind of phantom stepped away, but they did get light. They got one thing. They're now turning this around, and now Nats is going to join the fight. The Rhythm of Joy just doing some AoE damage. He's bursting him. Sanji gets killed. Eventually, Nats is going to focus on that one, and it looks like they've got Demon Kite as well. Do they get something in return? They do. Nats will perish. Oh, but the nice knife shot kills Yawi. He's going to be killed, and it looks like it's a 3 for 2 in favor of Echo.
This is huge. This is huge. 3v2 RSGPH. Technically, they can still contest this, but Iman, he's got to pull it big because Echo PH, he still have... Dude, Zaida only has Retribution in 7 seconds, so technically he will have it, but RSGPH just not going to take the gamble against this here, knowing that Outplay does have the kill potential to actually threaten him. So I would say it was a very awkward fight, but it seemed like RSGPH just needed a little bit more time on the Iman, so I guess it's still a win for Echo PH. They still have the momentum, but if RSGPH is able to hold on for like this Lord push, they are still in for the running to make an epic comeback.
Yes, definitely, they have a potential, but I feel like the team fights are not going RSGPH's way because the fights are being taken to them. Echo are dictating when to fight, right? They're finding light, they're forcing it down. If he gets killed early, yeah, it sucks, and yeah, I mean, just the roamer, but it's one of those things where he provides a lot of control. If he was able to hook you, get the bloody hunt, let the team kind of burst everybody down, you're gonna have a much better team fight than what we're seeing. So it seems like they need to kind of amass better, to take different angles and let light start the fight.
I like how RGPH is swapping their sequencing here, especially up for light, right? Like, Nats is pretty much the guy that, comes through as the second point of attack. He always comes in later because of the fact that he is going to be shoving up the side lanes. But Light here has been playing really well because of the fact that he understands who to use his bloody hunt in. In this case, Sanford has been one of the underrated heroes that you'll be watching out for, because every time he dives in, he's going to be dishing out so much damage, and you cannot allow this Lapu to do whatever he wants. So in this case, right now, looks like Echo, they just want to deny the purple buff for now, play it safe against RGPH.
Yeah, they're going to look to just invade the enemy. Oh, but the nice Tyrant's Revenge. They caught Demon Kite. He's taking a lot of damage. He's going to get back to safety. The real-world manipulation, the Bloody Hunt has been used. Sanford is going to be killed. Eman is starting to do some damage, and this is what we're talking about. How Eman is getting to that critical mass of items, and he's starting to burst people down. 4-2-5. Eman, you got to focus him out.
You know, Iman, he's doing the right things. He's definitely, you know, doing what he's needed as a carry player. But you have to give credit to Lightman. He understands who he needs to shut down. And that Bloody Hunt catch, that hook onto a Sanford just completely said, Echo PH, that's it for you. You don't have a space created or it gets completely shut down. And this is finally go time for RGPH. And, you know, despite being oppressed for so long, I would say the oppressors are now feeling oppressed.
Yeah. I mean, this is the way. I mean, they got 2 T2s in that one, so they won the team fight, but they're still behind. But if you can feel the momentum, and that 2K net worth lead is kind of negligible, right? At this point, RSGPH, I think, are kind of in the lead. If we were talking about just momentum alone, they definitely won it with that team fight, which was huge for them. They're back in this game. Now they back off and take the rest of their jungle.
Yeah, but based on the itemizations here, if you're talking about the three tanky heroes coming from Echo PH, right? Lapu, Fredrin, as well as the Kufra, only Zyda and Yawi has the anti-Q-Res. So Sanford having the Blade Armor is not going to do anything against the damage being brought up from Iman. Like, the true damage just still goes through everything. So I guess now that RGPH, they understand that this is happening, taking down Sanford is way much easier compared to the rest. So I guess they are going to make a play, but here comes the conceal play though. Yawi.
Yawi tried to get it.
He tried. He definitely tried.
Yeah, I mean, Iman was just trying to push the wave, and then they spotted him out, and Yawi was made a beeline for him, tried to focus it. But if you're seeing what happens is that Outplayed is now going to deal with the minion wave in the top lane. They have a small opening, RSG that is, to kind of, you have a little bit of an advantage in terms of numbers, but as I say that, it's evened out now.
Yeah, but as soon as I say this, though, this Lord Pit coming in is going to be a little bit different as well, because it is going to be a stall match here. Whoever gets control of this Lord Pit right now is pretty much gonna take, I would say, the fight into their favor. And in particular, Echo needs this aggression because they need to set up for Outplay's wombo combo AoE damage. So if RGPH dives without, you know, taking that into consideration, they are gonna get completely obliterated.
All right, I'm worried. Sanford is all the way in the bottom lane. He's been shown. The Lord is so low at this point. The real world manipulation, but Saida takes it. Oh, he steals the Lord. He gets on out. That's going to be life number 1 for Yawi, but it's all worth it at this point. Iman will ensure that he gets that kill. Sanford is now there, but they've gotten the Lord, and that's a win for Echo.
Yeah, that's huge. That is huge. Like, they got the right catch coming in, but as of now, Saida, he's going to make an attempt here.
He's going to go for this one, but the Lord has taken most of the brunt of the RSGPH damage, and I mean, it is just an early one in that sense, but Demon Kite, can they get any sort of follow-up? The hook has already been used. It's on cooldown. Now they're just chasing after them, and Echo are like, all right, I'm out of here, bro.
Okay. You know, we finally got to this stage. This is exactly what RGPH wants. Echo, they realize the fact that, hey, you know what? I can't believe the game got dragged out in this phase here. Technically, we were just dominating the early game. Right now, they cannot afford to make any mistakes. You do see immortalities being purchased from Zyda. That means Echo PH is going to be put in a spot where they need to start building up those immortality swaps. They need to start building up those winter trunket economy as well. And once this happens, RSGPH, if they do not match it, they're going to be in a little bit awkward spot, because as of now, Echo PH, they have the 3K economy lead. So technically, for this next 3 minutes, if RGPH builds up those economy, they will be able to still just completely win this fight. But of course, execution is going to be key. In this case, Yawi going to be the key to victory from Echo PH. He needs the perfect catch in order to win it for the team.
The issue, though, is that, yes, he's up front, he's scouting it out, but if he goes in, the rest of the team is so far behind, they're not going to happen. They disengage. That's the right call, especially since they were spotted out. Now, RSG are like, hey, we're going to take back our jungle, just try to, you know, exert a little bit of map control, get ourselves back to at least the 50-50, push them back to the river. We have 70 more seconds on the Lord. We can slow the game down. At this point, the lead, it's slightly advantaged, you know, to Echo, but all we need to do is just wait it out. We need to get this game to the late game, probably the 27-minute mark or so, and then we'll be able to make our final push.
Yeah, it's all about building economies, but we do see 2 immortalities up on Echo PH. RGPH only has light available, and you don't really want to start the fight with light as the get-go, right? Like, RGPH has been winning those fights because of the fact that they are reacting to Echo PH's mishaps. In this case, the win condition here is to shut down Sanford right from the get-go and then just winning the fight. So I guess RGPH, They're playing safe. You know, if Echo is not doing anything unnecessary, just farm up and, you know, play safe. And 20 seconds left before this next Lord means that it is going to be very, very important here. Aqua having the Winter Trunk in is going to buy a little bit more time, but they have to switch up their rotations here on who should be starting the fight first.
Yeah. Oh, they're trying to find Nats. Oh, they're going to let him go. Okay, they're going to deal with the minions. Nats will take that one out. But let me talk a little bit about Outplayed. I mean, a little under the radar. Yes, he's gotten some kills left and right, but he's 6-0-4. As your marksman on the team, like, that's a perfect game, right? Like, positioning has been on point.
Yeah, I guess. But now with the Lord Pit coming in, Demon Kai trying to pull aggro away, but Light, he gets the hook, though!
They found him and they blow up Sanji! They're going to take it out, and they're going to take a Yaoi as well, and that's the opening. The Lord is now wide open. Echo with only 3 members. I don't think you can defend this or try to contest it at this point. They make a beeline for their base. They're going to defend as much as they can.
Oh, boy, that is huge. That is huge for Light, man. Like, whatever happens, man, any hooks that you miss, if you hit the crucial one, you pretty much win the game. In this case, catching Sanji was huge for RSGPH, and now they are going to try and make an attempt to break the inhibitors. They still have immortality on Echo PH, but with 20 seconds left on the sideline for Echo PH, RSG is just going to try and milk Echo PH as much as they can.
They're going to try to slow it down. I mean, the minions have just spawned, buying a little bit of time, but they still have only 3 members. 10 seconds. That's the timer. Sanford gets out of the real-world manipulation. They focus on the base, and they're going to go for it. And they take it, and RSGPH get this one. They get game 1.
Huge, huge plays coming from RSGPH, but Light with the crucial hook, mixing up the sequence here, punishing the Sand combo. RSGPH understands the secret sauce to beating another Filipino team. In this case, RSG definitely have a good start. They finally figured out what was missing in yesterday's game, but for today's, they look like they're stronger now, and I'm really, really happy to see that they understand their timings very, very well, and based on their compositions, and, you know, they were able just to get into that stage.
Yeah, and I think it's just kind of like the familiarity they have with that team, right? They understand how Echo plays, and they're gonna just play, they're gonna play for that late game. They understand what they need to do. And it comes back to, I think, good coaching, right? I think that they were very structured, understanding that, hey, if we're behind, what is the small baby step to get ourselves back into this game? How do we win this game in the long term, right? And they kept playing for the long term, even though that, some of the team fights, they didn't go as well or whatever. I mean, Echo are going to have their moments, but that was a very good game. The fact that they were able to stick it out in the late game and survive like that, and to get that one opening where Light gets that game-winning hook, where everything is like, it's the tipping point and the game is over.
I'm not gonna lie, that was a very, very difficult game to play coming from RGPH. Like, they definitely deserved that victory. They understood that win condition is pretty much Iman, right? Like, you gotta make sure that this carries power farm all the way through. They always try to find a way to accelerate their farm, and even though Echo Peach was just dominating the early stages of the game here, but of course, like you said as well, one big hook is all they need to actually win the game. And I'm not gonna lie, that was a difficult game to win. A win is still a win. So props towards RGPH. I don't think I want to talk too much about the drafts coming from game recap. I feel like both sides had their very, very clear intentions of how they want to play the compositions. It felt like a 50-50 draft. It comes down to execution. And in this case, RG just played the better game, and Echo Beach just could not, I would say, close up the game just because they kind of forgotten that Light can actually threaten their game plan. And even though they have been bullying him from the entirety of his misposition, etc., but eventually, like you said, one right hook is what they need, and especially into his later stage of game, one death can cost you the game because of those respawn timers. So nicely done coming from RGPH.
Yeah, for sure. And that's exactly what you wanted to have seen. And it was a competitive game, but it was a long, more macro-based game. And there wasn't a whole lot of action just trying to, two teams just trying to kill each other. It was more of like very intelligent plays. Like there's a reason for all the team fights and why they were going for things and understanding how to move around the map. Very, high-level play. I think as a viewer, if you're watching, you're like, oh, why aren't they fighting? Why are they constantly farming? It's like, oh, we need to hit our peaks, right? We need to understand when we get our items, We need to know where they are going to be rotating to, what sort of bush they might be hiding in. Make sure that Light has that opportunity to make that hook, because that's a game-winning one, man.
Yeah, that indeed as well. Like, I'm curious to see whether or not he's the MVP. But at the same time, it feels like both teams, in terms of junglers here, they have very, very different ideas on how they want to play the game. But in terms of understanding positioning, I feel like both Demon Kite as well as the Frederick player here, they do play this really well. In this case, they understand that they need the Lord in their position in order to set up for bigger fights. And in this case, having a Beatrix that relies on close space defensively gives him the maximum value in just dishing out damage. And every single time this happens, RGPH stops that, and that's something that I really, really like. How RGPH understands to make the best out of the worst situation in their favor. So positioning is going to be key. The fights that you play is going to be very, very important. And in this case, both Zaida and Demon Kite, even though we don't see too much flashy plays coming from jungler, but they're thinking of the bigger picture, setting up a fight that is favorable for the team. And both sides, I think, Demon Kite, he fared out pretty well for the side of RGPH.
Yeah, definitely. But look, I mean, if we're looking at some of these stats, though, I think the biggest one that kind of sticks out to me is the fact that Outplay didn't die, right? You're 6-0-4. This is where, you finish the game and you lose and you're like, oh, did I lose because of my teammates or what? Because it seems like I had a really good game. If you're looking at the other side, you're looking at Aqua, who's 4-0-11, who had, who came out on top. I think that his real world manipulations were on point. Yes, they were set up by Light and the bloody hunts and all of that, and kind of letting Iman do some work as well, but they had a lot of burst. And this is a team that's really well thought out, team composition of this draft. Very smart. Everything gelled very well together, and I want to see this draft again, because I don't think that, there were really any weaknesses to it.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much it was a close game. It came down to just one moment, and the game-winning moment definitely going to be Light here with that hook on towards Sanji, just completely stopping the fact that Sanji can't do his own thing, right? Like, the San combo is strong for a reason. Sanji, starts the fight, trying to drag it out, and then Sanford kind of finishes it. That didn't happen from the side of Echo PH. So I guess from side RGPH, they were just, in a very, very favorable position. But you pay attention to damage dealt here. Of course, it is going to be very inflated against RGPH because of the final clash, but of course it is because of the fact that Iman is carry, right? Like, he is going to be able to do so much damage because of the fact that it just does true damage. But what surprises me is Nats is able to match that as well, which is crazy on this droid. Yeah. And I mean, like, you saw how RSG would take the fights. They would have somewhat, kind of front and center. They were kind of, letting Light to kind of focus things in. Demon Kite was there. And then you would see Nats on the flank, just focusing on, the Sanji, the Beatrix, the Outplayed. I mean, just trying to just make them move, right? And make them uncomfortable, where they can't just focus on the same guys that everybody else on the team is doing. And you saw what was happening with that Joy. That Joy was very underrated in terms of the team fight and the impact that it had throughout the game. Yeah, I agree. And, when it comes to the plays as well, like damage to tower, obviously RSGPH and Outplay, they were doing pretty okay. Echo PH, they took advantage of their early aggression, taking down towers, etc. But in terms of damage here, Sanford just couldn't do anything. Like, RGPH had very clear intentions on how they want to shut down, right? Early game, Echo PH, they want to shut down Ima. They want to stop his progression, kind of let Outplay do his own thing. Like, Outplay was just, even though he didn't die, he was doing the necessary things. Whereas RGPH, their sole focus was pretty much shutting down both Sanford and Sanji, and they don't really want the fights to be very, very much prolonged. And what I mean by prolonged is that all 5 heroes are standing. They want to close it out with Iman's burst potential. So I guess the sequencing from both sides are very unique. And I like that RGPH was able to bounce back from this game. And I'm curious to see who actually is the MVP. Is it going to be Light or is it going to be Iman? But of course, without further ado, the MVP is who it is. It is going to be Iman, though.
I mean, 626. Like we talked about the fact that Iman had to have had a good game, and at the end of the day, Iman was that carry, right? He was the reliable one, the old true, the tried and true, so to speak, who was able to make sure you were there when you needed him, right? He had that farm. Yeah, he had a couple deaths very early, but towards the end of the game, I mean, he was almost unkillable, right? 80% kill participation. The damage, the DPM was off the chains to 3,102. The DPM might have been a little bit higher, that's what I would want in my own marksman, but it is what it is in that sense. But I think he played very well. But let's check the highlights to kind of break down some of those Iman plays.
Yeah, and even though he's got 2 deaths in this place here, he definitely deserves his MVP, right? He understands when he needs to get those kind of farms. Like even this highlights here, you can see Echo PH every single time they force a fight. They do understand that they need to be shutting down specific core heroes. Starting here, they shut down Yaoi. Later on, they kind of dominate early aggression, which is something that is in their favor. And what was interesting was that despite RSG knowing that, hey, it's, technically they should win the early game. How about we just outmatch them, try to set up an ambush, and kind of slow down that aggression? And those little things kind of scale into the middle stage, where Echo PH just lost the momentum they were given to. Even though, like, technically, these are all very, very high risk plays coming from RGPH, they forced and bought so much time because of the fact that they're just here in your face, means that Iman won't easily be taken out right from the get-go.
Yeah. And I mean, like, rewatching some of these fights, you're just seeing RSG kind of just running ham at them. I think their target priority was on point. He got killed a lot early, right? And that's why kind of Echo did very well with some of the team fights, because they didn't really have that control. And, they had the numbers throughout. And this is where, like, it got to a point later where Light was kind of, stepping back a little bit. Like, again, he gets caught out here. He's going to be the first to be killed, right? I remember this fight. So he gets killed here, then they back off, and they try to turn this around, and now Nath joins the fight. But I'm thinking if Nath was a little bit closer earlier, and Light somehow stayed alive, like, it could have been a very different team fight. Yes, RSG kind of a little bit of a mix right here, 2 on 3 at the end of the day, but it could have been much better, so to speak, for RSG.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, like RGPH, they tried their best to actually buy time. Iman was able to set up and prolong a lot of the fights as well. You have to give credit that the layering of skills here, especially for outplay, you can see that he uses his Venice Rage not as a tool to actually kill people. He also uses it to actually make space and buy time for his team. And even though some of his spells didn't really connect, it was very much intended so that his teammates can actually back out. But nevertheless, RGPH still able to get that clutch win, and they still took game 1. So like I said as well, Holler, it is going to be 2-1 for a reason. It is going to be close. It is going to be adaptations here. But of course, your prediction pretty much out the window now. Echo not going to be getting in 2-0. It is not over yet. But of course, this is a much better RGPH that we are seeing here compared to what we saw yesterday.
Thanks, man. Thanks for making me feel so much better, right? You're saying my predictions out the window or whatever. Yeah, I went 2-0. I still think Echo can pull this one out. Unfortunately, they drew a little blood, right? I think RSGPH coming back like that game 1 was very strong for them. I was very impressed with that play. I think Echo needs to kind of go back to the drawing board, right? They have a little bit of a break now as they get into game 2. But if you were the coach of Echo now, what are you going to tell them, Icy Baby?
I think just stick to the game plan. Like, they have to shrug it off for sure. Like, I don't think there was major issues on the plays that they were making. I think it was just a little bit of unluckiness, a little bit of miscommunication here. I don't think. Sorry, let me recorrect that. Like, I don't think there was major issues on the drafts. It was more like communication-wise, they were just a little bit off here. They did not expect RSGPH to understand what they're thinking as well, which is something that not a lot of teams is able to understand, right? Like, very, very clear intentions what they want to do, and it's hard to do that because, like, from our perspective, it is easy to do so because, oh, we have all these numbers right on the screen. We're always looking at those scoreboards. We're always getting this information that, oh, this guy's having a little bit of economy. He just got his items, yada yada. But as a pro player inside the game, you are not able to always see like, oh, he just got his items, etc. So a very unique skill to have is that always check the scoreboard and pay attention to your enemy's items while fighting. That is a very difficult thing to do. Yeah, but at the same time, when it comes to gameplay-wise, without further ado, that's pretty much my analysis here. I want to see how the draft is going to go for coming in for Game 2, because this is going to be a little bit unique here, because adaptations will be made coming in from Echo PH for sure. Do they want to play the same game, or do they want to respect the power of the carry? Because when we talk about previous patch, opening up with Fredrin, it is going to be a safe pick, but it does open up for consideration to be countered. Eve, great way to counter mobilities on Fredrin. Carry as well is something that actually kind of counters all Fredrin to a degree. So I feel like when it comes to this scenario, there's just definitely something that Echo PH needs to adapt as well. Like, even though it's a hard counter, I felt like he was being oppressed a little more on this Fredrin. Yeah, even though it looks weak on paper, technically, even though it's like a kind of a little counter here, Fredrin definitely still is a safe choice, just because of there's just so much value it actually brings to the table. But of course, when it comes to the drafts, I want to see adaptations here. Do they still stick with their usual gameplays, or do they not? Because as of now, RGPH, they are going to be on the blue side. They ban off the Ling, they ban off the Kadita, they ban off the Yeep. This time they're just targeting on towards Sanji's heroes right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a bad way to go, right? I think you make sure that Sanji has a bit of a rough time. Let him kind of go deep, right, into his own hero pool, so to speak. I think that's okay, right? I think it's okay to target somebody. A lot of them are kind of generic in terms of what he could potentially play. There's a lot of opportunities, but you know, it's coming back to Game 2, right? If we're really playing and we want to focus it out, like, do you want Sanji to really pop off, or, you know, maybe you focus on Saida? Like, what exactly is your thought process here?
That's the thing, right? Like, I think what RSG did was their intentions from Game 1 was pretty much shutting down both Sanford and Sanji. Sansan combo is definitely something they're looking forward to. But the reason why Echo PH lost was because there is this game-changing skill that kind of lost in the game, and that was pretty much a Franco coming from Light. So Light, even though he wasn't getting the greatest goals, he was getting caught up time and time again. But if you take the Bloody Hunt into consideration, if you get it on the right targets, there's just absolutely nothing RNG could have done. Echo could have done in Game 1. In this case, Sanford getting shut down with Lapu Lapu just rendered him useless. It's difficult. So I guess, you know, taking out that part of the equation solves it. But at the same time, Light does have the tendency, he can play the Kufra in his favor. So it's something that he can use it to deny against Yaoi as well.
I mean, I feel like you need some sort of save, some sort of way to deal with that eventual hook that will hit you, right? You need some sort of way to kind of get yourself in there. But, you know, it's one of those situations where, you know, Echo doesn't want to deal with as they banned it early. So we won't see any more of it because I don't think they have any answers. But if we're looking at this draft now, the Uranus, Valentina, the Claude, you know, from RSGPH, is that good enough right now? Are you comfortable with those first 3 picks, especially in the first phase?
Okay, so I guess, you know, Echo PH's time, they've understand that based on their drafts, Zaida just couldn't do his own thing, right? First game, Eve as well as Carry just completely shuts down Fredrin. It's kind of like a semi-counter, not really a hard counter, but it's definitely a counter where they can, you kind of take away what makes Fredrin strong, which is being very tanky, soaks up a lot of damage, can threaten you with just one big abrasive frag. Apparently, 2 of the heroes from the side of Echo PH, which that based on the ban is the Franco, the carry, just stops you from going any kind of combo. So I guess they just want to make sure that Zaida has a little bit better gameplay rather than Sanford and Sanji. Whereas RGPH adaptation is that, you know what? I'm just gonna play the meta. In this case, Claude, you know, Uranus are pretty much standard metas coming from RGPH. Now taking away assassins, I'm personally not a big fan of this, but they do have a good idea that
What's your command?
If they ban off Assassins, it pretty much stops Echo PH and forces them to play the Frederick in the jungle rather than flex it into XP.
Okay. I think it's also interesting to see how Echo is banned throughout, right? Like you see all the Franco, the Carry, the Joy, all of those have been banned. And now the Dareth and Hayabusa from RSGPH. But, this is a very focused ban on both sides, right? They're just trying to get themselves into a new game. You're going to see brand new heroes, so to speak. But again, going into this final list of picks that you could potentially do, Echo going to be here. What do you want going into that lineup?
Okay, that's the thing, right? Before we talk about Echo PH, this Dareth ban coming from RG is very interesting because it forces Echo PH to think a little bit open, right? Angela is something, I was about to bring up Angela. Do they go for Esmeralda or do they go for Angela? Because as of now, Angela being opened up means that the Angela Uranus is a force to be reckoned with. But because they ban off the Dareth, that means it forces Echo PH to play this Angela around this Frederick. And right now, they need another 10k hero on the XP lane. So they need another hero that can utilize this. And RGPH can't really take the Esmeralda away. Echo PH, if they go for the Esmeralda, it isn't too bad of a matchup against the Uranus. But, Baxia. Okay. Did not expect it, but I like it. This is definitely a good one. But the question here is this jungle Baxia or jungle Uranus? Because I don't want to see a jungle Uranus no more. We did see one yesterday, though. We did see one yesterday, but Kufra, okay, very, very tanky heroes now coming from RGPH. I like it.
Okay. Is that enough to counter what you've seen? I mean, they're way tankier than Echo right now. But is that enough? I mean, it seems like the initiation, the revenge going in, hopefully getting onto Brody at some point, and Farza just making them kind of respect the space, so to speak. You're going to see them kind of running at you. But now you got the Angela to kind of help defend that. But the Uranus being tanky kind of as a second wave, is that going to be enough for, the Claude to do the damage that he needs to do?
That's the thing. Claude will always be able to do damage for sure. But wow, okay, Echo bringing in the Alpha. We have pretty much talked about how Alpha is kind of very strong in the previous patch, but not many teams has played it yet. But is this XP Alpha or Jungle Alpha? Because I want to see, but it seems like it might be Jungle Alpha here for coming from Zyda. So we are gonna see like very early engages, and I like this because I was expecting maybe Esmeralda, Angela Esmeralda combo is pretty good, but if an Angela is on top of an Alpha in early game, he does do a lot of damage. He's pretty much unkillable. But unfortunately to say, Echo PH does have the tools to deal with those early healings, and that is pretty much the Baxia as his passive ability. The anti-healing is gonna stop and negate some of the sustainabilities. I don't know how well it's gonna go, but because of this Alpha thing, pick, I kind of like Echo PH's draft a little bit more.
Wow. Okay. It's pretty much because of the Alpha at the end, or the Alpha Angela combination in the end that kind of just swayed you.
Yeah, definitely. Most definitely. Like, Alpha is super underrated. We talk about the disposition meta, right? Back in the days, not back in the days, still happening. Kaja, Faramis glues kind of pulls you away. Alpha can do the exact same, but at the same time, he does damage. So I like the idea coming from Echo PH, but of course, execution is going to be key. So is RSG accustomed to this? I don't know. But of course, without further ado, let's see how this series is going to go. Game 2 between RSG PH versus Echo PH. At the same time, I want to see how this goes.
Yeah, I think we all want to see how this one goes. I mean, I haven't seen an Alpha in God knows how long, and seeing it here and just the impact that could potentially have. I mean, it's one of those things where if it does well, awesome, but I'm more afraid that you're going to see more of it in the pubs, which kind of scares me at this point.
Yeah, but at the same time, I think One Shell brought up a very good point here. The Valentina can steal the Heartsguard away from Yaoi. Personally, I don't think it's feasible if Yaoi just always stays hidden. But of course, when it comes to the gameplays here, Echo PH, they are getting a little bit pressured here. RSG already just, dominating all the lanes here, applying, like, Outplay is just struggling right now.
Yeah, struggling, not having the greatest game. I mean, to start things off, it's, you know, I don't think, to be honest, I don't know if Zaida thought he was going to be playing Alpha going into this one. If this is like a known strategy or going in, but Light goes in for this one. They have a nice two-man knockout. Light has to flicker. He bouncy balls away, but Yaoi getting a little bit low. Demon Kite is on the prowl. He does get that kill, and he will secure that one. First blood going the way of RSGPH.
This is not a good start for Echo at all. Like, you know, RSGPH, they know that they're stronger in the early games in terms of denying those anti-use, but I like that they're utilizing this right from the get-go, knowing that Echo PH needs both the Angela and Alpha to be at least like level 6, level 7 before they get super out of control. And by doing this and this much pressure, RGPH is just limiting their momentum. But top side though, outplayed. Oh no, he's dead. He's dead.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Yeah, no chance. The Blazing Duet on top. Just nice rotation there. I don't know if they expected Aqua to make all the way down to the top lane, but Demon Kite is taking the turtle, and the nice two-man Tyrant's Revenge, that's going to be on point. Yaoi now running for his life. Sanford getting a little bit low as well, but the Appraiser's wrath, he turns it around, and Nats gets smashed as well. Demon Kite now on the run. He's been knocked up. He's running for his life. I don't know if, okay, he does get away, but that was a huge win for Echo.
That was clutch. That was clutch coming from Sanford. Like, if Sanford did not get the kill right there and RSGPH was just continued to snowball, that would have been a done deal in the early game for Echo PH. They have to play behind from all the way through. But interesting enough here, let's go to the emblems here as well, because we do see Tenacity being picked up on the Angela as well as Sanford. So they are looking for a little bit more sustains. I guess it's to kind of deal with the anti-heals coming from RSGPH, but considering how everyone from the side of RSGPH has it as well, so that means that they are going to be very, very tanky, and Outplay don't necessarily have the tools to deal with this. And I like that RSGPH, they banned off the Dirok in this draft in particular, because Echo PH actually brought this Dirok Brody composition against Yudu Red Giants in yesterday's games.
Yeah, I mean, they thought it through, right? They know each other, and they're going in. But a nice little knockup. Nats running for his life. Ionic Edge doing a little bit of chip damage, but Nats out healing most of it. He's going to deal with his minion wave. This Uranus just being super annoying. But he's 0-1-0. I don't think he expected to die, especially that early in the game.
Yeah, I think so too. But of course, you know, early War Axe coming from Zaida, Clock of Destiny coming from Sanji, rather early as well, like 3 minutes in the game, despite being oppressed. Echo PH finally gets the timing that they need, and this is the timing they need, and hopefully they're able to execute it here. However, Aqua, stolen Feather Extra, not exactly sure why he actually used it. I guess he's trying to zone out for the turtle and scout out the top push, but Echo PH is just nowhere near there if you think about it. So that's going to be a wasted out coming from Aqua though. But this first turtle clash is going to be an important one for RSGPH if they want to continue their snowball strat. And Echo PH, I guess they just don't want to contest this, and it's smart. It's just not worth it right now.
Yeah, not gonna spend any sort of resources, any time. They're just gonna continue on. Echo, that is. They're just gonna continue to farm. Nats, on the other hand, did find Sanford, so he's got the energy eruption, and they're gonna play around with the aggro, and Nats will out heal it eventually. He gets back in. He's gonna invade the enemy jungle. Man, this Uranus just super annoying, right?
Yeah, this definitely did as well, but I'm surprised Echo PH, they're gonna try and force the issue here, but Sanford, oh, the taunt comes in. That's the worst timing to be in. Like, if you're on the player's heroes, it's fine, but the moment you're on the turret and get taunted, yeah, it's goodbye. There's nothing you can do.
Yes. I mean, there are 3 members there, but now Demon Kite, they're turning this around. They're doing a little bit of damage there. The Feathered Airstrike is going to be used. They do have the Brave Assault doing a little bit of a knockup, but Demon Kite will be fine. And Sanford just invading the enemy jungle, making it difficult for RSGPH.
But Light, oh my god, the Tyrant's Rage blinding the bush, but Sanji, what? He gets out just like that, and at the same time, they are gonna regroup here with the Hearts Guard to try and extend the fight, but Echo PH, they need to get out. Sanford, an awkward position. Demon Kite still thinking if he wants to go to this, but Echo PH, they will be able to keep him alive. So I would say big clutch here coming from Echo PH.
Yeah, that's what you want your Angela player to do. Yaoi on point with that, making sure he did have the save. But again, you know, the next turtle is going to be pretty huge. It's going to be up in about 25 seconds or so. But Nats now does need to be careful. He's going to get gangbanged by 4 people. They're coming out from all different angles. They focused it out. And, you know, the Uranus, we're talking about the tankiness, but not against 4 at this point.
Yep, at the same time, RSGPH though, they are not getting those space needed, but again, they're playing a very similar strategy from game number 1. They want to make sure Iman gets his farm, and as of now, he does have the necessary tools, but he probably needs about 3 to 4 minutes of uncontested farm before he starts whipping out the big wombo combo AoE damage that he's needed as well. And this is something that Echo PH will tend to struggle to deal with later on unless they have the necessary items. But of course, once again, Echo PH, they're gonna try to pull aggro away from RSGPH, and Sanford, he's getting chipped off reload and he might die to this.
Oh gosh,
the Feather Airstrike almost
Sanford
his ball.
barely away. Oh my gosh, he barely got out. That was so close. But now they're going to just take the turtle. It doesn't look like anyone's going to commit for this one. And RSG just get another objective after another objective. Very uncontested. Echo not willing to take any sort of risk.
Technically, they can't. Technically, they really can't here. And let's take a look at the items real quick here. Fleeting Time out on Angela, War Axe up on Alpha. Yeah, now it's definitely not the time as well, considering that Outplay doesn't have even the first item Power Spike. And it's just not worth it fighting against RSGPH, who's just so strong now in terms of, like, you know, the Baxia, the Valentina with the Path of Destiny as well, like very early ones as well. I guess, you know, the goal time here is at least 2 to 3 items, and Echo PH will have the necessary tools, and they cannot afford to lose this. But Sanford is going to try and turn the fight. He's got a huge chunk, but Appraiser's Wrath, he needs to use it. He gets it. Iman will get collapsed, and he is going to take them down. And RSGPH, they call for the bait, and Echo PH now is the time to strike. Demon Kite here tanking so much damage. Like, tries to go save for the day, but here he comes Zyda. Isolates him from the rest of the team out here, and they will pick another Echo PH. They find the right plays, and it's gonna be Sanford that makes it happen, and Zayed to interject for Echo PH.
What a play there. I totally unexpected Yaoi coming in with the Heart Guard. Just that save was on point. And you're kind of thinking, Sanford, 1 versus 4, can you do this all the way at the front line, just forcing the issue? And man, he was on point. And that's exactly the team fight that Echo needed. And it completely caught everybody off guard from RSGPH. They were not expecting this, but the Feathered Airstrike, now that's going to be used. Zaida getting a little bit low. He does have the shield. The Heart Guard again saving him, at least for now. And they're looking to go. The Energy Eruption throws back Nas. Sanford gets it. He gets the Brave Assault. He knocks him up, he takes him down, and he turns it around. Nas is down for the count.
Oh my god, Sanford, just an absolute monster, just kiting their way through, and Echo PH finally found the sauce to deal with this Baxia. Push and pull, poke and choose your fights wisely, pick a fight that Demon Kite is not around, and dissect them. This is where they will excel the most on those healings, and every single time Demon Kite doesn't have his shield unity, he's not able to get on top of you, they're just able to just out heal whatever damage we're coming from RGPH. So Echo PH, they finally found a way, but at the same time, is it over yet? Because RGPH still needs to rethink on how they need to take this next approach fight, because this Lord Pit is going to dictate whether or not RGPH is able to close out this game.
It's one of those things where RSG really need to know the cooldowns, right? If you're expecting it, maybe you force it, throw an easy Heart Guard onto it, but as I say, that time's revenge. They do end up finding Sanford. Do they have the save? They do not this time. Demon Kite will take that one, and now Demon Kite is a little bit low. They're going to look to go. The Lord is getting the knock-up onto Demon Kite. He barely gets away. They're going to continue on, and Zaida gets killed, and Sanji now on the run. He gets over the wall, but Outplay's been killed, and Lighty's going to secure that one. Nas is diving deep. He doesn't care. Now we're getting a little bit low, and they're going to focus the attention of the Iron again, just doing some work, and Nas will secure that one, and now they've got the T2. The Lord has gone on by Demon Kite, and this is looking to be an RSGPH game.
Yeah, huge play from RSG. Like, they knew, like, Demon Kite needs to proc his passive abilities on everyone from Echo PH, and because of that play, Echo PH just could not buy the necessary time, and on top of it all, Nasus is getting so much value off stacks here in the first kill, just chipping away everyone from Echo PH. So first misplays coming from Echo PH despite doing so well thus far, but this gives the opportunity for RGPH to actually close out this game, and I won't be surprised, but I think our predictions might be wrong here, because RGPH looks like they're back in form despite yesterday's blunders.
Yeah, they're back in form. I mean, this is a very good game. I mean, the kill count says otherwise, but they're up in terms of, objectives. That's the biggest thing, right? They have a Lord. They're playing this very objectively, systematically, right? Understanding what they need to do. And look at this. Lord is just crashing in this. This is going to be a huge fight. Sanford is up front, going to take out most of this damage here. The Lord is getting down. It's about a little bit less than half. Appraiser's Wrath will end up securing that one. They've kind of backed it off, and it looks like T3 has taken literally no damage.
Yeah, this is huge. This is very, very huge here coming from RGB. Like this moment right here, they need to hit at least a tier 3 here. And Light is going to try and zone it out. He's threatening with his Tyrant's Revenge, but I don't think it's going to happen. Looks like they will be able to defend for now, but RGB, they want to try and extend this. Light is looking for a target on Saji.
Oh, they're going in?
But no, they're going in.
Away. Oh, image away. Eman barely stays alive. He's going to be fine. They nice little knockup. They found Sanford. The Feathered Airstrike, that's going to be used. He's doing some work. Sanford has been killed. And now Zaida will stick around and a little bit of chip damage on that T3. But it looks like that's going to be it. And only one person had died, and that was Sanford.
Yeah, that was huge. That was huge. RGPH, they needed to make a play there. And because of this, with the numbers advantage, they are going to get a tier 3 up top. So Echo PH, they need to find a way to defend this. But Light is always in a position where he can threaten the back lines. In this case, Sanji needs to be very careful over how he places his better dash right. Likewise can be safe from outplayed as well. But for now, RGPH, they are going to continue with this snowball. And Echo PH, if they are able to defend this, it's all good. But 60 seconds left before the Lord, and it seems like RGPH, they want to play the safe game.
They're going to reset it, right? They don't need to rush it. I mean, Iman was doing some work on that T3, and I think it was fortuitous that they got it because of the fact that they were able to just burst it down. Echo was focusing their attention on the mid T3 at that point, so there was a little bit of space. They took advantage of it. Now RSG are going to take the enemy jungle on the way back. 40 more seconds to that Lord. That one will be key.
Yeah, I agree. But of course, when it comes to this composition, Echo PH still has a big problem, and that is pretty much dealing with the anti-heals coming from Demon Kite, and also dealing with the damage burst coming from Iman. And right now, they need to choose a fight where Demon Kite is not around, and of course, Demon Kite starting the fight here. This is not a good fight here.
That's going to be it, and the Heart Guard's going to be used. They're going to look to turn this around. Demon Kite getting a little bit low. Sanford is, I don't know if he can out-heal this. He does get killed. Aqua will secure that one. Demon Kite has been killed in return, but now Nats is sticking around. It's 4-on-4 at this point, and it looks like they're going to disengage at this point.
A jungler for an XP. I think it's the best out of what they can ask for as well, but Zaida, he might get poked down here, Iman. Little bit too close to be called comfort, but yeah. Like I was saying as well, I think Echo PH, that was a little bit unfortunate, but Sanford tried to kill off Iman with his flicker appraisal trap. He almost got it, but if he got it, that would have been the turning point for Echo PH. Unfortunately, he didn't. And RGPH still have control of the Lord, and you can see the power spike coming from Iman. He's able to just completely threaten Echo PH, and as of now, there's just nothing Echo PH can do. They need to at least stall this for at least another 2, 3, 4 minutes until at least outplay gets level 15. And at this point, I think RNG can just close out the game.
Yeah, Echo made a slow rotation there. I mean, they had to have known that RSG was going to take the Lord, right? I felt like, if anything, they could have maybe pushed the bottom lane a little bit further, provide a little bit more breathing space. You talk about the fact that they need about 2 or 3 more minutes. That would have done it. Now they're back in the, turtling in their base. This is a very bad situation. Yeah, you have your T3s up, but if you're looking at the lanes and where they're at right now, they're going to eventually push and you're going to have a rough time.
Yeah, and in this case, when it comes to pushing as well, Zaida, he just got his Athena shield. I don't think it's going to do him any good. I guess it's to deal with both Nats as well as Aquas' burst potential, but eventually the biggest threat here is still going to be Iman. Currently, his Blazing Duet is pretty much there as a finisher, whereas Echo PH, they need to pick a fight where Demon Kite is not around. And as of yet, it is going to be the Lord that collapsed on the throne, and now Nats is going to try and zone them out.
Yeah, Nats jumps right in, not scared whatsoever. Gets the knockup onto Sanford as well, who gets a little bit low. The Heart Guard, that's going to be used, keeps him alive. The Lord is about half-life, but Light, that's going to be life number 1. Zaid is going to be next on that list. He goes actually in, but he's going to be killed. Aqua will secure that one, and the Lord is still up. Light somehow still alive, and it looks like the Lord is bashing in. He's going to look to go. The Feathered Airstrike, that's going to be used. That's going to disengage everybody.
I genuinely feel bad for Echo PH right now. There's only so much Yaoi can do on this Angela. Do you use the Heart Guard to save Sanford's life, or do you power bomb Zaida, allowing him to just get out of control? Because as of now, with or without, Zaida just can't do anything right now. And as of yet, every time he makes a play, RGB just kites him around. And now RGB, they are going to focus on tier 3 and they collapse on them as well.
Yeah, they focus in on this one. Outplay getting very low, has to go back to the fountain to heal. The Feathered Airstrike, that's going to be used defensively, and that's going to slow things down. That's going to buy them time, but they have 0 T3s up. The base is the only thing standing. Echo are like sitting with a chip in a chair.
Oh, it's tough. Like, this is a very difficult game, and RGPH with an 8k net worth lead. I don't know how Echo PH is going to come back to this year, but as of now, let's put the items as well. You know, at this stage, Iban is pretty much full slotted, whereas Echo PH, we have Outplay just so far away from his next major item. He doesn't even have his Malefic. Okay, as soon as I say it, he just got his Malefic Roar, but he still needs more than just that. And currently, he's just not doing enough damage to threaten RGBH. This is tanky composition. He forced himself to get the DHS. Not necessarily the greatest value for a Brody, considering how slow Brody hits in terms of attack speed, right? Yeah, you have this burst damage, but you need to be able to utilize those passive abilities against RGPH. And currently, RGPH just like, nah, it's okay. It's okay. It's bearable against Outplay.
Yeah, it's bearable in that sense, but you know, I'm thinking like you see the Feathered Airstrike, it kind of stops everything. Sanji's done a good job of just the wave clear and just slowing things down. I think if they were able to manage to steal this Lord, that might be, you know, one of the many steps that they need to take to get themselves back in this game. But are they going to risk it? Are they going to try to go in for this one? I mean, they have, look at this RSG just completely controlling and forcing, you know, Sanford to, you know, to stay away almost.
Yeah, this is going to be tough here, but of course, Sanford, he needs to set up for the play once again. He is going to be the playmaker, but at the same time, look at his HP, he's going to get dropped, but the Raze is
going to be used. Oh, he keeps him alive, at least for now. The Feathered Airstrike, that's going to be used. Sanford does die, not enough. They have the burst. Light is going to be killed, though, and outplayed, and that's most of the damage, and Nats is just going to run up on you. They don't care. RSGPH kills Zaida, and it looks like they want more. Nats doesn't care where you are, where your face is. Everything is open. They've taken the minion waves, and they're looking to take game 2, and they do it in style.
Oh, Amon just played an absolute game, and now they will continue to finish off the rest. Sanji left alone, and RSGPH is gonna take the game just like that. Clean 2-0 against Echo PH. Expect the unexpected. The previous championship lineup now back in action at peak performance, taking down Echo PH 2-0. What a game from RSGPH. What a game.
What a game. What a series. RSGPH really bouncing back. That's exactly what you want to see out of a top tier team, right? They had some major hiccups and we were kind of questioning them in yesterday's games. But after today, you're like, this team is back. They're back in form. They're scary. They understand the limits. And I mean, they were almost in full control. Echo really had no ways to get back into that game.
You know, based on these drafts as well, I felt like RSG, they definitely messed up this draft a little bit more. Even though I liked the Angela Alpha in the early stage of the game, but of course, you know, they just couldn't make the space that they need. And because of that, it just completely destroys the intention of what this Alpha is able to do. So I guess Echo just played a better game. Like this box here just completely destroys the Angeli's I would say ability to kind of be strong in the game with those healings, the sustains from Alpha. Everything just didn't work out. And even Sanford as well, he's tried his best to utilize his only toolkit from the side of RGP, from the side of Echo. Actually, if you think about it, the hero pools, like RG is on the left, the RG on the right. No, RG is on the left and then Echo on the right. So the logo is kind of flipped here, but when it comes to heroes here, it feels like they just could not win the game. Like the only winning factor from the side of Echo PH was pretty much picking a fight where Demon Kite on this Baxia is not around. And that was the only fight that they won. And from then point onwards, RG just said, you know what, Demon Kite, do your thing. We'll play around you. We'll force a fight. There's nothing absolutely nothing Echo could have done in that scenario.
You know, I think it goes back to the draft for me. And I don't mean to, you know, to bash somebody who's trying new things or older things by bringing back the alpha. I'm just not a huge fan of that, right? I feel like if you're going to go with the Angela, you need the Ling, you need the Fanny, you need something that's kind of, in the back lines, blowing things up, and then all of a sudden they have the control, then you have the heart guard coming in, right? You have that save, and that's kind of how it would normally be played, as opposed to the Fredrin, who's kind of up front. He's tanky anyways, right? Why do you need the Angela on top of that when he's just kind of taking more damage? Like, you need somebody, again, to just that have that assassin, that burst, so to speak, and they're kind of lacking that as a draft.
Yeah, it was difficult here coming from the drafts, but of course, even though I liked it, I want to see alpha work, but execution-wise, just RNG played a better game. Like, this triple tanky composition is just so strong, so much sustain, so much heals, and even if I think if you get like a Necklace of Duress or even a Halberd up on Echo PH on that game, wouldn't have changed anything. But nevertheless, draft's definitely an issue, but GG well played from RGPH, because when it comes to Philippines versus Philippines, I told you it is going to be interesting, it is going to be difficult, and they definitely know what the secret sauce is to take down Echo PH. So well played coming from RGPH though.
Yeah, and I mean, we okay, you bashed me on the predictions. You said 2-1 Echo, but I mean, the 2
technically it's the 2-0.
It doesn't matter. I got the 2-0 right on the other side.
It's just on the other side.
Yeah, whatever. That's minor detail, okay? I was still correct in the 2-0, but no, but all jokes aside, obviously, like, I think they really showed up, right? I think we're both shocked by it. I don't think we were expecting this going into this today. Really, RSGPH really bounced back. That's what we want to see more of. They're still in contention. They only lost one series yesterday, so it wasn't like the end of the world. But having them step back up into this one speaks volumes about a team, right? There's a lot of learning. There's a lot of things that you can do to get yourself better. Sometimes you fall down, right? And they did kind of fall down yesterday. And it's nice to see them bounce back up like that, because they did it in style and they were very strong.
Yep, I agree. But of course, when it comes to this play as well, I want to give it a little bit more details here. I want to see what kind of items that they pretty much brought out in that scenario here. Let's take a look at Echo's composition. We don't see any Halberds. We don't see any Necklace of Dragons. Okay, we do see Yaoi getting a Necklace of Dragons, but there's only so much you can do in terms of sustainabilities. Whereas Light has a Dominance Ice, Nats has a Dominance Ice, Baxia didn't go for it because he has his in-game build kit of a Dominance Ice or the anti-healer on his passive ability. So I guess with that being said, Echo PH just needed to choose a fight where they needed to utilize the heals, and it just didn't work out. So I would say Echo, they tried their best, both Sanford and Sanji, they tried their best to make something work, but there's only so much they can do considering how they were countered. So like game 1, I felt like it was 50-50. Game 2, even though it was a difficult composition, I really wanted to see this alpha work, but definitely a very, very difficult draft to play.
Yeah, very tough. And I mean, it's one of those things where I'm sure they had some reps with it. They had an idea of how it's going to play. I mean, I conceptually, I can see how that game would be done, but I just felt like RSGPH knew what to do, right? Nothing kind of caught them off guard. They understood. I mean, there was a couple times I think the Angela Heartguard pulled them out into places that they didn't want to be. But once they had enough burst, Sanford, it doesn't matter if you had the Heartguard or not, he was eventually going to die, right? So, I mean, the damage dealt, you're talking about, most of it was through Echo. They did a lot of that. I don't think that was a bit of a surprise. They had that sustaining damage, but I think the burst damage, the RSPH definitely did have the advantage there.
Yeah, and based on this as well, like, I think the damage down here is partially because of the fact that Echo, they need to do the extra damage, right? When pay attention to the damage taken right now, and that's pretty much not taking the most amount of damage because it is a Uranus. But because of this Uranus, they need to actually break through so much of it. Like, taking down Tigumenikai is one thing, but do you have enough tools to also burn down both Nats as well as Light, which is something that they were lacking throughout all these fights as well. And based on the total heals here, you can see that there's a huge margin of total heals error because of the fact that, having this Baxia right from the get-go, you can't get those heals from Yaoi. Yaoi is doing a lot of healing. And because of this, even Zaida as well is not able to sustain throughout any of these fights because he's just getting countered by this anti-heals from the start. And, when it comes to Alpha, it is very similar to like a Karina or a Gushin or maybe even Amon to a certain degree, where you need to snowball right from the get-go. So I guess, all things considered, RGPH definitely played a very, very good game. And I'm curious to see who the MVP is, because I am pretty sure it should be Iman, but I might be wrong. The MVP, without further ado, is going to be Aqua on this Valentina 5-0-8.
I mean, 93% kill participation will get you there, right? I think that, and not dying, of course, definitely helps you. Iman had a great game as well. Not to undersell what he did, but I think the fact that Aqua was there, the steals that he had, the IMUs were just on point, right? Just being able to steal the feathered airstrikes when he needed to. I mean, that's exactly what you want out of your Valentina player, and very smart.
Yeah, I agree. But of course, when it comes to the right steals as well, Aqua PH, Aqua from RSGPH definitely played the necessary tools, right? He's terrifying the right targets, he's zoning out the right targets, and I guess when it comes to the plays as well coming from RSGPH, they just identified that, hey, we need to start a fight where it's favorable for them. And, I'm just there for the ride, I'm just there, doing my own things. Whoever I throw my skill is just going to get maximum value in terms of contribute to a fight. And I think Monshell, they brought up a point as well. He can actually steal the Angela's heart card. We didn't see that at all, considering how far back Yawi has been playing. But of course, I'm curious to see how things are going for the plays here, if you think about it.
Yeah, the potential's there, right? And that's what we wanted to see. But it looks like we have an interview coming up. This is going to be from the RSGPH side. It's going to be Demon Kite. Let's say congratulations,
Nice.
Demon Kite, on that victory. That was a great series.
Thank you, thank you.
All right, so going into this game, there was a lot of bad blood. I mean, Echo, right?
Yeah.
I'm sure that there's a lot of expectations going into this one. What was your thought process going into this series?
My thought process was gonna be just a clean early game to dominate the Echo team. Because yesterday when we got defeated by Yudo, I felt like my early game wasn't that good at all. So I bounced back this time.
Okay, I've got a question here for Demon Kai. I know this might be a little bit personal. What are your thoughts? Because previously RSGPH you guys had Irad playing here. What was going on? Like, why are you back to replace Irad? What happened there?
Irad, can I say? Couldn't take a flight going to Jakarta, so as a substitute, I go here, and then I did play for RSG.
Okay. All right. In terms of teams, though, which is the one team that's in Snapdragon that scares you guys the most?
For me, it's Onyx Indonesia.
Okay. Any fighting words that you like to tell Onyx?
Good luck, and we'll see you in playoffs if we can.
Nice. Any other questions, Terrence?
Okay, Demon Kai, last one here. You guys felt a little bad in terms of the early game yesterday. What about your games today here? Because, in 2 games in a row, you guys just completely destroyed Echo PH. Because Echo, they look so strong. They took a win against Yudu Red Giants. And now, and it feels like you guys are having like a 3-way showdown where, you guys beat Echo PH beats Yudu, and then Yudu beat you guys. What was going on with 3 of you guys?
I think we're so eager to bounce back when we got defeated by Yudo. That's why right now we have so much energy to fight against anyone.
Awesome. Well, congratulations, Demon Kite. Very well played. I mean, the team was on point. Any shout out that you would like to give out to the fans, to the team? Any final words from you, Demon Kite?
Can I say Tagalog?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Hello guys, salamat sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa RSGPH, tsaka abangan nyo pa yung mga susunod na laban namin, and gagalingan pa namin ng sobra.
Thank you so much, Demon Kite. And
let me translate that for you, Holler. He supports his family, he supports you, and most importantly, he loves Holler, he loves Terrence, he loves ESL, he loves Snapdragon, he loves his teammates, and because of that, they were able to win. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Demon Kite. And thank you for the translation here.
Thank you, guys.
And yeah, that was a pretty interesting interview. You think about it, Howler. And of course, we as Malaysians, we know multi languages, man. We can do everything, man. Howler, I love it.
Okay, shots fired. All right, but let's see. Let's talk a little bit about the highlights. Let's check those things out. That's going to be coming up right now, and see exactly how RSGPH ended up pulling that one out.
Yeah, and of course, in the highlights itself, I think RSGPH proved a very, very well. Like Demon Kai, he mentioned that he really they took a loss against against Udure Giants yesterday, and they needed to take a win today. And of course, they're hoping that they are able to qualify the playoffs. And currently in this game so far, it feels like they needed a little bit more time to adapt the situation. Like their strengths is obviously playing around Demon Kite, and for him to actually replace Iran in this situation as a sub is going to be very difficult for him. But he made it work. Adaptations needed to be made, and they played towards his strengths, and Demon Knight fulfilled his role really well in this play against Echo PH. He's just time and time again forcing Echo PH to fight in an unfavorable position where it kind of allowed Aqua to just getting free reign to do his Valentine to just completely zone them off while Echo was just struggling to deal with all these healings coming from RGPH.
The sustain was just on point throughout the entire game, right? It was just a very, you think that you have the Fredrin up top and that, you have your Angela Hearthguard, you have so many different options that can deal with it, but you really can't deal with this RSG lineup. They came in, they had a plan, they knew exactly what they wanted to do, was to extend things out, focus on the squishies, and just let Nats just kind of run at you. And they did a great job, just made it, almost a convincing game, I would say. The scoreboard says 14-9, but it seemed much bigger than that.
Yeah, and of course, RG looking forward to see them if they make it to the playoffs. But with this 2-0 against Echo PH means they are still in contention to make it towards the playoffs. The grind starts here. It's not over yet for them, and hopefully we will see them in towards that. And like you said, well, they want to face off against Onyx ID just because of the fact that they won the previous MSC. And in this case, defeating Echo PH right here, right now is one step closer to trying to defeat the champions of MSC 2023. So I guess this is in a good step of direction. I like it. Will they make it to the playoffs is going to be another thing. But of course, it is going to be putting them in a hot seat because, like I said, the triangle coming from these three teams here, Echo PH, Echo PH, RSGPH, and also Udure Giants is in a three-way matchup where they're just, rock, paper, scissors scenario right now where they might be fighting for that potential third slot to actually make it going, or maybe a second slot to a certain degree if they do not win their remaining matches.
Yeah. At this point, just control your destiny, right? Just win out. You can do it. But, another thing, let's give a shout out to our sponsor here. And this is going to be FIBOT Cup, win 5,000 euros. Take part now at FIBOT here. This is one of those things by DHL. It's going to be run there. Please do check them out. Give them a shout out. And plus, they're going to pay you money to do so. So pretty easy to do. All you need to do is participate in that. But talking a little bit about RSG, PH, this is one of those things where control your destiny, right? This is a huge confidence booster. Pat yourself on the back. But look to the next series because you need to continue to win, or else you're going to be stuck dealing with the tiebreakers, and nobody wants to be in that situation.
Yep, and of course, when it comes to winning matches here, I think I want to try this F8 dashboard game. First place is going to be there. But to do that, I definitely need to have a lot of stamina and a lot of endurance. And you can, of course, unleash the beast with monster energy to keep you going. And to top it off, if you want 5,000 euros, you got to stay alert and be very, very focused. And with Monster Energy, you can do so. You can check them out here. Get yourself a Monster Energy at monsterenergy.com/gaming. And, who knows? You might be able to be a potential pro player. And if you are not looking for some Mobile Legends bang, you can always try the FB dashboard just now. 5,000 euros is a lot. And, of course, keep it going here. Holler. Now, let's talk a little bit more on this upcoming matches. What do you think is going to happen today?
I mean, we're going to see more of this, right? If we're looking at game 2, what is it? It's Aura Fire going to be Todak. That one's going to be coming up next. Monshel will be stepping in for that series. I will be back for game 3. That's going to be Burnix Flash against RSGPH. They're bringing it back. I want to see more of that team, and I get to see them in that third game. That's going to be amazing. So I'm looking forward to both of those games.
Yeah, when it comes to the recap as well, I think when it comes to the upcoming matches, I feel like you said as well, you know, Todak and Aura Fire, you know, we've seen Aura Fire, you know, I definitely have a personal soft spot since the previous season of his SPS, and even here as well, they made it from the bottom and now they're here. Can they reach to the top? That's going to be a very difficult one. However, when it comes to Todak, there's a lot of questions as well, and, you know, I hope they're able to do what they need to do, because there is a lot of things that is happening internally for Todak, and recently, you know, some of the players has been kind of sick as well. I think some of the players were sent into the hospital or the clinic at 4 in the morning today. So I think, you know, I'm not exactly sure what's going to be happening here until we see the starting rosters later on, but hopefully they're going to be doing well. But of course, it is a match that has to be done. And of course, the closing off for today, like you said, Burn X match going up against
RGPH?
RGPH, sorry. It is going to be a good one. So I want to see how that goes as well.
Yeah, both of them are great. And we have a huge lineup. Of course, Stream B, best stream. Please do stay tuned. That said, that's going to be it for it. We're going to take a little bit of a break. And before we go into that second series, Terrence and Monshel will be back with that second series. I will be there for the third. And we will check you guys a little bit later.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks directly as your default setup, or you can freely mix and match different emblems and talents to create a custom emblem setup. We're going to show you how to create your emblem setup for your heroes. Emblems. First, let's take a look at the revamped emblem system. There are now 7 emblems in the game, 1 basic common emblem, and 6 role emblems. Different emblems can provide different attribute bonuses. It is recommended to use the emblem that matches a hero's role. Standard talents, Tier 1. After selecting an emblem, you can then choose from 8 standard talents at Tier 1. These talents provide mostly straightforward bonuses to heroes. Of the 8 talents, Thrill and Swift are good on almost any hero, while other talents are more catered to certain roles. Standard talents, Tier 2. At Tier 2, you will also have 8 standard talents to choose from. The Tier 2 talents trigger or work under different circumstances. We still recommend choosing one that matches the role of your hero. But if you're an advanced player, you are free to choose any of the talents to fit your playstyle. For example, if you're playing the core hero on your team and want to focus on gearing up fast, you can choose the Bargain Hunter talent regardless of how your hero deals damage. And heroes who rely on their skills for sustained damage, whether it be a mage or fighter, can use the Festival of Blood talent for more spell vamp. Core talents, Tier 3. Finally, let's talk about the most important talents, the core talents. There are 8 core talents available in the game, and each provides a unique and powerful effect. We recommend choosing the core talent to match your hero's role and only use core talents from other emblems for advanced or unconventional tactics. The revamped Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. This talent is now a viable option for any hero that relies on basic attacks and wants better laning and the ability to slow enemies. The Lethal Ignition talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a prime choice for any hero that has heavy-hitting combos. While the revamped emblem system still uses the existing talents, we have removed the restrictions between emblems and talents, opening up new possibilities for many heroes. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we will take a closer look at the core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem, tank emblem, and fighter emblem. Core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem. By upgrading the basic common emblem, you can unlock 2 core talents, Impure Rage and Quantum Charge. Both are suitable for most heroes. The new Impure Rage talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a good damage-enhancing talent for a variety of heroes, such as Eve, Nathan, and Diggy. Eve is a hero with great poke and control abilities. She can use the extra damage and mana regen from Impure Rage to constantly wear down enemies. The new Quantum Charge talent now restores HP based on the hero's level and not their physical attack bonus, making it viable on more heroes that want HP recovery and mobility, such as Edith, Leslie, Layla, etc. When equipped with Quantum Charge, Edith in both forms can use the movement speed bonus triggered by her basic attacks to keep a safe distance from the enemy and the extra HP regen to stay in the fight. Core talent unlocked with the Tank Emblem. By upgrading the Tank Emblem, you can unlock Concussive Blast. Concussive Blast works the same as before, providing an extra source of AoE damage for high HP heroes, such as Johnson, Baja, and Hilda. Hilda is a high HP hero who can tank a lot of damage when equipped with a full set of defensive equipment. The Concussive Blast talent will not only enhance her survivability, but also boost her damage. Core talent unlocked with the Fighter Emblem. By upgrading the Fighter Emblem, you can unlock Brave Smite. Brave Smite is no longer triggered by inflicting CCs. It now takes effect upon dealing skill damage and is suitable for most fighters and tanks that need more HP regen. Ruby, Lapu Lapu, Tigreal, and similar heroes can choose this talent. Ruby can trigger Brave Smite repeatedly by casting skills, and with her own regen abilities, she'll have even greater durability in teamfights. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend. In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we'll take a closer look at the core talents from the Mage, Assassin, Marksman, and Support emblems. Core talent unlocked with the Mage emblem. By upgrading the Mage emblem, you can unlock Lethal Ignition. The new Lethal Ignition now deals adaptive damage, making it a great option for any hero with heavy-hitting combos. With the change to adaptive damage, heroes with high physical damage can now use this talent to enhance their damage, such as Saber and Natalia. Saber's first skill and ultimate combo can easily trigger the effect from Lethal Ignition, dealing much more damage to enemy heroes. Core talent unlocked with the Assassin emblem. By upgrading the Assassin emblem, you can unlock Killing Spree. Now that the talent is no longer reserved for the Assassin emblem, it becomes a good choice for any hero who can perform chain kills. Heroes with magic damage like Karina and Julian can now take this talent as well. Karina's ultimate resets after she kills an enemy hero. When equipped with Killing Spree, she will recover HP from each kill, allowing her to stay healthy and go after more kills. Core talent unlocked with the Marksman emblem. By upgrading the Marksman emblem, you can unlock Weakness Finder. The new Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. It works well for heroes with high attack speed, as it can improve their laning and slowing abilities. A hero like Minzathar can take Weakness Finder because his second skill increases the attack speed of his basic attacks. When combined with equipment that can provide more attack speed, he can reliably trigger the slow effect to prevent enemies from escaping. Core talent unlocked with the Support emblem. By upgrading the Support emblem, you can unlock Focusing Mark. The Focusing Mark talent works the same as before. It allows support heroes to increase the damage their teammates can deal to the target enemy. Taj's ultimate can be used to drag key enemies to his team. When equipped with Focusing Mark, the ultimate will also increase the damage the target takes, allowing Taj's team to quickly burst down the helpless target. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend. When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks directly as your default setup, or you can freely mix and match different emblems and talents to create a custom emblem setup. We're going to show you how to create your emblem setup for your heroes. Emblems. First, let's take a look at the revamped emblem system. There are now 7 emblems in the game, 1 basic common emblem and 6 role emblems. Different emblems can provide different attribute bonuses. It is recommended to use the emblem that matches a hero's role. Standard talents, Tier 1. After selecting an emblem, you can then choose from 8 standard talents at Tier 1. These talents provide mostly straightforward bonuses to heroes. Of the 8 talents, Thrill and Swift are good on almost any hero, while other talents are more catered to certain roles. Standard talents, Tier 2. At Tier 2, you will also have 8 standard talents to choose from. The Tier 2 talents trigger or work under different circumstances. We still recommend choosing one that matches the role of your hero. But if you're an advanced player, you are free to choose any of the talents to fit your playstyle. For example, if you're playing the core hero on your team and want to focus on gearing up fast, you can choose the Bargain Hunter talent regardless of how your hero deals damage. And heroes who rely on their skills for sustained damage, whether it be a mage or fighter, can use the Festival of Blood talent for more spell vamp. Core talents, Tier 3. Finally, let's talk about the most important talents, the core talents. There are 8 core talents available in the game, and each provides a unique and powerful effect. We recommend choosing the core talent to match your hero's role and only use core talents from other emblems for advanced or unconventional tactics. The revamped Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. This talent is now a viable option for any hero that relies on basic attacks and wants better laning and the ability to slow enemies. The Lethal Ignition talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a prime choice for any hero that has heavy-hitting combos. While the revamped emblem system still uses the existing talents, we have removed the restrictions between emblems and talents, opening up new possibilities for many heroes. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
You love it, you wear it. Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we will take a closer look at the core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem, tank emblem, and fighter emblem. Core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem. By upgrading the basic common emblem, you can unlock 2 core talents, Impure Rage and Quantum Charge. Both are suitable for most heroes. The new Impure Rage talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a good damage-enhancing talent for a variety of heroes, such as Eve, Nathan, and Diggy. Eve is a hero with great poke and control abilities. She can use the extra damage and mana regen from Impure Rage to constantly wear down enemies. The new Quantum Charge talent now restores HP based on the hero's level and not their physical attack bonus, making it viable on more heroes that want HP recovery and mobility, such as Edith, Leslie, Layla, etc. When equipped with Quantum Charge, Edith in both forms can use the movement speed bonus triggered by her basic attacks to keep a safe distance from the enemy and the extra HP regen to stay in the fight. Core talent unlocked with the tank emblem. By upgrading the tank emblem, you can unlock Concussive Blast. Concussive Blast works the same as before, providing an extra source of AoE damage for high HP heroes, such as Johnson, Baja, and Hilda. Hilda is a high HP hero who can tank a lot of damage when equipped with a full set of defensive equipment. The Concussive Blast talent will not only enhance her survivability, but also boost her damage. Core talent unlocked with the Fighter Emblem. By upgrading the Fighter Emblem, you can unlock Brave Smite. Brave Smite is no longer triggered by inflicting CCs. It now takes effect upon dealing skill damage and is suitable for most fighters and tanks that need more HP regen. Ruby, Lapu Lapu, Tigreal, and similar heroes can choose this talent. Ruby can trigger Brave Smite repeatedly by casting skills, and with her own regen abilities, she'll have even greater durability in teamfights. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend. In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we'll take a closer look at the core talents from the Mage, Assassin, Marksman, and Support emblems. Core talent unlocked with the Mage emblem. By upgrading the Mage emblem, you can unlock Lethal Ignition. The new Lethal Ignition now deals adaptive damage, making it a great option for any hero with heavy-hitting combos. With the change to adaptive damage, heroes with high physical damage can now use this talent to enhance their damage, such as Saber and Natalia. Saber's first skill and ultimate combo can easily trigger the effect from Lethal Ignition, dealing much more damage to enemy heroes. Core talent unlocked with the Assassin emblem. By upgrading the Assassin emblem, you can unlock Killing Spree. Now that the talent is no longer reserved for the Assassin emblem, it becomes a good choice for any hero who can perform chain kills. Heroes with magic damage like Karina and Julian can now take this talent as well. Karina's ultimate resets after she kills an enemy hero. When equipped with Killing Spree, she will recover HP from each kill, allowing her to stay healthy and go after more kills. Core talent unlocked with the Marksman emblem. By upgrading the Marksman emblem, you can unlock Weakness Finder. The new Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. It works well for heroes with high attack speed, as it can improve their laning and slowing abilities. A hero like Minzathar can take Weakness Finder because his second skill increases the attack speed of his basic attacks. When combined with equipment that can provide more attack speed, he can reliably trigger the slow effect to prevent enemies from escaping. Core talent unlocked with the Support emblem. By upgrading the Support emblem, you can unlock Focusing Mark. The Focusing Mark talent works the same as before. It allows support heroes to increase the damage their teammates can deal to the target enemy. Kaj's ultimate can be used to drag key enemies to his team. When equipped with Focusing Mark, the ultimate will also increase the damage the target takes, allowing Kaj's team to quickly burst down the helpless target. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend. When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks directly as your default setup, or you can freely mix and match different emblems and talents to create a custom emblem setup. We're going to show you how to create your emblem setup for your heroes. Emblems. First, let's take a look at the revamped emblem system. There are now 7 emblems in the game, 1 basic common emblem and 6 role emblems. Different emblems can provide different attribute bonuses. It is recommended to use the emblem that matches a hero's role. Standard talents, Tier 1. After selecting an emblem, you can then choose from 8 standard talents at Tier 1. These talents provide mostly straightforward bonuses to heroes. Of the 8 talents, Thrill and Swift are good on almost any hero, while other talents are more catered to certain roles. Standard talents, Tier 2. At Tier 2, you will also have 8 standard talents to choose from. The Tier 2 talents trigger or work under different circumstances. We still recommend choosing one that matches the role of your hero. But if you're an advanced player, you are free to choose any of the talents to fit your playstyle. For example, if you're playing the core hero on your team and want to focus on gearing up fast, you can choose the Bargain Hunter talent regardless of how your hero deals damage. And heroes who rely on their skills for sustained damage, whether it be a mage or fighter, can use the Festival of Blood talent for more spell vamp. Core talents, Tier 3. Finally, let's talk about the most important talents, the core talents. There are 8 core talents available in the game, and each provides a unique and powerful effect. We recommend choosing the core talent to match your hero's role and only use core talents from other emblems for advanced or unconventional tactics. The revamped Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. This talent is now a viable option for any hero that relies on basic attacks and wants better laning and the ability to slow enemies. The Lethal Ignition talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a prime choice for any hero that has heavy-hitting combos. While the revamped emblem system still uses the existing talents, we have removed the restrictions between emblems and talents, opening up new possibilities for many heroes. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
beat. When they all look, everything on fleek. Word on the street, got my sound on repeat. Do it all day, every day of the week. Getting turned up, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Up the beat, when they all look, everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Mad up the beat, when they all look, everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Every day of the week, getting time out, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party.
Back to life, I'm undeceased. Breaking the chain, unleashed. My true power released. Reached my hand into the sky and made the stars align. Cause when I left it down to fate, it was taking up too much time. It's a miracle, it's a curse. I will not be deterred. If you predicted the worst, bon appetit, eat your words. Keep my score, fire the gun. Watch me how I overcome what they said could not be done. I did it, now sing it. The birth of a legend, the past tried to trap me too bad. My future beckoned, I crashed, and yes, I burned. Hardest lesson that I learned was how to take a fall and crawl back out the dirt. Now I'm back from the grave, revived. Time after time, they tried to take my life, and still I wouldn't die. Survive, now come salute him. No man can dispute him. Back and I am biting, street fighting, Ryu Hadouken. What they said could not be done, I did it, now sing it. Oh, here I go, changing destiny, saving the road to my victory. I won't admit defeat. I'm making history like it's meant to be. When they said to me, say, no man can dispute him. Might as well salute him. What is written isn't done. Watch me how I overcome.
Lace up my shoes, time to get it. Put in the work, I'm with it. Paying my dues with sweat and tears. There is no weakness here. I ain't new to this, I'm a veteran. Wear my battle scars like a Letterman's.
We gotta push to the limit and work till we finish and push to the limit and work.
Welcome back to Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, and we are currently in the finals challenge stages. The Snapdragon Pro Series, and we are currently in the finals challenge stages, and of course in the group stages here. My name is ICBB, want to join me 31 challenge to take this, and of course in the group stages here. My name is ICBB, want to join me 31 challenge to take you through the journey of Bay Street, the best street, and of course when it comes to you through the journey of Bay Street, the best street, and of course when it comes to best street here, it always starts with B, not A, not C, but B. And of course street here, it always starts with B, not A, not C, but B. And of course, Monchel, what are your thoughts on this upcoming match here, especially for day 2 so far? Monchel, what are your thoughts on this upcoming match here, especially for day 2 so far?
It's definitely looking quite rough for our Malaysian representatives. And it's definitely looking quite rough for our Malaysian representatives. And turns after this, I want to have a little discussion about maybe getting a bit of color. And turns after this, I want to have a little discussion about maybe getting a bit of color coding tomorrow. But afterwards, back to the discussion. It is looking really rough coding tomorrow. But afterwards, back to the discussion. It is looking really rough. And also heads up, I can receive over social media that some of Todak players are feeling under the weather. So we're actually getting some soft skin. Todak players are feeling under the weather. So we're actually getting some soft skin. A little bit more of that inside information afterwards. But first, let's talk about Snapdragon late gaming. I mean, without them, like we wouldn't have this amazing Snapdragon late gaming. I mean, without them, like we wouldn't have this amazing, like, how many months has been Terrence, like, you've been running the show?
It's been about 3 months now, which is something that I think. It's been about 3 months now, which is something that I think it is a long journey here. So I like that you actually brought it up because Aura Fire all the way from the previous. It is a long journey here. So I like that you actually brought it up because Aura Fire all the way from the previous season had to play. Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. You guys are currently watching B Stream, the best stream. My name is ICBaby12 and she is Monchel as we take you through this game. Sorry, just now we had a little bit of issue here. We had to sort things out. However, everything is all and done right now, and we are going to proceed with this upcoming match. And of course, this upcoming one here is going to be Todak versus Aura Fire. But before that here, Monchel, I think we have to thank someone here.
Yes, definitely. As I was saying, we have to thank Snapdragon Elite Gaming, where winning matters for this amazing tournament, as you say, running for the past 3 months, which is really insane. And you recap that Aura Fire played in since the Open qualifiers up till now, which is what an amazing run.
Yeah, I agree, and hopefully they are going to be able to continue their journey because of their recent upsets as well. Because they didn't actually do too much. But of course, before we talk about the needy details of the teams here, here's a little bit of fun fact. You guys want money? Who doesn't, right? Oh,
Yeah.
You guys want a chance and walk away with 5,000 euros? Here's your chance. Take part in the FVBot Dash Cup by DHL, and you can log into esl.gg/FVBot and play a game. And the first place will be walking away with 5,000 dollars. Euros, by the way, not rupiah,
Euros.
not ringgit, not Singapore dollar, not USD, euros. So that's a lot on line here, and that's going to be a fun match for you guys. But of course, now, Monchel, I know you've got some juicy inside scoop. Please do remind me, what was it about Todak again?
Well, they're in a bit dicey spot, as I say it over social media. The fans know, everyone knows that a few of their players are under the weather, which is really unfortunate, and they'll be getting subs in. So with Todak already, they're looking really shaky, and if they do not adapt as soon as possible, a lot is riding on this, because so far I don't think they have taken a single game from the past few matches since day one, right, Terrence?
Yeah, it is very, very unfortunate for them here. But of course, to get a little bit more details on what's happening here, here's a little bit of an insight video of what's happening with Todak.
Korang tak boleh pandang rendah dekat kita orang walaupun kita orang bawa player-player baru, sebab kita orang akan tunjuk the best performance kita orang dekat sini.
But no, it's over. Kodak, ladies and gentlemen, they are your MPLFY Season 11 champion.
Kalau tengok dari segi statistik, diorang semua strong, and semua tim-tim besar lah kan. So kita orang, walaupun kita orang tak lawan dengan dorang lagi, tapi kita orang dah kaji gameplay dorang macam mana, and harap apa yang kita orang kaji itu akan memberikan hasil lah dekat tournament nanti.
Toda has always been one of those teams that you can never really anticipate what's going to happen. This one, it's more or less the same. In fact, in the Philippines, they have a saying: when you're a fan of Toda, it's a gamble.
Unpredictable. Maybe kita orang sometimes kita orang akan buat draft yang pelik, and sometimes kita orang akan guna hero-hero yang pelik juga. I think for my team is the preparation is quite good for now. So kita orang rasa kita orang dah ready untuk Snapdragon ni lah.
Now,
I don't know how you feel
have it.
about this, Terrence. It's that video was really trip down memory lane, but also really sombering. But this is the lineup from Toda. We got Formes, Malik, Amoy, Martizi, as well as Ashi. So as you can see, these are the two sub-ins, which are unprecedented times where the players are unfortunately out of action. And let's see how the manager and the coach on the side of Toda would prevail in this matchup.
When it comes to Todak, unpredictably is going to be the key. And unfortunately, event here, some of the players fell under the weather. So that's why they had to get both the coach as well as their manager to actually sub into play. So they are going to give us the best. Of course, when it comes to Todak, it is always a gamble. I agree, Lafel. It is always a gamble. They're unpredictable. It may be drafts, may be play styles as well. But here's a little bit of fun fact about Moy. Moy was once the main roster for Toda during Season 7 or Season 8, I do remember, and he has been playing under the banner for Toda for the longest of times. He has been subbed out as the 6th player also for the longest of time, and we finally get to see the action coming from Moy. Back then, his main roster was played as a roam position, and that is a time before Yums was discovered. So that's something that I'm curious to see. Can he live up to that expectation? But as of now, like we said as well, they're bringing in a manager. Ashi is also going to be playing in, and hopefully it doesn't really affect the performance of Toda, considering that this is a newly revamped Toda we're talking about, the first time ever after so many years since the beginning of MLBB.
Yeah, as you say, like, of course, Terrence, but let's jump into towards a quick recap of Aura Fire's journey as of yet. Take it away.
Aura Fire.
I saw them first here in the challenge season and oh my god, they shocked me.
Massive damage and the one they got was grand of all things.
Gak ada sih yang pengen dihindarin ya, semua sama aja lah. Jadi kayak pengen lawan semua lah. Ya pendapat gue tentang tim-tim yang invited sih, ya mereka kuat sih dan gue sangat senang untuk melawan mereka.
Berhasil dilakukan pula. Ada pergerakan begitu bebas, free hit pula didapatkan oleh Patrick kali ini di pada Francoy pun menjadi korban dan juga Pentaker masih bisa selamat.
Gue cuma main biasa aja sih di season 9 dan season 10 dan kayak gue lakuinnya tuh konsisten lah, kayak bangun pagi gue main-main terus. Dan kalau misalnya untuk apa yang kalian harapkan, mungkin semoga gue masih bisa tetap konsisten terus-terusan.
Is this their peak? No. This phase will definitely be the time to showcase their peak Aura Fire.
Kita memang jarang sih ketemu tim luar, jadi kayak ini kesempatan lawan tim luar kan. Semoga kita bisa buktiin kepada tim luar, dan untuk strategi turnamen kali ini kita lebih ke tim kita aja sih. Kita bakal buktiin kepada mereka sih, kayak bahwa kita memang pantas lah untuk berada di turnamen ini.
Well, there you have it. Aura Fire, starting things off with Kimura, Van, Sin, Kabuki, and Hai. At the same time here, Aura Fire, it is going to be proving grounds for them. And they did mention as well, it's rare for them to face off against teams from other regions, and they are hoping to learn from it. In this case, Aura Fire, it has been a long journey, coming all the way from the Open Finals and during the challenge season as well. Eterna brought up a very, very interesting fact about Aura Fire, is that they really surprised a lot of us. And considering that Aura Fire recently qualified for multiple major events, can they live up to expectations? Because as of now, Aura Fire, they are in a very, very difficult spot. And in the Spence there, they did not take a game yesterday. So today is going to be a good opportunity, and hopefully they will be able to recover themselves and hopefully make it into the challenge final. So that's something that I look forward to see. And maybe Aura Fire is going to give us a very, very good game.
I mean, I have to agree with Terrence. Like, we all love a good Cinderella story. Like, what an amazing run from the very bottom to now in the Challenger finals. I think this is like making waves across, even though like quite lackluster performance in their MPL. But hey, I mean, overall, in looking at Toda, all smiles. I think they're going into this with the open mind. Like, yeah, instantly you can see he knows how to work the camera. I would say just overall, go in, have fun. I mean, we all know and love this game. And I would say Aura Fire is in a bit of a tight spot. They known to be a team with really interesting picks, but considering this is the most flexible meta we have yet, it seems like things are not looking too hot for them.
Yeah, maybe. But at the same time, Nina mentioned as well, 4Maze, a legendary XP laner from Toda, has represented Toda multiple times in major events as well. But what surprises is that 4Maze was actually subbed up in the previous season. And ever since then, season 11, they were champions in that regards without 4Maze. But of course, this is something that I think it is going to be a power struggle. Of course, now he is taking the captain position here. Hopefully, he is going to be able to deliver and live up to that expectation. However, due to the circumstances, I don't know, because I've seen what Moy can do, but I have not seen what Ashi can do. Can he still play at a professional level, even though he's been under the management role for quite some time? So that's going to be a big question mark. Of course, as Lafel says, sometimes in life you got to take a gamble, and who knows that, you might actually hit the jackpot in this case.
As you say, definitely it's been a while, and I would say maybe he's not too rusty. All we know it's like we're passionate about esports. I'm not surprised the coaches still play with their players on a day-to-day basis, because they got to know like the ins and outs of the meta as of yet. And we're going to be showing the players head-to-head in a couple more moments. Yep. And And just cue right in. We're looking at Martizi versus Kabuki. You can see Martizi is going in towards the gold lane role. And of course,
Yep, and of course, when it comes to the head-to-heads right here, Kabuki obviously having very, very difficult stats as well, considering they took a loss yesterday alongside with Todak here. But Martizi does have a pretty decent one as well. He has been a little bit more participating in terms of his matchup as well. 95% he has been played as well. Kabuki, obviously the goal laner, not going to be in fights all that often. So we are going to be seeing the playmakers coming from both the sides, right? Kabuki, obviously the fallback plan coming from Aura, right? Like if things don't go the way they want, like if Van doesn't deliver in his early stages, he doesn't make space for him, Kabuki is going to be the backup plan coming from Aura Fire. Whereas Martizi, he is going to be the one that dictates the tempo to stop Aura Fire. So it's going to be a different approach in how they actually win the game. But this is a very, very good head-to-head because of what kind of angles that each respective teams kind of prioritize in terms of playstyle. So, when it comes to Aura Fire, pretty straightforward. But of course, when it comes to Todak, it is going to be very, very unpredictable. I say this now because sometimes, because of the fact that Martizi is going to be playing as well, he does play mage roles as well as Kadita. They might switch him up as for a roam role because Moy, based on what we're seeing so far, from what I know, Moy is a role position. But based on today, they have announced that Moy might be playing the mage role instead. So I don't know how it goes, but that's why it's so annoying.
Okay.
Because Todak has built in this culture since the beginning of time that everybody needs to play any other roles. And why I say this, let me give you the best example.
Tell
Shiku,
me.
Marksman, jungle, gold, tank, coach, analyst. Which player does this? And only Todak does this. And even then, Yums played mage, Yums played roam, Moon played tank, Moon played mage, Momo played XP, Momo played marksman, and almost every single of their player are not just forced to play the dedicated roles, they are forced to play multiple roles. And look at this, Ashi, a manager, now a player, a sub. And the thing about Todak, expect the unexpected. And of course, that's just my insights for you guys. What about you guys at home? What do you guys think about this upcoming matchup? Cast your votes in the Twitch chat and let us know who do you think is going to take the win for Aura Fire versus Todak.
I mean, show your supports to your respective, it's Malaysia versus Indonesia, show your national pride. And of course, back to Todak, it's a love-hate relationship, right, Terrence? It's like, they're so flexible, and yet, even the fans, the casters, we're having such a hard time predicting their drafts. It's kind of like tic-tac-toe in this situation. But let's look in terms of our predictions for who will come out on top of this current match.
And of course, when it comes to the predictions here, I feel it is going to be a difficult one, as both of us are Malaysians as well, to support Todak this time. And I agree with what you're saying as well. Love-hate relationship. Sometimes you love them, sometimes you just absolutely hate them. How do they pull things like that and still get away with it time and time and time again? They're super unpredictable, and that's why you love them. Sometimes, being predictable is extremely boring. However, when it comes to this, I want to see what our predictions is, because I'm pretty sure our predictions are going to be pretty favored on towards Aura Fire, just because of how Todak doesn't have the original roster now besides 4Ms. So when it comes to predictions, it seems like you are going to go for Aura Fire and I am going to go for Todak. And I believe in dreams. Dreams do come true.
You have convinced me. It's like you've been talking about Aura Fire since yesterday, about their Cinderella story, their amazing run. And I like the thing that with Todak and Aura Fire, just play fire against fire. Come up with some weird, unorthodox strat. Yesterday we have seen the Uranus jungle, which you are not a big fan of. So I think anything can happen. Something really off meta, something we haven't seen ages. Heck, Layla, Mia, just show it off. Go towards that late game ultra carry. I'm all for it. Bring it on.
My brain tells me Aura Fire, but my heart's true to Todak. How can you not love Todak? But at the same time, like I said, if Todak wins 2-0 against Aura Fire, a lot of people are gonna be very, very surprised. And in this case, if they do, let me tell you one thing. Terrence foresaw the future. Dreams do come true. Sometimes in life, you gotta hope, you gotta believe, and you gotta strongly, strongly believe, even though other people tell you you cannot. You cannot do this. You cannot achieve your dreams. You cannot this. You are gonna have so much negative impact. You're gonna suffer so much hate. You gotta believe in yourself and pray and hope that you can do it, because only you yourself can make things happen. And when that happens, and you become a champion, you have earned it. So this is what I hope for Todak. Believe in them. Believe. Even though the odds are against them. Yeah.
You're really giving this motivational pep talk for everyone in the chat. For Todak, hope you're listening and you're feeling like the fire burning in you. But here's the thing, it's always like we know the caster curse, right? We don't really want to vote for certain teams because it could be a curse, it could be a bless. So far, all my predictions from yesterday have been wrong except for the last match. So anything
Don't
can
worry.
happen.
Today, my predictions has been wrong thus far. First game wrong, second game, I hope I'm right. Even though my heart says otherwise, my brain says otherwise, I believe miracles do happen. And the beauty about competition is that you don't know what will happen. And sometimes those Cinderella stories do happen. And in most of this case, it has happened multiple times. So I'm looking forward to see how this upcoming match is going to go here. Todak versus Aura Fire. And then obviously Aura Fire is going to be the fan favorite here coming in. There's just so much talk, especially when it comes to home ground buffs as well. Like, who doesn't want to represent your own country? Who doesn't want to be playing in front of your fellow citizens? In this case, the hype is what kicks you through. Some people thrive off this energy. Some, they crumble under the pressure. So there's just so many things that I want to see. But of course, if you guys are interested, you guys always catch yourself some tickets. But now, when it comes to this matchup here, who do you think is going to play where here, coming from Todak? Do you think Moy is going to play role or mage?
I'm giving up in terms of predicting where everyone is going because I feel like at this rate it's just a free-for-all. We can just hope that they just go for comfort. I think that's one. For someone who has not been playing in the professional scene for this long, I think you just go for comfort. Go for what is safe. Play around your winning composition. You go for your win conditions, and then that's the name of the game. I won't be too upset if Todak lose the first game because I think we all know, we Malaysians, we all know Todak for reverse sweeps, like they down one game and then they reverse their competition. That's the trend, that's the Todak Langgar way. But I mean, of course, right now, Todak's performance have not been the best as of yet. I would say even harshly on the disappointing side, but let's have faith. This is day 2 of the group stages. Overall, Terrence, what do you think they need to do coming into this?
Believe, hope, believe in themselves that they will win. They are fighters and they will win. And in this case, that's the most important thing. Drafts, strategy, sure, that's the Todak way. Play a very, very weird draft and win game. And they have proven it multiple times in Malaysia. And guess what? They won MPL Season MY like that. Play off meta heroes and still win games. Guess what? It worked out in their favor. And I love it. But this time, will Aura Fire be able to read it, or would they just stick to their comfort here? Because Aura Fire, Van, we have been talking about them during Challenge Season. And, I think they have been doing so well until their recent MPL ID debut. It just didn't do too well for them. Maybe because of the fact that they have been showing their cards a little bit here. A lot of people have been watching their playstyles, patch notes coming in. There's just a lot of things that actually changes the dynamic of the game. So I really want to see whether or not are they going to be using Todak as a testing ground to actually get back their original form. Because Van, I've seen him never miss retributions, right? Like even against Homeboys, who's arguably a strong team with Chibi, especially a legendary retreat god, he was able to go head-to-head against them. And even though they lost against Homeboys during their match with Kohai Championship, but during SPS, they were able to match head to head. So I want to see whether or not, is Van back in shape, or is he still down on the weather?
I mean, I think in this current stage of the game, it's like there's a lot of focus towards the jumblers. Like I see a lot of focus towards Vans. Like all our MPL ID casters, they really highlight how this is a rising star in the ranks, a lot to prove, but at the same time we see instantly when he's not given out the space, if he's going to be back in corner pressure, doesn't have the best early game, he does struggle to come online. So it's really going to come down to Aura Fire, especially high, to really like create space, like just chaos across the map, to ensure that Van is able to scale up towards the game. But again, Todak, their playstyle, they thrive in chaos as well. I mean, Terrence, you have so much experience casting Todak games. What are things that we really need to look out for? Do we still see signs of life of the original Todak?
If they believe, I believe. If they don't believe, I still believe. In this case, praying and hoping is gonna be helping them a little bit more, and in this case they have to just go all out. So I guess in terms of strategy, they definitely have done their homework against Aura Fire, but when it comes to execution, I feel like it is going to be a little bit difficult because of the fact that no matter how much preparation they have made, if they have not spent enough time training together, that's going to be an issue, especially like some of the players are pretty much going to be cited because of health reasons. So I guess they have to pray for the miracle, and this is my brain telling you that Todak might not be able to execute it, but of course, like I said, sometimes miracles do happen, and hopefully it is gonna happen.
Well, I do like to believe and pray, but of course, like we really got to come down to, because as you say, Formace has stepped up to become captain, but now Moy, their coach, is in their ranks. Who is going to be the shot caller? Who are they going to listen to in terms of draft, in terms of the in-game like shot calling overall? How is this team going to sync? What are their dynamics? There's just so many questions in my head that can only be answered once we jump in towards the draft as well as the game. And I'm so anxious, Terrence. I just want to sink my teeth right in towards this game. I'm just hungry for some action right now.
I think you brought up a good point when it comes to shot calling, right? Let's give you guys a little bit of history lessons on how Todak back in the days, right? They always swap around their captains, and when it comes to shot calls as well, they usually juggle between Chiku being the shot caller for the team, and occasionally they have more Formace that actually does it. So I guess in this scenario, it is going to be Formace that makes most of the shot call. And normally, shot callers, we do tend to have roamers or junglers kind of make that play, right, in order to actually to make the final call. But there are some occasions, gold laners are going to be something that we are going to be looking forward to as well. And I believe Aura Fire, Kabuki does make that a lot of those shot calls coming from them. So I think in this scenario, like I said as well, Aura Fire, they have a very, very clear game plan. Van makes the space, kind of allow Kabuki a little bit more room to farm, and then just win games with Kabuki closing out the game. Whereas for Todak, they are going to be heavily reliant on Formace leading and making space on the XP lane rather than the Joker. So there is going to be difference in terms of approach for their playstyles. But of course, when it comes to the drafts, let's talk about the strategies here. Is Todak's preparations enough to actually take down Aura Fire? Because right now, we did see Vance's weakness in yesterday's games. Van, first time ever, did not get too many retribution battles in yesterday's game. So I hope this time they have kind of, sleep it off, shrug it off on their bad games, and then now bounce back. And so far, just today itself, it's all about bouncing back. RSGPH was able to bounce back just today with Demon Kite in his earlier interview. So I'm curious to see if this is going to be the bounce back moment for Aura Fire. But for now, Fanny, Kadita, Eve, as well as the Paquito being banned off.
I mean, just a quick throwback to the previous match, not to take any attention away from the current, is that RSG, they adjusted in a way where there was they don't reveal the EXP lane so early, especially in the first match. They left basically Not's hero for last, and maybe that's the strategy that Toda needs to go in. They can't reveal 4-main's hero just yet. Leave it towards the second to last pick to ensure that he has a winning lane, because instantly, like even in yesterday games, the amount of focus other teams place on towards 4-main's lane, shutting down, making sure that there's not a chance for him to even play the game. Maybe that's the strategy that Toda needs to consider. Play around 4-main's.
I'm curious to see what Aura Fire thinks about this strategy. Like, do they ban meta heroes or do they ban comfort heroes? And so far, Paquito is definitely a comfort hero coming from 4-main's. He's also known for his Benedetta in terms of space creation as well. So that's something that they may consider. But of course, even though we haven't seen too much Benedetta in the tournaments thus far, so it's something that it can be taken into consideration. But no, they are going to play the standard route. Valentina being banned, Eve as well. That means that it is going to be the Ling and Angela being stayed off. But Toda, they go for the standard opening here. Personally, I don't like it, but there have been teams that have been prioritizing this, so they don't really want Fan to play this Ling. So drafting the Angela, it's fine, but that's the thing. Kabuki will get his plot instead. So that's something that Aura Fire wants, but they deny it with the Angela. So no Angela-Link combo right now, apparently.
Yeah.
Here's a fun fact. Did you know that? Here's a fun fact. Did you know Angeling is actually a monster from a different game?
Oh, okay.
It is.
Interesting.
It is.
It's a love child between these two. Anyways, back to this. I think just it makes sense for the coaches to deny the Angela Link combo away. And right now, one that easily can be flexed towards mid, roam, and I think overall with Sin and High, they do like to play this double mage kind of strategies, just run the enemy down. And the fact that Kabuki is allowed to play his god is just absolutely terrifying. And we're seeing the adjustments coming to play. We have Faramis locked in as well as the Kufra, and because they're seeing that Valentina has already been banned out, indicates no call altar will be available to be stolen by Aura Fire, which I think overall really great. Give enough space for Malik to farm up.
I think this is a smart play coming from Todak. Personally, I'm not a big fan of this composition, but if Ashi is the one, I would say, no pun intended, right? The weak link of the team from Todak, giving Faramis to him is going to be the easier hero to play, just because of all you gotta do, just if you get caught up, boom, Purify, Call Altar, back the heck out. So I guess that's going to be the safety net they're going to be going for as well. But in terms of mage department, they are going to be lacking a lot in terms of magical damage. And currently, if we were talking about the draft as well, Aura Fire did have this near identical composition, but instead of the Faramis, they had the Angela on the side. So they don't really have a lot of magical damage. So if they decide to take a page off their opponents yesterday, they can bring in the Kadita the Karina for Van to actually play this, to actually deal with the physical damage coming from Ling.
Really spicy stuff. That was the first time we saw Karina the other day, which was interesting. Instantly see one of these other old meta junglers slowly coming back. But I think if they're lacking in terms of magic damage, I think Esmeralda, we're just going to see the classic Esmeralda versus Uranus in the EXP lane, not killing one another.
Oh yeah, the team was actually Bigatron Alpha that actually played it yesterday. So yeah, of course, now when it comes to this scenario, Uranus also one of the very few heroes that actually allows XP to do decent amount of magical damage. Esmeralda is okay-ish. It's not the greatest now in the current patch. I don't think it's gonna get a lot of value, but of course, Toda playing it safe as well. They are gonna try and deny and minimize some of those annoyances that can actually invade the jungle. So Hilda's gonna be one of those. They've shown their hands with the Uranus, so I don't expect early aggression from Uranus in the jungle. That they may or may not be bringing in Masha, even though it's a little bit unorthodox for Aura Fire to draft Masha in the pool. But Leslie being banned, it's something that Toda is very comfortable with. I guess they don't really want to do it. I feel like this Leslie pickup is a pretty clear tell that Aura Fire wants to play a Hayabusa for themselves. But I might be wrong. Hayabusa or Lancelot, either or, but they are going to double down with the Forza. So this is a pretty good safety net. They're keeping bans options open to actually counter off Todak for now. Whereas Todak, final pick here. What is 4Maze's hero as well as Matizi? Maybe Malik, I think.
I think overall our Fire's draft, it's really scary. They want to have like many ways to force out the Call Altar. So having the Feather Airstrike, having the Blazing Duet, just like I think overall really solid in the damage department already. And I think for Toda, just banning away a Joy, I think we've seen like how an absolute beast in the combination with Angela. This is really terrifying. Ooh, really Arlet as well as the carry. Really interesting.
Yeah, I like it. There is a lot of wombo combo setups here as well. It kind of enables the carry to do so. But I guess in terms of magical damage, Faramis is going to be the only damage as well. Very, very similar drafts to what Aura was playing yesterday. In terms of like 4 physical, 1 magic, but you know the Faramis does hit up a little bit more if you are clumped up. But of course, Aura Fire looks like they're not going for the assassin composition. It's just not worth it. They are gonna try and double down with the tanky ones. In this case, Mortis Jungle coming in from Aura Fire. I like the drafts coming in, and you know both have very, very clear win conditions. But of course, Aura Fire is going to be doubling down in their eggs in Van's position to kind of snowball in the early game. So that's going to be the win condition for them. Whereas Toda, all they got to do is just buy time.
Definitely buy time. I think with Todak's draft, they have really solid late game with the Ling and the carry. Of course, I'm really concerned about how much pressure the Aura Fire will be placed on towards the carry. There's so much like dive potential from their side. Really terrifying. But overall, like we all like said and done, all the pieces have been locked in. Before we jump in towards the Landon, any final thoughts on this, Terrence?
Pray, hope, believe, support your team, you support your favorite team, you know, support the casters, support your tournament, everything you support. But most importantly, it is going to be very crucial for both supports in this game to actually clutch it out for the win. In this case, Kufra and Angela is going to be the biggest highlight here in for them to win this game. But without further ado, the second series for today in B stream, the best stream. This is going to be Todak versus Aura Fire, game number 1, and you guys are currently watching the Snapdragon Pro Series.
All right, let's get into it. As like Terrence preaching, eat, pray, love. I would say all is fair in love and war. Let's see how these two teams duke it out in the Landon. Instantly, Sin. Oh, force the flicker. Oh, Malik taking a fair bit of damage. Is he going to? He's going to survive for now, but he's taking a bit too much damage already.
Oh my goodness, Todak, like they are so unpredictable. But with this play, it is gonna set Malik apart because he did not get the kill on with Sin. So it was a very risky approach, but at the same time good attempt thus far. But it seems like Moy is gonna be playing on the Metro and Ashi on this Kufra. So the manager getting extremely aggressive here. Aura Fire just getting hammered in the mid lane thus far. So mid emphasis coming from Todak. But at the same time, I don't know if this was the right play because as of now, Todak, they're winning the mid lane control, but it's still rather early in the game. All this aggression and harassment is not gonna do them any good if they don't translate it into anything else, if you think about it.
Okay, in terms of Malik, he's a bit bad. He's unable to get a kill because it slowed down his farm, almost taking his life in return. Ashi already decimate, will finish it off. Van secures first blood.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate considering that Malik is only level 3, so it's a little bit far-fetched as well, and you know, easy decimation coming from Van, so this is where the snowball begins. Van getting an early start. This is exactly what Aura Fire is banging on. They want to double down on Van and then just pray tell. But now, Turtle gonna be up contestation. Aura Fire already in position, and Toda obviously not gonna be contesting this at all. They just cannot. But you know what's interesting is that why is Kimura here? Because technically, Kimura shouldn't be this far deep into the jungle, but at the same time, they're okay with this. They're really okay with this. As long as they slow down the lane, Toda is not going to be able to get the traditional farm game if they expect as well. But here comes the catch. Moy will be forced to flicker out though.
Yeah, better airstrike has been popped as well. Not getting too much out of it. I would say both teams, they're just trading like crossfires all across the map, I would say. I do like there's signs of life from Tilda being aggressive. As long as they don't die too much towards early game, Malik, he's instantly, constantly being invaded. Van, hard guard on the ready. Ooh.
Final slash there, putting Van in a very awkward position, but they are still going to contest for orange buff as well. Toda, they're going to try and duke it out as well. Can they win the retribution? They force the Count Alter to try and prolong this fight, but the Feather airstrike is there, and Van still has the decimation. He gets the kill on towards Moy, but they do one more. Malik forced to escape out of this, but Aura Fire definitely in the victors in this battle.
Yep, definitely. Instantly, RFI is aware of the win conditions from Toda. You have to just crawl under Malik's skin, make sure that he's unable to comfortably farm, and that's the problem. It's good that he has not died yet. I'm holding my breath on that one. I don't want to jinx anything. But for now, you can see Kimura on this lane is just being so annoying. He doesn't care. He's just clearing out his lanes fast. Formace can't really do anything against him. Flameside was really concerned about this early pick, and Van steals it away. No.
Oh no, you hate to see it. But of course, that's the power of what the Martis can do, right? You give him enough lead, he is going to snowball his way through. He is going to be in your face time and time again. But this play, look at this. Because of all this space that is being made by Van on the other side of the map, Kabuki is having a fantastic lane, and on top of it all, he's one level away from Mortizi, and even then, forces a flicker out of it as well. Ashi missing the stun, almost catching the catch as well. So Kabuki, can he get out? Yes, he will. But he has done significant amount of damage on the tier 1. Not even level 5 yet. That was a full role plating in the hands of Kabuki. Dream start for any marksman thus far. But of course, Malik for the retry, does he get it? Oh no, Van just a little bit better and more precise in this.
Malik didn't even try the retribution. In case he's just keeping tab. He saved his retribution because for situations like this, Kumara making Malik's life a living hell. Oh, big catch, Sin. But Heartguard will keep this Farsa alive. Halter have been forced out as well, huh?
Yep, seems like Todak, they're just being reactive to this. Aura Fire is just getting so much value, just baiting out all these spells and just getting away with every single thing. Then again, Aura Fire just finally regroup themselves and they're just winning all their lanes. Top side as well, Kabuki, even on the macro aspect as well, he's intentionally freezing the lane just so that Mortizi is not getting any kind of farm on the top side. And while that is actually happening, bottom side is also zoning out a lot of lanes. Then Formace is nowhere near to actually help Todak at all, whereas Van continues to try and pummel and zone Todak out in all these fights.
Right now, Toda does not have the tools to unlock Formace from his lane so that he's able to join in all these massive team fights. And this is really unfortunate. You can see, even though there are not a lot of kills across the board, but Aura Fire whopping 4k cold lead in just like less than 6 minutes towards the game. Instantly, you can see the gap.
Yeah, indeed it is. But of course, now, again, bottom lane uncontested as well. Malik a little bit too far off, forced going to be shoved the lane to match it up with Kimura. That means there is not going to be any turtle pressure coming from Toda, while Aura will continue pummeling on towards the towers here. Van also level 10 as compared to Malik's only level 7. Ooh, not a good game here coming from Toda. I don't know how they're going to be able to bounce back from this, as Aura Fire just, winning all the macro aspect here and just finding farm. And now with the lane swap as well, turtle contest coming in, Formace already in position, but do they have the damage? Because it seems like there's only so much more he can do. In this case, Kimura is going to be having an assist of the Hearts God. Amoy is also going to be there as well, but Martizi, he needs to back out. But Uranus, they just don't have what it takes to kill him down. They force the count out to keep him alive, but eventually the Ionic Shield and the waves coming from Angela is going to be able to take him down. So Kodak, they'll lose one member, Ashi, find the zone of Sin. So it looks like they are going to try and capitalize on this situation, but Sin going to be able to get out the safety. They missed the combo, and now Kodak is left out to hang to dry as Aura Fire picks him apart with Kabu.
As a Farsa main, you know that Sin is unthreatened by anything that Toda has in their lineup when she opts for Flicker over Purify any day. Toda doesn't have any consistent CC from their side. Big issue. See, Amoy, I'm not seeing the overall impact that's coming through. Yes, like his counter timings, like a little suspicious. But I would say at least that Malik has not died, because right now I think Toda, what they need to do across map plays to split push, don't get caught out, drag this game out as long as possible, because they gotta start finding farm. Like, it's just get scraps, anything you can get.
Yeah, I agree. And when it comes to the scenario as well, Toda, they're currently, just completely starved out of any kind of resources here, and Aura Fire will continue with their snowball as Van level 12 as compared to Malik level 10, 2 level advantage, and somehow Toda, they need to find a way for him to match this damage output, and so far they just can't find anything as well. And considering that Moy opted to go for the Enchanted Talisman, we are going to be expecting even lesser magical damage, and you can see everyone from Aura Fire did not opt to go for any kind of magical defense at all, just because of how lacking in terms of damage that Toda is going to be giving in these fights.
I mean, the real threats, the two cores from side Toda, it's going to be Ling, it's going to be Carry. So for Aura Fire to build like more physical defense makes the most sense. Because as I say, Amoy, even though he's going for lethal injection, for that just a bit more damage, he is more of a support style of play.
Yup, at the same time here, Van looking to close out this game here. Kabuki chipping away tier 2, but they are going to force a fight. But Ashi with the Tyrant's Rage here, flickers forward, next on Sid. They caught him off surprise, but where's the damage? They don't have the damage to do so. Great engagement, but just lacking in economy. And now Kabuki will pick them apart. Formace now getting taunted with the recall, and a double kill for High as Aura Fire out-sustains the burst, and now Malik in desperation tries to trade objectives across the map. Will steal an orange buff away, but Aura once again prime position to take the Lord as Toda nowhere near to contest this. But Malik threw himself. Can he steal this? But it seems like it is going to be very difficult to do so.
I'm actually okay if Ashi threw his life just to get his hands onto it. Sin. The Formace dying here definitely just evens out in terms of trade. Aura Fire in the driver's seats. The first door gotten, no contestation whatsoever.
And now with the Corrosion Sci-Fi and Kabuki as well, this is going to be even hard as well. But Aura Fire, they're going to steal the purple buff. Do they get it? They force the Retribution up on Malik, so that's huge. But at the same time, the Lord is going to be clawing in very, very soon though.
Well, with Grand Theft Auto not successful, at least Malik can do stuff across the map. You can see that wave pushing against the Lord. At least this buy time, but create space for Toda to farm up. As I say, they do have win conditions. Martizi has only died once, Malik none. They just need to farm up, they need time. Toda, the timers need to come and play. Aura is well aware that they get to close out this game as soon as possible.
Yeah, and of course, now with the Lord pushing on the bottom side, Aura Fire going to be playing the textbook play. They are going to try and wait for the punish. Ashi going to be flanking from the side, but they need to find a way to dish it out because Moy now doesn't have his damage yet. He's only got his Enchanted Talisman. I think he's opted to go for Ice Queen 1, so we are not going to be expecting major burst yet until he gets his Lightning Chunk and Divine Glaive, and this is where we see the power coming from Moy. But of course, will it get to the stage? Feather Strike already zoned up Moy, no countouts are available. Formace already starting the fight. He's going to be able to prolong his way through, but Kabuki keeps him in a place with the stun lock coming from the strings of the Angela. And that's going to be first the death coming in, and top side as well. Malik is going to try and draw this game out. He's going to try and trade off an inhibitor, but with this play, Aura Fire, they have to back off.
At this case, I think Toda, they're willing to throw bodies to secure objectives. I think it's the name of the game. I think Formace dying there, not too bad. He was really trying to jump to backline and just create distraction so that Malik is able to split push. These are the signs of light from Toda. Let's remember, Toda is a team that's known from playing Beervine. This is their style, and Aura needs to be more aware of their split push mechanic because overall Malik, despite all the pressure...
Oh no! Ashi, he tried to make the play, but because of that, now they have to back off, and Aura Fire, they're looking to capitalize on this. Martizi will finish off Bando. That's huge to get one kill, but it's only one kill at what cost?
a jungler for a roam and marksman, and now 4Maze in an awkward position. No one to help him. They're calling in Malik to save the day, but well, Aura is just too healthy to do anything now. Malik has no choice but to clear the lanes here. He's gonna buy a little bit more time, but Aura Fire says to defend the minions while Kabuki makes work on the tier 3 down bottom. Now tier 2, a tree in the middle is gonna be exposed as well as Kodak. They're throwing bodies for this, but eventually the crystal will fall and Kabuki says, I don't care, I'm gonna tank the turrets. The minions will get cleared out though. The backup protection is helping in, but eventually Kabuki pushes the lane, they take the crystal, and they take game 1 against Toda.
GG, well played for Aura Fire. Instantly, you can see the domination from, I think, start to finish. Even though we saw signs of light compared to previous games with Toda, it was still a really massive goal lead in favoring Aura Fire. But I think, considering everything, it was a really good effort. But I think necessary adjustment needs to be made. You need to give 4Maze like more playmaking heroes. Arla's just not cutting it anymore.
Yeah, I think Arlott is good. It's just that in terms of, you know, taking those fights as well, it feels like it's very difficult for them to actually pull off what they kind of composition, right? Like, you know, Aura is just playing the macro game a little bit better compared to Todak, whereas Todak, they're looking to just be very, very chaotic. And, you know, I like the idea that they were able to bring chaos, but you have to give prop towards Sin, because time and time again, if Sin were to die early game, I'm pretty sure this would have been a completely different game from Sayatoda. So in terms of the drafts here, I say, you know, the drafts here is going to be obviously favoring towards Aura here. They have a balanced amount of damage from physical as well as magic, but for Todak, the only magical damage was pretty much from the Faramis, and every single time Moy comes in, he's forced to play a defensive role, so he can't really chip away at the HPs of Aura Fire. The biggest issue, of course, you know, the sustains coming from Uranus, the heals coming from Angela was a big problem. And I think, you know, when it comes to this scenario, RSGPH did a very, very solid number on how to deal with Angela composition, which is bringing in the box here. So I guess draft-wise, obviously, Aura Fire definitely, you know, played this a little bit better because, you know, the drafts from Toda was just very hard to execute.
I would say yes, a lot of execution required. The catch potential is definitely there. But I think it's like Arlott versus Uranus. This is why my argument against you, Terrence, is that you can't do anything against Uranus, and like once Uranus is unlocked, he clears his way, he cuts the waves through his back. He's going to mess with Malik so much. He's going to like just cut the waves, just do what all these Uranus things, and there's nothing on the side of Todak, not enough damage early on to take him out.
Yep, and very, very clean game coming from Aura Fire. They've got their basics done, they've got their textbook plays done, and communications was all-time high as well. Everybody knew how to, you know, get a little bit greedy and take advantage of the lead that they had. They snowballed this game, and there was just absolutely nothing Toda could have done. So they definitely need to rethink this draft and figure out whether or not can they bounce back for game number 2. But of course, Aura Fire, very, very clean game thus far. And I like how things has went in their favor. Even though they have switched up a little bit drafts here, I know Todak wants to just, you know, deny the link away from Ban, right? Like, even though, you know, on track record wise, he didn't win a single link game in yesterday, but of course, Ban playing against the link is not exactly easy. Playing with the link is also not exactly easy because, you know, in the macro aspect of the game, you have to be constantly communicating. So I guess Todak took a very risky gamble. They tried their best. They almost made a little bit glimmer of hope down the top side where Malik was almost getting able to trade off tier 3, but almost is not enough. However, let's talk a little bit more on the post-game stats as well. In terms of itemizations here, Moy opted to go for the Genius one. Not exactly sure what is intended for as well, because, you know, the Genius one reduces the magic defense of your opponent, but there's just no one from the side of Todak that kind of can able to utilize the Genius one properly.
I mean, the usual Clock of Destiny build, the Morpher, which works well with Lethal Injection, is not really cutting out. Todak can't really go for a scaling anymore at that point. I think Amoy just thinking either, you know, Genius or Divine, either way would have worked out fine. Just a bit more damage, able to clear out the waves. But I think overall, it's like Martizi, even though he wasn't really punished very much because so much focus was towards Malik as well as 4Maze, I think it's difficult. Like this overall changes in roles from mid towards goal. It's a lot of pressure on towards him. And we did see like he did play quite aggressive. He was able to get killed, but instantly Aura punished. Like they bang on the fact they're on the lead, they're aware of the win conditions, and they just, I would say, steamroll over Toda.
Yeah, GG, well played. And of course, damage dealt as well, skyrocketing on Aura favor. Kabuki, 43k damage output. Kimura as well, 32,000 his favor. Everyone is just doing a decent amount of damage, and even High is able to just do more damage than Malik. And who could blame him, Toda, considering that, they just couldn't pick a fight in their favor. Like every single time Ashi tries to start a fight, it was just completely outclassed by Sin, if you think about it. And there's just it was very difficult to do so. But of course, they tried their best. But of course, game number 2 is going to be a little bit different here. Hopefully, they are able to just switch up their drafts. But in terms of the damage dealt so far, damage taken, I guess, obviously, Toda, they are going to be the ones that get sandbagged as well. Ashi, Kufra is the type of hero where you go in, you miss, that's it. You're not getting out. It's almost impossible to get out and without the support of your teammates. Damage towers obviously favoring towards Aura. Heals as well. Obviously, you have an Angela, you have a Uranus. You are going to get so much value in terms of sustains into his team fight. So it's funny that we are going to see Uranus back in action because of the recent emblem changes, right? Like I know if Gideon was casting this, he would say like, oh my god,
Yes.
Uranus is by far the most boring hero to watch. But guess what? When Uranus was broken, that's by far the easiest hero to climb rank with. People just don't know how to deal with it. Like if you're not playing with a 5 stack in your teammate
Agree.
and communicating with voice comms, you're not gonna beat a Uranus, because Uranus can literally just 1v2 all the way through.
Yep, I mean, you see in many games how many members it took to take down a Uranus. Instantly, you can see how Aura Fire just played this really well. And we're gonna jump into it. Who's going to be MVP on the side? Aura Fire. Honestly, it's like it's gotta be Van, right? No, and
Yeah,
okay, Kabuki. All right.
Well, it is going to be Kabuki for sure. He played his lanes very, very well. In the gold lane as well. He was able to isolate his farm ahead of the carry as well. His freeze lane. He was doing a lot of macro aspect as well. And when they need him the most, he delivers. The blazing duet coming in, it was clutch. Taking objectives across the map, just leaving no room for the side of Toda to actually bounce back despite the constant pressure coming from Van. He is undeniable the MVP, because 12 minutes a game, max slaughtered. So well done indeed. But of course, let's catch a little bit of highlights on how things went down in the games thus far, where how Aura Fire did it.
Yeah, I think the fact that Wind of Nature already built out ensured that Toda already lacking damage. There are moments where this was a pretty okay fight, but Sin, beautiful positioning, able to chunk down the remaining members of Toda. Like, even though we see instantly, we're unable to catch this Farsa, there isn't anyone to really jump towards the backline. And a situation when there's a Link versus Farsa, usually if Link is really fed, the Farsa should be living in fear, quaking, anything. And you can see there are trades across the board, but Toda was really just lagging behind, and they have no ways of dealing with Aura Fire's comp.
Yep, and even here as well, at this stage of the game, Kabuki was just so far ahead, It was a beautiful engagement coming from Toda. If the economy was kind of 50-50 from both sides, I'm pretty sure Toda would have won that engagement. But at the same time, you can see quick reflexes as well. And this is very underrated because, if you pay attention to what Ashi tried to do, he tried to cancel all the blazing duet with his Tyrant's Revenge. Kabuki actually popped his Purify to block that, and that's pretty sick if you pay attention to the highlights. So mechanical skills in terms of micro here, he is definitely on par. So well done coming from Aura Fire. That is going to be 1-0 against Todak. And they definitely deserve this victory. And I hope that they will be able to continue this winning streak, because they definitely need whatever points they need to try and stay alive in this respective group.
Yep, very much agree. And I mean, just so easy, just a click of the button, you negate Todak's engagement, and you're able to just dish out a crazy amount of damage from basically a maxed out plot. Overall, Terrence, we talked about adaptations. What does Choda overall needs to do? Because I think Aura Fire, they have it all set. I would say this is the most normal draft we've seen them as of yet in this tournament.
You know, to be honest, they have to respect Kabuki. You know, they have to ban the Cloud Buki. In this case, Cloud being stayed true as well, and the first pick phase where they prioritized the Ling over that, it was definitely a difficult call to play, considering that they prioritize the Ling, let the Cloud through. It's okay, you know, Angela, they'll just steal it away. They have, like, the thing about Vangela right now in this current stage of meta is that it has a lot of flexibilities, right? You can play it, you know, you can synergize with the junglers, you can synergize with marksmen, you can synergize with the XP lanes, etc. Because of those emblem changes, it kind of enables him to do a little bit more. So Ling is pretty one-dimensional now at this stage. Like, there's no flexibility about it. You know, there's only one thing you can do. Your teammates start a fight, you go for the finish. You're gonna split push, that's about it. You're not the type of hero that can lead the charge and just completely snowball, such as heroes like Martis, such as heroes like Frederick, or even a Paquito to a certain degree. So I guess, I think when it comes to drafts as well, flexibility is gonna be key. There's a reason why certain heroes are just so top tier, S tier picks, because of how versatile they can be. Martis, definitely S tier. Fredrin, definitely S tier as well. You can Faramis, definitely S tier, just because you can play mage, you can play support as well. Digi, maybe, yeah. Kadita also gonna be a little bit flexible. So I guess in that direction, they definitely need to rethink their opening drafts a little bit more.
Easily, what are your top 3 like hero picks? Like either must contest or ban in the current meta?
Wow, that's a pretty good one. I think Kadita shouldn't be first phase banned because you know you only ban Kadita because you don't have a way to deal with it, right? Like Petrify, etc. You know, just a purify time journey is going to be able you're going to be able to get out of it. So I guess in this scenario, you can have a little bit more leeway for Kadita, even though not many teams have strategies to deal with it. But we've seen, you know, teams that they do have a way to deal with it. They do thrive on it because, you know, if you purify out of the initial combo, you know, Kadita is just not able to do too much despite having a rough waves.
I mean, hey, with some respect towards High's Kadita, it's like the many moments like tournaments, MPL, it's like even like the most experienced teams don't know how to deal with High's Kadita. Yes, even if he doesn't have the best start, he's still an extra body distro, like it's constantly just in your head, like a constant pressure of whether your team or yourself is gonna get bursted down. But of course, we're going towards game 2 with the draft.
Yep, Angela currently going to be opened up as well. If Todak doesn't ban it, I'm pretty sure Aurora Fire is going to first phase pick it. And in this case, it is going to force Todak to play something different because leaning on 4 mains here, he does have the tendency to lean on playmaking heroes. However, forcing to play a Uranus there is going to put Todak in a very, very awkward position. So I guess in this scenario, they definitely can think about it, but do they want to let the Angela through from Aura Fire? Do they want to play an Angela composition or not? But no, they ban off the Kaja. I like it. It seems like Aura Fire wants to play an assassin this time for ban rather than forcing him to play Mortis. So
no, it's like, if anything,
maybe.
I'm suspecting Joy.
Oh yeah, Joy is a pretty good shout as well. Like, it's funny how Joy is always like a first pick material, and then suddenly out of nowhere, recent patch, nerf, blah, emblem's gone. Joy now kind of just like there, but it's still strong with Vengeance Joy's combo. But Todak, you can see smiles up on the captain for 4 maze. They are still believing. Hope it's not over yet for Todak fans. They will gonna give their best, I guess, because now Valentina being banned means Kadita, you know, like I said as well, is going to be slid off. So Aura Fire, do they want to pick it or do they want to go for the Angela?
It's our showtime.
But it seems like Claude again. Oh no, completely forgotten. You know, don't care about the meta. Kalbuki is the way to win games. Game 1 MVP now. Kalbuki, second time. Gonna show you how it's done.
I think we need some like hero stats on what is the win rate on like for this Claw like throughout the from day 1 to day 2, because man, just giving Kabuki his comfort. Claude just farm up instantly. That is your win condition from the side of Aura, hands down. But this opens up the likes of Angela with so much flexibility. What are they gonna do? Toda, it's your call. Do you really want to give Aura Fire Angela again?
Yeah, and at the same time, you know, it looks like they are not gonna. Oh, I was about to bring up the Novaria though. I'm really surprised that Novaria has been ignored in these past 2 days. We saw a few games here in the other streams, but I feel like Novaria is still relevantly strong. So I like that Oda is taking that approach here. Can be flexing support, can be flexing towards the mid lane. I want to see if that's going to be the case. Are they going to play a double mage composition? Because as of now, Kadita is also in the pool. So technically, they can go for Kadita and Novaria at the expense of losing out frontline controls, crowd controls.
I think it could go either way. If like Aura Fire, Kadita Farsa is just a signature like pairing. Everyone has seen this throughout like all their games. This is one of their most terrifying combos. As for Novara, I have concerns. She wants to be basically scanning the back, like landing those Star Shadow, providing vision for the rest of Toda. For these, I would say, big team fights. This is where the strength comes true. But I am very worried.
Yeah, I agree. But yep, I like this adaptation from Toda. Like, you know, I guess this is in their notes as well, because back in the days during Todak days as well, like the original roster and past history, Claude is a good way to deal with Grok is a good way to deal with Claude. Like whenever the Claude comes in with Blaze Duet at the wrong time, you can actually wall charge him and just cancel off the Blaze Duet. All you need to do is just surprise him, cancel his Blazing Duet, chain stuns him, and then burst him down. So I guess this is the idea that Ashi is going to be going for. But they do ban off the Angela. That means this is going to be a Novaria mage coming in from Moy for Todak.
No, I think if anything, they just don't want to give Kabuki like that safeguard. Overall, it's just like, yes, you know, wild charge in, but with a click of button, purify Kabuki, just like BMI out of there, like sayonara. That's it.
Yeah, I agree. You know, it actually can happen here. In this case, when it comes to the playstyles here, I'm surprised Aura Fire has banned Leslie twice now against Todak. You know, maybe they have some sort of inside information. Martisi is just that good at playing Leslie or something. But, you know, I think going for a carry here isn't too bad. But Eve being banned, Valentina being banned, I'm more curious to see what else and how they are going to tackle this Frederick now. But Todak, they ban off the Uranus. Very, very annoying sustains here. They just don't want to deal with it and play against the healing compositions coming from Todak. But interesting. This is very interesting that Orify actually banned off the Franco despite showing the Grok. Is this an XP Grok though?
No, here's the thing. Like Franco, really great to like, you know, catch out the Claude. You want more ways to force out the Purify, or basically any of his skills that enables him to escape. Why I don't like carry in this situation. Yes, a great counter for Fred, but with the threat looming of the Feather Airstrike getting bursted down, it's just too big of a risk. I'm not sure if they'll still go for it, but Lunox! Ooh.
Yeah, okay.
I like it. I like this. Maybe a bit biased. Come on.
Okay, the reason why I'm at a loss of words is that is Todak living up to their expectations? Is
we're all thinking the same
gonna
thing.
be the unpredictable theirs? Is this a Lunox jungle?
Yes.
Like whenever Lunox jungle comes into mind, it is gonna be Todak. Like nobody does this. Like there are some few teams that get away with it, but nobody doubles down on Lunox jungle every single time and hopes to go away with it. And Todak, they're bringing in, but of course, the Fredrin and Lancelot being played from Aura Fire, they still have healings, they still have feelings, and in this case, it is gonna be XP Fredrin.
Yes, I believe that neither teams are cold-blooded. They definitely do have feelings. And this is a hero that I mentioned a lot. It's like if Angela is banned now, you have Florin, global healing with her ultimate, really annoying. And this is really gonna negate Amoy's Star Shatter. It's like you think, oh, I got my target, whoop, just heal, and whoa! Toda! What?
What am I? Okay. I see where they're going. You know, what marksman? You know what? Gold lane Lunox, you know, somewhere along the lines, I think no one saw this coming, except for Zaze. You know, if you guys know who Zaze is, he was the former coach for EVOS Legends. You know, the one that actually brought EVOS Legends all the way to their first M1 championship. And he always makes like a draft tier list over the years. He puts Lunox as an A tier, almost close, yeah, A tier in gold lane. And not many people believe that. And in this case, I think, you know, Todak taking the gamble says that, you know what, we didn't have enough magic last game. This time we give you so much magic that you cannot resist me. And in this case, Lunox is a perfect hero to deal with tanky compositions because of his skills to actually penetrate high HP heroes. So it's kind of like a magic version of carry, but not as much damage as a carry, of course.
I mean, overall, it's like, I think the idea is to, with so much magic damage early on, it's just you want to win out early on, burst your opponent down, and we're back in the land of Dawn. It's game 2, it's do or die for Toda. Let's see what they have with this recent adjustment. Let's just jump right into this game.
Whew! Aura Fire on the blue side and Todak on the red side. Will Todak be able to bounce back with this interesting creative composition that they have been known for? But as of now, Ashi gonna be starting things off in the bottom lane here. He's gonna try to support 4 mains to try and zone out this play, but Moy getting some serious damage in, and Sin now forced to back out. So again, very similar approaches. Todak wants to try and zone Sin out as much as they can. But is it going to translate to anything? Because now Malik going to be playing the Mortis. I feel like Todak has a very, very good chance this game compared to the previous one. But now Mark, easy. Is going to try and man fight against Kabuki. And obviously Kabuki is going to lose up this fight because, you know, Martisi obviously has the sustains to heal back.
Yep, that's just the beauty of Lunox. I mean, remember back then, like Lunox versus Harip in lane? That was a doozy.
Agreed. But now, Kabuki is gonna try and slow this lane as well. He freezed up the lane a little bit here so that he's gonna have a little lane control. But for now, they are gonna play this a little bit slow for at least until towards the mid game where the bloom is gonna be taking effect on towards the landslide. But I'm curious to see where did Hai put his passive ability on. I think it's on Van, I guess, or is it gonna be on the gold lane? So I'm not sure. Yeah. That's something I think later on we'll actually see it though. But of course, bottom side here, they do get a first blood on 4 mains, so that's huge. And there's nothing more can do about this.
I mean, again, like that's why I say, like even in other matches of Toda, so much focus was put towards 4 mains. They want to ensure that he shuts him down, is unable to like be unlocked from his lane and join Toda for these big team fights. Like this is not a great start.
Yep, agreed. Kimura now going to be trying zoning things up. Ashi getting taunted his way through. He's going to send it for the wombo combo. They do catch him, and that's going to be Kimura bursted down. That's huge. Now Van's going to be next to fall potentially. Malik continuing his assault. Decimation breaks through, but Van, he is going to be able to get out courtesy of high stun, and that's going to be Malik going to be backing out. Continues their catch as well. Ashi looking for the zone. Van dropping a little bit too low here. Needs to be a little bit careful here. Moy can actually snipe him. He's looking for the angles. High, trying to block the trajectory. But looks like he is not going to focus his way through. But Turtle will be secure from the side of Todak. While Aura Fire has no choice but to back out.
Overall, I think considering everything, like really okay trade for Toda, securing their first objective in a really long while. Van, like actually getting forced out a little bit here. Really interesting. But overall, I think good adjustment, at least for Martizi, who is normally in the mid lane, is going to be a bit more comfortable. Yes, he got gang on top side, but it also means that Todak is having some brave rooms, securing some objectives off the bat.
Yep, I like this. You know, they are taking advantage of their power spikes because, you know, having three mages means that they have early kill potential. And in this case, Todak, they are going to try and force the issue. However, speaking of the issue, Ashy, oh no, he got bursted down before he actually popped the Wrath Wave. So that means Aura Fire will be able to slow down this momentum that Todak is trying to revive on. So very nice pick there.
It's really unfortunate. It's all about those timings and Aura Fire. I mean, come on. They play so much Kadida, roam, or mid. It's like they know. They're aware of the limits of this hero, and they definitely know how to time their stuff perfectly. Martizi getting the poked out, like I would say, he's alright, but he's definitely stuck under tower. Ashi is walking into an ambush.
Oh no, Ashi just, you know, could not tank the burst coming in, and now Malik is gonna try and pick up high as well. He's gonna be zoned out, and Flori needs to make a get away, but he's not gonna be able to do so. So that's gonna be a very nice trade-off coming from Malik. Meanwhile, Todak, they want to try and extend the fight, and Kabuki gets bursted down by 4 Maze, and now this is what I'm talking about. Todak action. When you least expect it, they hit you hard. However, Aura, they're gonna try and trade off the bottom side. Kimura, no, it is a lost cause, but we are gonna try and find farm across the map.
Overall, like Malik having a really good start, good amount of farm. I was really worried that Florence healing would really mess with the decimate timing overall if timed well. But I think Malik is not too deterred. As for Ashi, you gotta be careful. Aura Fire, they're just camping for you. They are aware.
Yep, again, here comes the sights coming in. Astral comes in. They do have the vision, but they are going to try and force an issue. Kimura still has a relatively health, but for Maze, he is going to looking for the player. He does have the wall charge, but boom! They take down Kimura, partnered up with Ashi. They get the kill.
Ooh.
Malik now going to be stonewalling his way through. They got to. He's looking for more. Now, the kite comes in, but it's low enough as well. He's going to get a double decimation. No! He almost got the final kill, but it is going to be a triple for Malik, and High barely escapes this, and Todak takes the turtle as well. And like I said, sometimes in life you gotta believe, and Todak is making it work with this composition.
We take those. We absolutely take those. High getting the shutdown, I'm fine with it. He's a Florid. We take these.
We definitely do. In this case, Malik almost getting the decimation proc, almost getting the quad there, the maniac. But at the same time, Todak now still continuing the pressure here. Kabuki needs to play this a little bit safe as well. He needs to respect the magical damage that Todak is delivering here. In this case, Martizi hurts, Ashi hurts, Moy hurts as well, and everyone coming from the Todak does have the burst potential to take them down unless they get those radiant armors and the Tina shield up. But for now, Todak, they're looking for the catch once again. Ashi does have the petrify, but Ashi gets scouted out by High though. So Aura, they're gonna be respecting this, playing a little bit safer now, I guess.
No, just a bit of poking from both sides. Both sides are aware of the damage potential, and they're just checking each other out. No, I would expect 2 major engagements. I think we would expect that around the next objective. We can see both Van and Malik just having a good look of each other. They do have really nice skins,
Yep. At the same time, Kabuki just got his golden staff, and Flori now going to be putting the bloom up on Kabuki to enable him. So they are going to take advantage of the first power spike of this plot and hope to try to manage their way through. So Todak, they have to be a little bit careful about this because they have been shifting the focus on Kimura. Wall charge already expended. Now they have to back off. But Kimura looks like he's not going to be able to start a fight for the team. Malik is here showing face, but it's just not the right time now. So Todak will back off. But easy. A bit awkward as well. Will be Brilliance out of there. So he's going to be fine for now. But at the same time, Todak, do they still want to fight this? But they get the Petrify. Kabuki, oh, he missed the timing. He will Purify out of there. And now he turns the tide with the Blazing Duet. And Kimura flickers forward, interjects, catches Ashi off. And that's going to be 1 down from Todak.
I think just lose the roam fine. Amoy, fortunately, was able to use the Astro Echo, just phase through the walls, get out of the situation. But instantly Aura Fire capitalizing on it, secured their first turtle this entire game. Todak, they have a really obvious timer on their hits. They need to close this out game for Brilliance. Once again, first out, but instantly no defense for Mace while charged.
And yeah, and at the same time, Kabuki getting scouted out as well. They burst him down, they take him out, and now Aura Fire, they have to back out. Kimura is here to save the day. Ashi does have to damage chain his way through, but they lose 2 with this pickoff. So Todak, beautiful setup thus far, but at the same time, Van nowhere near close to help them at all. As Aura Fire, they need to reset this.
I honestly, like, despite everything, I have to give props to Ashi. Like, just your management, imagine your management playing Kadida for you against Aura Fire, one of the easily one of the best Kadida players I would know in MPL ID. Like, the pressure is real.
Oh my goodness, Ashi, man, he doesn't have the skill. He might die here. He goes for the burst, but no, man. He needs to get out. He doesn't have the skills here, but he dropped down so low. He needs to drop the decimation, and it's gonna be enough as Martese finishes him off. Aura Fire got a little bit hanky there, but now Kabuki is gonna be next as well. But what? For Mace? What is that damage coming in from him? And now they're gonna look for more. Kimura drops the appraisal round. Martese won't be fallen as well. Now Sin saves the day, trades off a double down middle, and Todak, beautiful start, but Aura Fire is able to trade as well.
Time to go, Amoy. Ooh, that's not worthy if he had died right there. Both sides are just trading back and forth. Like, this is the first time I'm seeing like the goal this even.
Well, it is not over. Sometimes you gotta believe. In this case, Malik making things work with this Martis. Kimura not having a great time as well. It's level 13. Van is able to catch up as well. But look at this, itemization-wise, obviously Martis gonna be going for the tank build, but Van going full damage right from the get-go. Having War Axe, having Motor Nessus, and Thunderbelt means that he's not as tanky as we thought. But that's all for now. Feather X-Ray being expanded, Kimura being chained as well. But Abraser's Draft is getting cancelled. Malik chain CC his way through, but Todak, they're looking for the reset. Ashi now, he needs to go for Petrify, he's gonna force this, but Van dodges into the Dawn Rose, and now he needs to get out, but the Phantom Execution will catch him at the last tick. And that's gonna be the outplay coming in from Van, as Todak loses Ashi, but the Lord still up for grabs. Aura still very healthy about this. Todak, they cannot go for this fight, but they are gonna try as well. Malik trying to zone the ball, but he's getting completely pincered off. Snipes coming from Moy, not gonna be able to do him good, so that's gonna be an easy Lord in the hands of Aura Fire.
I think, again, like, it takes guts to play this hero against what, there isn't much Todak can do at this fight yet. They just gotta buy out their time. Yes, ideally, like, they do have okay scaling. The fact that Forma is going for C Albert first item, you're wondering why he did so much damage. I wonder if that's enough though.
Yeah, it is indeed, but Aura, look at this. Van is so confident, but he's used up all his skills. He's gonna change CC, he's got punished by this. Formace takes him down, but at the same time, they trade Ashi for this. So Todak is still in for a running, but at the same time, they need a marksman because over time, Aura Fire, Kabuki is gonna come up line because little did they know, Kabuki is just farming his way through down bottom lane.
I'm lost for words. Every time I mention a specific player, a huge play is made, and I'm just completely caught off guard. Despite everything, this has to be the best performance that we see of Todak as of yet. Even though Aura, yes, they're in the lead, they're pushing back, but Van, like, he's not having the best time, on this Lancelot.
Well, it's okay. I guess, sacrificial plays is much needed here. Focus all your resources on Van is good. Claude is going to be the backup player, in this case Kabuki right now. He is, getting a lot of necessary farms as well as a marksman, and eventually Todak won't be able to handle him. But for now, let's take a look at the damage leaderboard for now. Malik topping the shots here alongside with Sid and Moy, so it is still a good sign. Todak does have the damage, but in terms of gold lead wise, it is very worrisome as Mar is like 2,000 away from Kabuki.
Yep, it is really concerning. Malik is able to... Does he get it? Yes, he does. He gets his orange, but for Aura, just pushing the issue. Ooh,
oh
rough
my
waves.
goodness. They do the catch as well. Kimura in a very awkward spot. He is gonna fall, and Aura Fire did not expect the ambush once again. And again, Todak, they're just hammering on Kimura multiple times, making sure that Ferrijin is out of the equation. But Kabuki taking a little bit too much damage here. Todak, they do have what it takes to threaten him, unless I think he has his Winds of Nature. But for now, Todak still has the potential to make a comeback for this game.
But take note, Wind of Nature can't save you from magic damage. And what does Todak have? A lot of magic damage.
Agreed. In this case, now Todak, it's all about sieging. And right now, they may not have the best sieging composition to actually take turrets. But for now, they do have what it takes to fight back against them. So it's going to take a little bit more time, but eventually, let's pay attention to one of the late game scaling heroes, right? Like, where does Novaria stand? Because it feels like once Moi gets his max slot item, any squishies coming from Aura Fire that gets shot in, gets sniped in by this Novaria is going to be pretty much out of the fight right from the get-go. So they have to be a little bit more worried on what Moi is capable to do. But for now, they're playing it safe. Lord Van is going to be taking it for now. Malik going to be zoning them out. Kimura also trying for his bodies, but look at the prank, the wraparound. Todak, they're looking for it. Ashi is concealed here. He's too far off, but he's all by himself. Where is his teammate here? He's showing his body. They're separating the fight, but Ashi, he goes for the play. He catches on Sid, but he gets bursted down before he can do anything. Meanwhile, Van also getting bullied out from the side lanes as well. Kimura trying to stall his way through, but the Lord will get resettled here as Malik tries to go all in, but he's separated from the rest of his team, and Todak, they get completely diced out on the sides. And now Martizi also running for his dear life on the sides. Van says, I've got minions, I've got the ascension, and now the damage will come through and he will pick him apart.
Yep, no brilliance to save the Lunox whatsoever. What I saw was Van actually taking labor and forced to retreat, but instantly Malik just went, I think, way too far. Really was just gunning for the kill, and he just was isolated from the rest of the team.
Oh no.
Amoy just barely surviving. Ashi knocking out, but you're gonna do too much against Kimura.
At the same time here, Aura, they're respecting the power of Todak, but Kabuki, look at this, he's got the damage. No, Ashi, no! He just got auto attacked by Kabuki. You have been bullying me, and now Kabuki is online, and he is gonna pick him apart. And you know, at this stage of the game, this is where Aura Fire's win condition is all met, and Todak needs to find a way to stop it.
I think it's going to be really rough, like here on out. Instantly, Aura Fire, like shifting gears, they're aware of their item power spikes. This is approaching the late game. Todak's time may have just run up, and unless like Formaze makes a massive play, because that's the main source of engagement, wall charge or Ashi throwing bodies to ensure that a key member of Aura Fire is taken out. I'm not sure how Todak can defend against the onslaught of Aura Fire.
Yep, I agree. But as of now, turrets are gonna fall. The Lord will be crashing on an inhibitor, and Todak now, they're going for a fight. Van, he's getting a little bit aggressive here. He does zone out more, but look at this. Conceal play from the back line for Maze. Connects on two, and here comes the explosion as Sin gets taken now, but he will trade his life for it as well. But at the same time, Aura, he still has Kabuki. Look at this, so healthy. He's gonna pick them all bit by bit. They lose two, and now Aura Fire is gonna be knocking at the door. The crystals exposed. Kabuki says, I want to end this game. Smart easy, going for the brilliance, tries to clear the minions, but they don't seem to have the damage. But at the same time, Van is annoying the heck out of them, and he's got the Phantom Execution to kill him off. Double kill for him. Malik left, only one standing. He's got the immortality. He's gonna buy time, but
there's
he's
one
not gonna have
minion
the damage.
left.
He clears the minions left, and the minions still survive. And Aura says, I will end this game, and I'll close it out for you. And that's gonna be Aura Fire 2-0 Todak.
Congratulations to Aura Fire, but my heart breaks for Todak. Terrence, how do you feel after this match? I mean, we honestly could say this was kind of expected. We knew that Todak had to close out the game before we hit that mid-late game power spike. Instantly, you don't give Kabuki claw. I think you see overall his performance, like, he's unstoppable.
Yeah, I agree. You know, Kabuki is back. And at the same time, hopes and dreams of Todak to try and win this game is pretty much crumbled. You can only hope. But most importantly, you have learned something new. In this case, experience is going to be what they have learned. And hopefully, Todak is going to be able to bounce back over the respective matches to come. But for now, congratulations for Aura Fire as they get the clean 2-0. And hopefully, they are going to be able to get back in shape to actually make a comeback in this scenario. But for now, that was a very convincing game there coming from Aura Fire. And in terms of recap as well, I felt like the Florian was a little bit interesting. You know, they have some sort of healings, there's a little bit of stuns here, but once the Bloom is available, you can see how much Kabuki is just dishing out in terms of damage alongside Van in the later stage of the game.
No, if anything, the Florian ping counters what Malik wants to do. With this Martis, you're gonna mess up with his Decimate if he's not even gonna hit his pet go bam, bam, bam on towards his opponents. And Novara as well, it negates the amount of pressure they have with the Star Shatter, like just being able to hit your opponents from far. That is just negated away. But unfortunately for Martzi, I was expecting more aggressive plays from the Lunox, like off the bat, because like early on when Claude is not itemized like fully yet, Lunox should be winning in lane by right.
Well, that's the thing, you know. Sometimes in life, you know, you gotta take a risky gamble. In this case, you know, when you're watching Toda, it's always gonna be a gamble. I was expecting maybe a jungle Lunox coming in, but I felt like Malik did his best as a Mortis, but eventually, you know, the composition from the Toda was designed to win the early skirmishes. And late game wise, of course, you know, we didn't see Moy kind of pop up with this insane burst damage coming from his snipes. But of course, you know, Aura Fire, they had very, very clear win conditions, dragged this game long enough, and they will win game. And Kabuki definitely won them this game in this final fight. But nevertheless, of course, it's back to the drawing board for Toda, and hopefully they will be able to bounce back in this upcoming matches for them. But for now, it is a win for Aura Fire. Congratulations to them.
Yeah, and overall, let's look in terms of the post-game statistics. I would say there was one point where the goal was like fairly even, but the minute we hit, I think 13 to 14 minute mark, Aura Fire was like, I think at some point 4K goalie. Instantly, you see this item power spike. Even though Van, he didn't have the best start, but the rest of the team closed out really beautifully.
Yeah. And based on the itemization as well, you know, in the early game, they didn't exactly have the highest magic resist to actually deal with it. But the moment, you know, you start seeing this Athena shields, this radiant armor is being built up coming from Van and Kimura, you can see that it's no longer a threat. And time and time again, you can see like Toda, they're just pummeling on Kimura in the early stage of the game. But once he got these two items, there was just nothing Toda could have done to actually shut him down. Like the only physical damage left here is going to be pretty much from Malik as well as Formaze. I felt like for Formaze, he did as much as he could as an early game Grok, but eventually when he itemized the tanky items, they were just lacking in terms of physical damage in late game. So I'd say Toda, they did their objective well in the early game, but they just couldn't close out those games. So that's a big problem for them. So I guess, you know, Aura Fire just deserved this. You know, they found the win. The Bloom as well was very, very on point, and Hai obviously, you know, was always there to support for his team. In crucial moments, actually, like Sin, even though he's died 3 times, technically he should have died way, way much more.
Yeah.
Alongside his band, yeah.
I mean, you're playing so aggressively on Forza with Flicker instead of Purify when there's a Kadita as well as a Grok that's going to like whack you in the face. Like definitely the value of the global healing from Foreign is just coming into play. Overall, I would say definitely better showing from Toda, but Aura just shown that they have the better composition for future proof with securing Kabuki's Claude.
Look at the amount of damage that Toda is just dishing out. It's scary. Like 266,000 as compared to Aura, who barely even did a lot of damage here. But it's understandable considering that, you know, Toda has just so much burst potential. Obviously, sieging towers is going to be a big problem for Toda because the comp is not designed to be taking the objectives, right? It is meant to go in for fights. It's all meant for going for skirmishes. Obviously, damage dealt is going to be in their favor. Damage taken wise, obviously, you know, Aura Fire, Kimura is going to be the meat shield, the sandbag for the team, alongside with Malik, of course. But when it comes to just setting up displays, I felt like, you know, it was a very And I would say they did it pretty well. But of course, damage tower Kabuki obviously has the damage to do so. For me, it's gonna be that the ones that top Toda side, but you know, he is XP later. He's gonna be trying to get value, but unfortunately that value just didn't help enough. Like they needed more objectives in order to close out the games. Like they're winning skirmishes, but they just can't translate all these fights to take towers. So I'd say Aura Fire, you know, Kabuki, I think he died a lot of times in the early stage game, which kind of slowed up his farm. But after that, he focused on his farm, get his level 15, gets his item up, and then this is where Aura Fire was just able to win this game. And total heals, of course, wow, 200k worth of heals, thanks to both Kimura as well as Hai. So well done coming from Aura Fire. And I'm curious to see who the MVP is for this game.
I mean, if it's going to be high, I would take it. But for Van, he's going to be MVP of the day on the land slot, 7-3-3. Even though he didn't have the best start, but instantly, like, his team able to create a lot of space across the map. He had a really solid KD, able to dive in the backline, take out the vulnerable squishies such as Novara, just so easily slicing through them like paper.
Yep, and on top of it all, you know, the constant annoyance in the name of Ashi from the side of Toda has been terrorizing his teammates. Van finally, you know, despite getting caught out, he was able to turn things around and got some very, very important kills to actually slow down Toda's momentum. So props towards Van, but of course, let's take a look at the highlights on how things went down between Aura versus Toda in game number 2, in case you're just tuning in. And of course, to summarize things here, Toda was just doing Toda things, which is pretty much being extremely aggressive in the early stage game based on this composition. And when this actually happened here, Aura Fire was just, you know, unable to do so much, and all these skirmishes, Toda felt like they're just a little bit too hard to handle, and Malik was just power-powering his way through. And that's the thing about having a Martis, right? If you snowball early, you are gonna snowball hard, and that was a big problem in the hands of Aura Fire.
I mean, with the composition that they have, it just made sense. They have to play aggressive. They have to get kills, like feed everything in towards Malik early on, because at some point, it's like if you have like no one to defend against your turrets, secure objectives. So that they're known to be a very objective-oriented team in their prime, but unfortunately, with the lack of a marksman, they're unable to really translate into too much. And as the mid-late game approaches, Aura Fire, they already built enough magic defensive items. They are able to just chip away whatever's defense that was left of Toda.
Yep, and even here as well, it's pretty much the last stand. Toda perfectly had the tools to actually deal with it, and it was this moment where Van was able to do some serious damage here, and taking these 2 kills, kind of stopping Toda, saying like, hey, we've had enough of you, we want to close up this game, and this was it. And this was the clutch moment that Van kind of enabled Aura to just close out the game. And of course, even if Van failed, of course, you have the Kabuki to actually save the day. So a very nice 2-0 coming from Aura Fire. GG, well played. And they're back in action. Congratulations to Aura Fire though.
Overall, it's like, I would say Aura Fire did not take their chances with Toda. They're aware of the potential of this team, and they basically cut their lives short. They're aware that, okay, mid to late is the time for them to shine. But overall, congrats again to Aura Fire. We're actually going to jump into the interview. Terrence, who that person may be?
Well, we are going to be jumping into the interview with Aura Fire Face Hugger right now to get a little bit more insights on what they think about this match here. And of course, hello, Face Hugger, how are you?
Hello.
Good. Hello.
So far, you know, how is the team performing so far? Because Aura Fire, you know, didn't exactly have the best result yesterday, but today, 2-0, how is the team feeling right now?
I think the feeling is good. We bounced back from the yesterday. We have a lot to do and discipline on the game. Yeah.
I mean,
Wow.
Terrence, I'll let you take that away, because I think you have a lot of answers because you're a huge Aura Fire fan yourself.
there's a lot of things I would say because I still remember that you guys had a very, very long journey during the group stages where you guys had to play 12 to 13 games in one single day, and now you're back here again. You're so close to actually qualifying to the main event here. What kind of preparations has been made thus far, considering that now that you guys are in this position right now?
We have a lot to do after the last qualifier fight against BTR. So right now I think we are good. We have a lot of preparation for another team.
Can you give me a little bit of insights of what happened when you guys faced against BTR? That was just very one-sided though.
I think we just not disciplined lah. Many mistakes, a little mistake make it we lost our objective.
I mean, that's a learning experience overall. But I think Aura Fire, who do you hope you'll be able to get revenge other than BTR? Any team in your local MPL ID that you hope they're able to beat?
I think we want to meet Onyx lah because he's the strongest now.
Wow.
Yeah.
Very ambitious,
Okay.
but I like the spirit. Thank you so much, Facehugger, for your time, and we hope to meet you again. All the best for your future games. We shall see you.
But yeah, at the same time here, any last things you want to say to the fans here, Facehugger?
Keep supporting us lah.
Very, very nice. Here. Of course,
Only that.
Thank you so much, Facehugger. I
Okay.
appreciate it as well.
Okay, you're welcome.
We hope you enjoy your victory here. We are going to be continuing the show. Thank you so much, Facehugger. And yeah, that was a very interesting interview here. Considering that BTR, they definitely had a little bit of a struggles, they had a lot of mistakes here. But of course, the team to beat so far is going to be Onyx ID. Everybody is gunning for Onyx ID. But the question here is, has anyone found a way to deal with them? So hopefully it is going to be a little bit better here. But of course, for these guys and watching here, we hope you guys have been enjoying the show thus far. And we'd like to thank our amazing sponsor here, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, for providing the best experience for you guys here. All the matches that you've seen so far and playing at a top level notch is all courtesy of Galaxy S23 Ultra. Monchel, now it is something that I know that you love here. What is it that you love?
Well, it's all about unleashing the beast with monster energy. I don't have a can right now. It's quite late. If I have a can right now, I'll be jumping all over the room, and I think I'll be speaking really incoherently. But of course, shout out to Monster for sponsoring this event. Please send us a personal cooler of your goodies. Overall, thank you so much. Overall, Terrence, any final words before we throw it to the next match?
Well, that's the thing, right? There's just so much that we can actually talk about as well. When it comes to this upcoming match, I'm extremely excited to see it. I really, really hate that I'm not going to be casting it as well, because this upcoming match is going to be Burn X Splash going up against RSGPH again. And this is a very interesting one because Burn X Splash is top of the team here from the side of Cambodia. They have been playing really, really well, giving us some very, very good games so far. And I think, I do recollect this as well, during MSC 2023, they made it all the way to top 3. So that's something that I was extremely excited for. But now, considering that in this stage, especially just now, they've actually lost a game against Yudu Red Giants. And that's something that I did not anticipate and foresaw as well. So I feel like something went wrong, but of course, it is only the group stages. It's all about qualifying to the main event. So in this case, will they be able to redeem themselves? Because in this final match, it is going to be a redemption arc coming from both sides, both from Burn X Splash as well as RSGPH.
Yep, absolutely agree with your point there, Terrence. I mean, there's one way to find out, as we can't wait to get the game, but we're jumping into a really short break. Everyone, stay in your seats. We'll be right back after this break.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
And I'm up the beat. When they all look, everything on fleek. Word on the street, got my sound on repeat. Do it all day, every day of the week. Getting turned up, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Up the beat, when they all look, everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Mad up the beat, when they all look, everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Every day of the week, getting time out, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party.
Back to life, I'm undeceased. Breaking the chain, unleashed. My true power released. Reached my hand into the sky and made the stars align. Cause when I left it down to fate, it was taking up too much time. It's a miracle, it's a curse. I will not be deterred. If you predicted the worst, bon appetit, eat your words. Keep my score, fire the gun. Watch me how I overcome what they said could not be done. I did it, now sing it. The birth of a legend, the past tried to trap me too bad. My future beckoned, I crashed, and yes, I burned. Hardest lesson that I learned was how to take a fall and crawl back out the dirt. Now I'm back from the grave, revived. Time after time, they tried to take my life, and still I wouldn't die. Survive, now come salute him. No man can dispute him. Back and I am biting, street fighting, Ryu Hadouken. What they said could not be done, I did it. Now sing it. Oh, here I go, changing destiny, saving the road to my victory. I won't admit defeat. I'm making history like it's meant to be. When they said to me, say, no man can dispute him. Might as well salute him. What is written isn't done. Watch me how I overcome.
my shoes, time to get it. Put in the work, I'm with it. Paying my dues with sweat and tears. There is no weakness here. I ain't new to this, I'm a veteran. Wear my battle scars like a letterman's. I done crawled through the mud full speed, so I wouldn't underestimate me. That's a rookie move. Homeboy, I got nothing to prove. Team player, but I'm still self-made. I'm in it for the passion, not the parade. I don't need the lights or the cameras, just me and my opponent. All the work that I put in has led up to this moment. Let's go. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat farther. You cannot match my speed, cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league. Game time, let's go. I hit that mark weeks ago. I'm about to lab you up. Tell me, have you had enough? You would think I had a PhD in psychology. The way I get in your head, there is no escape. Like I said, I'm out of your league. I play fair, but show no mercy. Only give my time if it's worthy, cause I keep my mind on a mission. And you don't fit the vision. I ain't cocky, okay, a little bit. I call it confident, but they can handle it. Don't blame me, it's just my time. So move, cause you're blocking my shine. I'm out of your league. You better go with plan B. You taking a crown? That's a fantasy. You can't step to me. I'm out of your league. Better beef up that defense. I give you an A for effort. Now hit the bench. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat farther. You cannot match my speed, cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat farther. You cannot match my speed, cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league.
You already know what time it is, right? It's your boy Eclipse Darkness. I do this for my people. How I like that. I'm a black strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. I done seen it all. Came up from the gutter, baby, now I'm here to ball. I've been talking in my ear, so now they wanna call. They got my line tap, oh yeah, they tryna take it off. Oh no, here we go again. Pull me over, let me guess, it's cause my melanin. Asking questions, me and you both know irrelevant. But I stay cool and collected cause I'm heaven sent. They hate it, I love it, they know that there's no one above it except for God. Instead of becoming with negative energy, I gotta move and die. Give me that back, can't touch my crown, I'm a king and yeah, you know that. Talk about giving it back, I'ma come and take that. Yeah, I'm a black strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. Yeah, they know I be about it. I don't do a lot of talking, come and see about it. They gon' try to keep it from you so you don't know about it. I'm a young pharaoh, pick it up and read about it. Here's your opportunity. Telling stories, yeah, to make sure they remember me. Can't hold me down, cause I leave behind a legacy. And don't believe them when they say they who they claim to be. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Stand tall. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Stand tall. I'm a black strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down.
I got a thorn in my side. You can run, but you can't hide. Yeah, this is magic in a way, but no remedy in the head. Let me go where it hurts. Hold me tight while you inside. Run my head for the holiday. We're gonna make it make sense of me. Baby, let me be your voodoo doll. Stick up in it like a bunch of dough. Yeah, let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me scream and cry. Baby, let me be your voodoo doll. Stick up in it like a bunch of bones. Now let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me scream. See me up with your eyes. I got stitches from your lies. Let me lift your spirit if you are for it. But be careful of my heart. It's best you leave that part. Didn't about revenge, cause I'm a good friend. Baby, let me be your voodoo doll. Stick up in it like a bunch of bones. To make me scream and cry. Let me be your voodoo doll. Stick up in it like a bunch of bones. Now let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me scream and cry. Let me lift your spirit if you are for it. I got pins and needles and spread like candy. Come give me the cruise while I'm on all fours. This fabric stuff, you know it's enough. And I better than her, yeah. She's on my chair, baby, let me be your voodoo doll. Stick up in it like a bunch of dough. Yeah, let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me scream and cry. Baby, let me be your voodoo doll. Stick up in it like a bunch of bones. Now let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me scream and crawl. Let me be your voodoo doll. Stick up in it like a bunch of bones. Now let me be it and make me scream and crawl. Let me be your voodoo doll. Stick up in it like a bunch of bones. Now let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me scream and crawl.
Yeah. We be hot, mama got game, check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game. We be hot, mama got game, check my team, we like the flame.
When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks directly as your default setup, or you can freely mix and match different emblems and talents to create a custom emblem setup. We're going to show you how to create your emblem setup for your heroes. Emblems. First, let's take a look at the revamped emblem system. There are now 7 emblems in the game, 1 basic common emblem and 6 role emblems. Different emblems can provide different attribute bonuses. It is recommended to use the emblem that matches a hero's role. Standard talents, Tier 1. After selecting an emblem, you can then choose from 8 standard talents at Tier 1. These talents provide mostly straightforward bonuses to heroes. Of the 8 talents, Thrill and Swift are good on almost any hero, while other talents are more catered to certain roles. Standard talents, Tier 2. At Tier 2, you will also have 8 standard talents to choose from. The Tier 2 talents trigger or work under different circumstances. We still recommend choosing one that matches the role of your hero. But if you're an advanced player, you are free to choose any of the talents to fit your playstyle. For example, if you're playing the core hero on your team and want to focus on gearing up fast, you can choose the Bargain Hunter talent regardless of how your hero deals damage. And heroes who rely on their skills for sustained damage, whether it be a mage or fighter, can use the Festival of Blood talent for more spell vamp. Core talents, Tier 3. Finally, let's talk about the most important talents, the core talents. There are 8 core talents available in the game, and each provides a unique and powerful effect. We recommend choosing the core talent to match your hero's role and only use core talents from other emblems for advanced or unconventional tactics. The revamped Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. This talent is now a viable option for any hero that relies on basic attacks and wants better laning and the ability to slow enemies. The Lethal Ignition talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a prime choice for any hero that has heavy-hitting combos. While the revamped emblem system still uses the existing talents, we have removed the restrictions between emblems and talents, opening up new possibilities for many heroes. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend. In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we will take a closer look at the core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem, tank emblem, and fighter emblem. Core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem. By upgrading the basic common emblem, you can unlock 2 core talents, Impure Rage and Quantum Charge. Both are suitable for most heroes. The new Impure Rage talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a good damage-enhancing talent for a variety of heroes, such as Eve, Nathan, and Diggy. Eve is a hero with great poke and control abilities. She can use the extra damage and mana regen from Impure Rage to constantly wear down enemies. The new Quantum Charge talent now restores HP based on the hero's level and not their physical attack bonus, making it viable on more heroes that want HP recovery and mobility, such as Edith, Leslie, Layla, etc. When equipped with Quantum Charge, Edith in both forms can use the movement speed bonus triggered by her basic attacks to keep a safe distance from the enemy and the extra HP regen to stay in the fight. Core talent unlocked with the Tank Emblem. By upgrading the Tank Emblem, you can unlock Concussive Blast. Concussive Blast works the same as before, providing an extra source of AoE damage for high HP heroes, such as Johnson, Baja, and Hilda. Hilda is a high HP hero who can tank a lot of damage when equipped with a full set of defensive equipment. The concussive blast talent will not only enhance her survivability, but also boost her damage. Core talent unlocked with the Fighter emblem. By upgrading the Fighter emblem, you can unlock Brave Smite. Brave Smite is no longer triggered by inflicting CCs. It now takes effect upon dealing skill damage and is suitable for most fighters and tanks that need more HP regen. Ruby, Lapu Lapu, Tigreal, and similar heroes can choose this talent. Ruby can trigger Brave Smite repeatedly by casting skills, and with her own regen abilities, she'll have even greater durability in teamfights. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend. In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we'll take a closer look at the core talents from the Mage, Assassin, Marksman, and Support emblems. Core talent unlocked with the Mage emblem. By upgrading the Mage emblem, you can unlock Lethal Ignition. The new Lethal Ignition now deals adaptive damage, making it a great option for any hero with heavy-hitting combos. With the change to adaptive damage, heroes with high physical damage can now use this talent to enhance their damage, such as Saber and Natalia. Saber's first skill and ultimate combo can easily trigger the effect from Lethal Ignition, dealing much more damage to enemy heroes. Core talent unlocked with the Assassin emblem. By upgrading the Assassin emblem, you can unlock Killing Spree. Now that the talent is no longer reserved for the Assassin emblem, it becomes a good choice for any hero who can perform chain kills. Heroes with magic damage like Karina and Julian can now take this talent as well. Karina's ultimate resets after she kills an enemy hero. When equipped with Killing Spree, she will recover HP from each kill, allowing her to stay healthy and go after more kills. Core talent unlocked with the Marksman emblem. By upgrading the Marksman emblem, you can unlock Weakness Finder. The new Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. It works well for heroes with high attack speed, as it can improve their laning and slowing abilities. A hero like Mincathar can take Weakness Finder because his second skill increases the attack speed of his basic attacks. When combined with equipment that can provide more attack speed, he can reliably trigger the slow effect to prevent enemies from escaping. Core talent unlocked with the Support emblem. By upgrading the Support emblem, you can unlock Focusing Mark. The Focusing Mark talent works the same as before. It allows support heroes to increase the damage their teammates can deal to the target enemy. Kaj's ultimate can be used to drag key enemies to his team. When equipped with Focusing Mark, the ultimate will also increase the damage the target takes, allowing Kaj's team to quickly burst down the helpless target. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Hello and welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series ESL Challenge Finals. My name is Holler and with me is Monshell for the final match of the day, at least on Stream B. It's going to be Burnex Splash versus RSGPH. Monshell, please break this matchup down. This is a crazy one, right?
I mean, we got a really spicy one, right? See, both teams, very different countries with a lot to prove on their plate. RSGPH really showing up like a really different side than I think yesterday, the huge wake-up call. They went back to the drawing board. Who knows how many hours they spent planning out their drafts, their game plan. But Burnex Splash as well. I mean, they are one of the top contenders in their region, as well as I would say easily the dark horse that all the MPL teams needs to watch out. But let's not forget that there are some adjustments from their side because unfortunately Chapma is feeling unwell and their head coach is subbing in for him. So this shakeup, I wonder how much they are affected.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I mean, it's a situation where we're going to have to see if they're, I mean, the head coach is stepping in. It's great that they had somebody. Unfortunately for Chetma, he was, ill, and it does happen. I think there are a number of other players that happened where they were doing that. So, unfortunate situation, but let's talk a little bit about the tickets. I mean, if you are well and you're completely safe and everything, mind you, I do suggest that you do go down live to Istora Senayan, Jakarta. This is, of course, to watch everything live. This is going to be the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Finals. It's going to be live July 21st through 23rd. The tickets are still available, so do make your way down that way.
Yep, make sure you're healthy and well, because it's going to be a really grueling challenge finals in Jakarta, and I really hope that everyone you have not grabbed their tickets, just go ahead down. I mean, it's only 30,000 rupiah if Holler do the conversion for me to let's say for SGD.
Oh my gosh, you're putting me on the spot. I don't know how much that is, but it's like the cost of a cup of coffee, I would say. It's definitely not that much at this moment. Actually, let me do the actual conversion so that we can kind of see.
I'm missing with you, Holler, but basically, really affordable.
Yeah, it is. It is. Okay, we'll yeah. All right, so let's go to the video, kind of breaking everything down and going into this first matchup.
RSGPH, they actually got the old gang back together. This is the MSC 2022 winning RSG.
The kingdom in ruins. A victor emerges from the debris. RSG.
I think RSGPH are back in their prime form, and I can't wait to see what else they can do.
A little bit nervous because I will be facing RSG, SG, and Echo PH again SPS Challenge Final.
RSG, ano gagawin nyo?
Exort walang buhay doon. Napapasok si Yawi. Light ay makakapag-shoot po out, pero tower lock parang yung side ng Echo. And Orcas makiga!
We almost won against Echo in MPL Season 11. The early game and the turtle fights are very shaky, but right now we're prepared and we'll beat Echo.
The interesting thing about them is we got to see them in the previous patch meta, but now going into the new one, we haven't seen any glimpses yet, so there may be some aces up their sleeves.
I think my team is at least top 3 because we've been playing for so long and we still have the chemistry.
Well, there you have it. It's going to be RHG PH's lineup. We got Nuts, Demon Kite, Aqua, Eman, and last but not least, Light. Overall, as you see, this is a team with a lot of expectations weighing down on them. This was previously their MSC winning lineup, and as I say, they have a lot to prove. And with the recent adjustments that came in today, I like this shakeup. And I'm not gonna deny, I'm a huge fan of this PH team. They're just so much fun to watch. Just watching Nuts create so much chaos and havoc in the land Adam. It's always entertaining. But of course, Burnix Flash is they're known to be the dark horse to watch out in this tournament, because again, we don't have too much experience matching up against them. And I wonder for RSGPH, is the adjustments enough? Do they have a game plan going towards? But of course, let's have a recap of Burnix Flash journey as of yet.
Burnix Flash, really interesting team, right? Especially for their performance during MSC 2023. I think they put on a spectacular performance.
Right down RSG. Burn and Flash takes the game.
ពេលមុនកាលពេលព្រឹត្តិការណ៍មុនដែលពួកខ្ញុំទៅប្រកួតចាប់ហ្នឹងគឺខ្ញុំប៊ីសនឹងឈ្នះ Echo ដែលលទ្ធផល2-3 តែឥឡូវហ្នឹងពួកយើងអត់ចង់ឲ្យប៊ីសឈ្នះទេគឺពួកយើងចង់បានជ័យជំនះមកខ្ញុំគិតថាអ្នកដែល carry ក្នុង team គឺ Secret ដែលគាត់លេង rotation របស់គាត់ជាមួយនឹងខ្ញុំវិចិត្រគ្នាហ្នឹងហើយ
But now with the new patch, I think we're going to see, well, I don't think, I'm predicting that people are going to be very surprised with our next Flash.
I think I'm not afraid of anyone. ពួកយើងនឹងខំប្រឹងក្នុងព្រឹត្តិការណ៍ SPS នៅខាងមុខហ្នឹងដើម្បីយកជ័យជំនះបាន
RSG
Burnex Flash, the only Cambodian representative. It's going to be represented by ATM, CCAT, D7, Donut, and of course, Mitch Satochi, who's going to be the, that's actually not his real pick. It's hard to believe, I know, but it's actually the coach stepping in. Chetma was a little bit sick, and so we had to step in. So he's going to be there. This is a huge upbringing to try to get into this one. I mean, are they going to be at the same level? This is a bit of a struggle right now, considering the fact that this team is 1-2. They're kind of on the must win for this team here.
Absolutely. And the casters during the recap really a lot of expectations, again, towards Burnex Flash. Is they should be really thriving in this meta. A lot of surprises in the back. And definitely one of the watch-outs is definitely the dynamic duo D7 with CCAT. Even earlier on with the match with Uterate Giant, CCAT was a monster on that Valentina. I was really taken aback just from how much damage he was dishing. So definitely a huge playmaker, a lot of impact that he's able to bring to the table. I think quite a fair bit of the draft is going to play, or whether he gets good picks. But overall, let's look towards the player head to head.
All right, it looks like it's going to be Aqua and D7 going to go head-to-head on this one. I mean, if we're looking at KDAs alone, obviously a little bit more in terms of Aqua. He has that advantage, of course, being just with 15 kills. Unfortunately, D7, not to the same level, but he's kind of an assist god. I mean, the 84% kill participation, meaning that as for the team, he's been there, right? He's very reliable. You talked about, CCAT and D7 being that that wombo combo, the nice little combination that they have. They are quite good. And, there's a reason why he's still got there. I mean, he's got decent DPM as well.
I mean, overall, we're comparing mid to roll, and obviously D7, he's not going to have too many kills, but I would consider both of these to be high impact players to really watch out across the map, especially towards the drafting phase. But of course, let's talk a bit more of our predictions. Fans in the chat, Raiders, the Cambodian representatives, tell us, who do you think is going to win this best of 3?
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting. Actually, I'm more interested in your prediction. That one's going to be coming up next. I don't know if we're going to have a little bit of a difference of an opinion on this one, but for myself, and not to spoil the prediction that's coming up, but I kind of went with my heart in this one, in the sense that, I felt like the Philippines region is top tier. Indonesia is definitely up there as well. And so any other tier, unfortunately, I look at as a step down. Even myself, and here we go, I think we're both kind of, oh, you went with Burnex Flash.
Yes.
Wow. Please explain why.
I mean, we always need to be kind of contradictory. I mean, that's when we spark a debate. And with Burnex Flash, I feel again, there's not a lot of information on this team. Yes, they play in various international tournaments, but I feel like there's a bit too much information regarding RSG's PH. Let's remember, this was their star lineup that won them MSC last year. It also means a lot of eyes on them. And the fact that the head coach of Burn Flash is playing, you can tell he's be gunning. He knows exactly what to watch out for, what to ban. I think he's definitely going to focus on towards Aqua as well as Nuts.
Yeah, but Burnex Flash, I mean, Chatma is one of their stars, and the fact that he's sick, I mean, going into this one, I mean, look, I'm very, I don't know if the prediction was even before we found out that happened, but I kind of knew that was coming, and I did like RSGPH in their first series. Going into this one, I thought that they're going to make some waves. I think that is the right momentum, beating Echo. And I'm more worried about RSGPH of, are they just living up to, the competition of Echo, and are they able to keep that momentum going?
Well, here's the thing. Yesterday, not really consistent performance. I think great adjustment, which I saw when I briefly was tuning in towards the first match of today, Echoes versus RSG. I think just ensuring that Nuts has a better laning experience, it's one of the main win conditions for the side of RSG. That's how much they play around. For Emman, everyone just kind of let him be. He's solid in his lane, just quietly, not very flashy, but and he's able to farm up, he's going to be that reliable source of DPS. Burnix Flash, it's just, I feel like there's just too much to watch out for. ATM, absolutely terrifying as well. You've seen like his performance on whether it's like, you know, the sandbag kind of EXP laner or just basically chasing you down, like damage style. I think almost anything could go and play. There's a lot of flexibility coming from Burnix Flash. If anything, this is a team that could really shine and adapt according to the meta.
Okay. Well, if anything, I'm going to give Burnix Flash a little bit of credit in terms of their uniforms. I think they're flashy, they're bright, they're very, rambunctious, I would say, and they're definitely here, okay? All jokes aside, this is a team that's willing to make a name for themselves. They have a potential to make it into the playoffs, but they might have to eke in. This is a very difficult situation. Right now, RSGPH is in the 2nd place, only behind Red Giants eSports. That was a bit of a stunner in that sense, but it's looking to be 1 Red Giants eSports, 2 RSGPH, and then 3rd place in Echo right now. Getting into the top 3 is what you need to do. Not a lot of time. Of course, this is the final game of day 2, and all you have is this one, and then day 3, and hopefully you eke in. Might be very difficult. But here we go. This is going to be game 1. Draft begins.
Yep, I mean, instantly you can see like a lot of focus towards the mid lane. Like instantly, Valentina, Yves, Joy already banned out. A lot of respect towards Aqua, and the RSG answers back, banning out the Claude. I think just a lot of respect for Donut. Like if you saw the earlier match cracked on like Leslie, that was just like so much damage to a later series game. RSG really is to watch out for that. But the ban on Diggy is quite peculiar, I would say.
I mean, we've seen D7 play it in the past. Obviously, maybe they did a little bit of research in one of those games as well and just saw that, hey, this is something that we don't want to deal with. Diggy can be, against a good Diggy player, it could be very oppressive. So it might be one of those things where we just don't want to deal with it. We'll kind of focus it up, maybe even take out Faramis here, and then just kind of focus on maybe the roamers.
Because here's the thing, I mean, but banning out Diggy so early on just kind of telltale of what RSG is wanting to play for. But maybe they're trying to force something, and I think like just locking Uranus like at the bat, like just like locking something really solid. You can see the players like really having fun across the camp, showing love, whether it's to their fans, the audience back at home, like really cute stuff. But RSG, I'm really wondering they're forcing something. Maybe they want to pick up something like, I really want to see Atlas. I think that may be a bit risky to play, but that's something I kind of want to see Light do. Like, I want to see a bit more from him.
Okay. And we're gonna hopefully see more. I mean, we want to see this one go the distance, right? I think that, having it just go to 2 games is a little underwhelming in that sense, but I just want it very competitive. I want this, Burnix Flash team to really shine. I think it would be a huge upset if all of a sudden they brought in Mitch, the coach here, and they were able to just destroy RSGPH. That would be like an amazing story to tell.
I mean, not only amazing story, that is a statement to say, like, imagine like secretly the head coach himself is able to like step up and like sub in for Chapma, who unfortunately is not feeling his best. I think, like, how cool is that? Like Cambodian, like there's a lot of pride riding on this nation. Like, come on, enough props it must be given to, I think, Kaja, like early on, just really good stuff, something really safe, like just hit a button, divine judgment, you get lassoed and pulled right into the rough waves. That is a combo, alright?
Yeah, that's a bit of a combo. You have the burst potential, you have a lot of mobility, and you have basically ways to get onto the Farza, which can be a little bit worrying for RSGPH. They need to figure out some way to kind of protect the Farza here, and also, I think that the Uranus, I mean, we talked about the potential and how it has kind of shown up, right? I think in terms of a meta, in terms of a tank, it's actually very strong. You need an answer for it, and it looks like they're going to pick up the carry. Your thoughts? Is that enough?
Well, Duroth and carry should be sufficient to deal with Uranus. Like, hands down, like the combo, the armor, shred, and the carry just damage over time. Just like maybe a bit too much for ATM to handle. If anything, maybe RSG just want to ensure that they scale up, ensure that Mats, as I say, win condition, ensure that he has the best laning experience possible. But I would
Sniper
say
ready.
on
Give me a target.
Burnex Flash side, they ban out the Franco, which is really interesting. I think they just don't want, you know, perhaps the core on their side to get caught out. Maybe they still want to play something like the Link, which up till now, it's still open on the table. Really interesting.
A lot of options. But you look at this. The Franco and the Kufra both being banned. I mean, the control, the potential initiation, the setup is going to be there. So like, you know, it's kind of obvious the way Burnex want to start things off. Uranus will probably jump in, or Kaja will find some sort of divine judgment targets and just kind of pull them in. Now, what do you do as RSGPH? How do you deal with that initial setup of a team fight?
You can see from composition, Burnex Flash very pick-off centric during the early stages of the game. But overall, RSG, they do have a bit of a rundown composition. Frederick Strike, boom, like just blast them out of the sky, as you would say. And then combo with the Grok, we're really gonna see quite some setups.
Okay, I could see that happening, and the Grok isn't is decent here. I mean, the barrier can be there. You kind of lock in somebody, hopefully on your side of the wall, have your team, which has a decent amount of damage, just kind of burst them out. But here we go.
We have seen a 1-1 like last night in a different stream, but I would say RSG respecting Donut, like the fact that they ban out Leslie. Like hands down, they are aware of the damage potential from Donut, but giving something like a 1-1, we don't have enough data in terms of how good 1-1 is in this current meta. I do wonder whether it's enough, but locking in Hayabusa, whoa, Mitch, what you got in your pockets?
I like it. A lot of damage, and the potential burst. Basically, if they Divine Judgment, whoever it is, they're just going to blow them up, right? I think that's pretty apparent with this lineup here. They're going to use Uranus to kind of just tank and just be that nuisance. It's someone that has to deal with him. But at the end of the day, you have a decent amount of damage. You have the burst potential that you have from Burnex Flash. There's a lot of squishies on RSGPH, so the potential for a very quick kill is there, but let's see what they finish off the draft with here, but it looks like it's going to be other than
not a single worthy foe.
I think they end the draft with Mortis. I think this is overall very proper front-to-back composition from RSG, and from side Burnex Flash, they do have really good early game pickoff, and in terms of late game scaling, they have the 1-1 as well as the Hayabusa. So overall, I think both sides, I really like their draft. Really clear win conditions, good amount of setup, and I think just like we're in for a game, Holler.
But I don't know how good RSGPH's initiation will be, right? I think a lot of the team fights are going to be, they're going to want to stick together as much as possible, make sure that, they're deathballing it almost. I kind of feel like Burnex Flash has that potential for pickoff, which can, it's really going to come down to who is able to find that initiation, who's going to be starting it off, and at what, which team is going to be ready for that, right? If Burnex Flash do it, instant burst, you're into a team fight going 5 versus 4, you're going to have a slight advantage, right? Whereas RSGPH, if they play things smart and they all stick together, and maybe you have some barriers from Grok, just providing a little bit of cover, I think you're going to have a good time. But we're going to find out. This is, of course, the last game, the last series of the day. It's going to be RSGPH, Burnex Flash. Let's go into game 1 here.
Right, as we're back in the land of dawn, as you say, this is going to be a really exciting match. Game 1 of Burnex Flash versus RSGPH. Both teams have a lot to prove, and this is the time for both to shine. Let's get it.
Yeah, let's go. And Mitch already just providing a lot of vision just to kind of start things off, and nothing too out of the ordinary, at least to kind of start things off. But RSGPH just trying to be take care of their own jungle. They're not able to do so with by themselves, but D7 getting a little bit low. Nats is focusing it in, and Light is actually going to get first blood. ATM, yeah, you're tanky, but now you've been focused on by 3. You're going to go under tower. You're going to be fine. And now Mitch has joined the fight. You have the Ring of Order. Nas taking a lot of damage here. Doesn't need to be careful. But now Mitch has been turned around. And RSGPH, this is a great start for them.
Definitely a great start. I can see there's some adjustment in terms of roles. Mitch on the Kaja, CCAT playing the Hayabusa. So something to know about Burnix Flash players, they're also relatively flexible. This is something that I've seen, not very common. They usually stick towards their roles, but I think have seen CCAT's Hayabusa, but overall, really great start for RSGPH. Like just instantly aggression across the board. Really great start.
Yeah, Burnix Flash need to stem the bleeding. They need to just slow the game down, give themselves some time to get some sort of farm. Donut is your win condition. He's the one that you want to give as much space and time. As I say that, CCAS looking to force it onto Iman, who has to flicker. Does get to safety, at least for now. He's going to be under tower. One more shot. Oh, Iman gets away, and CCAT gets killed under the tower, and Iman, literally a sliver of life. I can barely see it.
Just overzealous, maybe even a slightly sign of desperation. Demon Kai, ATM can't do too much. Their jungler is nowhere in this fight. ATM already take a lot of damage. You can see nuts damage coming through. Light actually getting a kill on towards Donut. Donut might have stayed a bit too long.
What was that? A solo kill onto Donut? And we're talking about how Donut needs to carry this. What happened there? You cannot have a game like this. This is a disastrous start for Burnix Flash.
You don't give RSGPH such a massive leap off the bat. Remember, this is a team that rides high on momentum. Mitch, really
they got the flicker.
Early divine judgment, but
he gets out of there. Okay. That's the commitment for the flicker, and some cooldowns are down, but he does get out, and Iman is fine.
I felt like that was a bit too early. I don't think he quite communicated that with Donut. But I don't think Donut had enough damage at this point to really burst Eman down. And let's look in terms of the emblem of choice. Nothing too out of the ordinary from both sides. Yeah, just looking across, nothing too unusual. But overall, like RSGPH, like their composition, I think they had very good mid to late, but this early lead will just like skyrocket their momentum even further at the start of the game.
Yeah, tough situation right now. I mean, you know, Burnix Flash need to find a pickup. They're looking to go for this one. Nats kind of saw it. He's been petrified. He's been locked in, and that's going to be a great start. Mitch secures that kill. That's a good way to get back in this one.
Yep. At this point, Burnix Flash needs to get as much objectives or kills across the map. This is what you need to do. Maybe it's a bit of blunder from their end. The start may be too aggressive, overzealous. RSG, they knew exactly what to do in these situations and to punish them for their aggression. But you can see instantly RSG, they're in prime position to secure this next turtle. Mitch can only watch as Demon Kite secures it.
Oh, RSG, I mean, they had Light throw down the wall. Just, I mean, no way to even get close to the turtle at that point. RSG playing this one very well. They're playing objectively sound. Nice barrier here. Throws it down onto Mitch. The wild charge is going to be committed. They're going to do some damage, and Mitch is really no way. Okay, he flickers to safety. He's going to burn the cooldown.
Yeah, in that situation, the only thing you can do is flicker over the wall, hope you don't die. Because the last thing you want is defeat any more kills into hands of RSGPH. That's the goal game. As you say, Burnix Flash needs to just tone it down a little bit, get enough farm across the map. Don't force these unnecessary engagements that you can't take.
Yeah, it's going to be really the story of this top lane with Iman and Donut here, just kind of dueling it out. Iman is playing a little bit careful. He knows that CCAT is nearby, but you know it's all about the gold laner at this point, just trying to get as much farm as possible. Who's going to get the most, and who's going to hit that peak, right? That itemization, that big item first is going to be a big one here. But Burnix Flash just kind of trying to get back into it by just focusing on the mid lane at this stage.
At this point, still fairly early. Only turtles has been taken. No turret advantage for now. Eman, I would say, he's really a safe goal laner, not very flashy. He's aware of his item. Power spikes doesn't really force anything.
It's doing some work. It's bouncing, but Nats actually just half life. Sorry, he's gonna go back and shade away. False alarm, guys.
Yep, I think at this point, CCAT doesn't have enough damage to take down Natseso yet. I think it's gonna need a little bit more than the Ogi shadow kill to take him out. I think it might need like multiple amendments to force him out.
Okay, which of the heroes aside from Donut needs to kind of have that really good game to ensure that Burnix Flash has a good game?
CCAT, like naturally you want like the idea when you pick a Hayabusa, but as we're saying, you're going on towards Donut.
Oh, Iman, he actually gets the kill. Donut gets killed, and he gets under tower, but D7 is going to make him pay. He finds him with the Ocean Oddity, and D7 is sticking around. Are they able to get anything returned? They have the Feathered Airstrike, and that's going to snipe out D7. That's going to be a nice counter kill, but now Light is still sticking around. I think that's a little too deep. Demon Kite continuing to fight, and it looks like the shade away. That should end it. The barrier's there. They have Ashura Aura throwing back ATM, and man, I don't think he knows what side he's on as he actually flickers or he dashes under the enemy tower. Takes a little bit of damage, but of course, you're the Uranus. You don't really care. But as I say that, Morphight, the Shadow Kill, is continuing to bounce. Demon Kite taking a lot of damage. Light is actually going to recall to safety. He's fine. ATM don't care. ATM keeps on going.
Yep, I mean, whoa, but as we say, Feather Airstrike.
Everything in the farm at this Uranus, and they end up killing the ATM. Cha-ching.
Cha-ching, indeed. This Uranus just forcing RSG to fight back, not giving them a chance to reset, recall, but CCAT is nowhere to be found. They're not going to contest this turtle whatsoever. Or is he?
Nothing point. Yeah, Demon Kite all by himself. He's got the Divine Judgment. He's being pulled back, but Demon Kite's like, I don't care. I want this turtle. CCAT's been killed. E-Man will secure that one. Demon Kite will take the turtle as well, and all of Burn just run away at this point. Donut is sticking around. They have the Petrify. They do have the knock-up on the Nap. That's a good kill. Light is continuing to fight, but Donut's been killed, and that's their damage, and ATM has now joined the fight, and nobody really wants him? No, Demon Kite is going after him. Ashura Aura going right at it. Mitch is on the run. ATM with the Ionic Edge trying to do some work. He just wants his Fenrir, not able to get it. E-Man will take the top, and it looks like RSG have invaded the enemy jungle, gotten 9 kills to their name as well.
How do you feel, Holler, about that really long play-by-play, just non-stop action, both teams just not giving an inch, but as I say that, Rockwave's unfortunately not landing its mark, Light just lying in wait. Whoa! Wild Sharks committed, lands a stun towards Mitch, but I don't think you get too much Divine Judgment on turret side again. It's just roam for roam.
Oh, Light tried to flicker away, not able to do it. They got something. Okay, so they're finding the right targets, I think. And the single pickoffs, Aqua, he's going to use the Feathered Airstrike, but ATM's going to stop him. ATM gets away to safety. And now back to the mid lane. They have 4 members. They're protecting this T1 like it's everything.
Okay, I think we need a moment there. It was, I feel like, just brawl from the top side, turtle to mid. Like, I feel like ATM is doing a really good job at just zoning the members, like creating so much space for his team. But I think Burnix Flash, I think adjustment is needed. They need to be more objective-oriented. Stop going for these really long, unnecessary fights. As we say, I'm holding my breath because I feel like a team fight is just gonna break out any other second.
It's not just one team fight, it's the ongoing part. Like I thought it was over, but then they're like, no, we're gonna continue on. We're not gonna let anyone go. Nothing is for free, and I like that. The team fight ability, I think that if you have it, especially if you have a slight advantage like RSGPH are, you kind of want to push the initiative. You want to force the action. So very well played, I think, at least to start off this game. It's only 10 minutes, but it's action-packed.
Yep, I mean, just based on the lineup, we see, I really expected it's going to be action-packed, but they catch up
Sneak-Cat! Caught him out, and they caught D7 as well. They've got everything. The Lord, Demon Kite is focusing on that. Light is just covering the Lord at this point, but Light is not even letting Mitch get nearby. They've got almost everything. They've taken it out. Nas will secure the Lord, and RSGPH now definitely in the driver's seat.
The fact that they don't have to use Retribution for anything. RSGPH, as you say, in the driver's seat, securing, clearing out Burnix Flash jungle. What are they to do?
I mean, they have to start slow. They have to push the lanes. They have to just kind of find whatever space they can get, right? Donut has not, he's been kind of hiding in the bushes quite a bit. Yes, he doesn't really want to focus on this one. Nas actually dashes, flickers. Mitch goes for this one. He's got the Divine Judgment, but do they have the damage? He's right on a tower. The crossbow's a tank doing some work, and that's going to be a nice kill. Nice little combination that they've got, but they found ATM. They get something in return. RSG not giving anything for free. As I say that, ATM does get away.
Yep, I mean, it's gonna be really even though the amount of damage coming from RSGPH, ATM is still really tanky. It's gonna take more than just 1 or 2 people to take him out. Wow. As I say that,
Donut! Yeah, he was kind of like just hiding in the woods. He was just like chilling. I think he was having a snack. Maybe he needed to go to the bathroom. I don't know what it was, but he got caught out. And RSG says, not in my jungle, sir.
Speaking of snack, RSGPH sure gobbled him up. Like something, what was he doing so deep in enemy territory?
Yeah, I think he was trying to invade the jungle, trying to get whatever sort of farm he could get, right? Like if not, you're kind of in this situation. Like, look at, there's 4 members of Burn, all in the mid lane, all trying to just, you know, leech off of whatever farm they can find here. And RSG are invading, they're taking out everything, making it very difficult for Burn to get any sort of space.
I mean, that's the name of the game. Everyone knows this PH death ball donut. Ooh. That was really close. Yep, he did, but he was also able to kind of iframe in a way, just slowly like just jump out of the range of the feather airstrike.
Looks like they're gonna run now. RSG again, just kind of pushing them away, controlling the map, slowing the game down, understanding that in another 40 seconds, the Lord is gonna be back up. That's the main objective that they want. They're gonna take what they can get, at least for now, which looks to be Mitch, who's kind of pulled him away, and ATM is now on the run. Mitch gets under tower, he's gonna hide, the feathered airstrike just zoning them away, and it looks like RSG are gonna cover their tracks and they're gonna make a beeline for their own base at this point.
Unfortunately, it's instantly whenever Mitch he thinks he finds the opportunity to pick off a specific someone, there is lack of communication in terms of, I don't think the rest of Burnout Clash was ready to get that pick off. So I think this is the adjustment that they need to consider going to this, because they want to go for these early pickoffs, but it's kind of lost in translation. ATM, he's just doing whatever he can across the map, cutting the waves, but RSG, hyper-focused, taking down this Lord.
Taking it down, but they're being scurried away. I mean, they have to respect the potential damage of Burn. I mean, they have 5 members here, and it looks like Nas will eventually join the team fight here, but the feathered airstrike, that's going to be used defensively. D7, does he get away? He does not. Nas will make him pay. Nas is getting very low. He's going to be killed in return. CCat with a shadow kill. The crossbow's a tank doing some work, but it hasn't killed anyone as of yet. Mitch is getting low. He gets sniped out. Demon Kite will secure that one. Light gets killed as well. Donut will get something in return, but he falls, and it goes to Demon Kite, and that's not what you want to see. ATM now just trying to fight it in, but Iman's got the burst. CCat will shade away, and Demon Kite very low. You have 1 single member. CCat, woo, barely survives.
Yep, almost burned to death. Aqua, he's going but he lives. CCat lives despite everything. Like, as Aqua really aggressively, like overall, I wonder if he wanted to flicker under tower to secure the kill, but he knew better. RSGPH, like solid, so solid right now. Top of the leaderboard, you got Eman, like, but Donut not too far behind on this 1-1.
Yeah, like Aqua was going to the ends of the earth to secure that kill. Like, he was hunting him down, and I'm sure CCat will have nightmares about this one, but the feathered airstrike, that's doing some damage, and I don't know who got it. I think Mitch ended up getting it in the end, but that was actually very close. And again, RSG contesting everything. Nothing is for free, even in your own jungle.
Yep, it's just like, they have the monopoly, I would say, of Burnix Flash jungle. Just everything in the land, the light touches, it belongs to RSGPH.
Unfortunately, that is the case, at least in this game one. It has been a rough one. Feathered Airstrike, that's going to be used to cover most of the tracks. They do have the minions. They're going to be up front, but they're going to take out as much as they can. The Lord is now crashing in the top. The T3 is going to be there. The Charge is going to do some work. That's about half life of that. They have the Shadow Kill. That's doing some work onto E-Man. It's being bounced around. He's going to shade back to safety, but the Lord, they got to deal with that. The T3 top has already been taken out. ATM still up front. They haven't dealt with ATM. They don't have a single way to deal with it. Yes, they do. They have a lot of burst, but no kill as of yet. But it looks like Seacat gets back the Feathered Airstrike. Once it, whenever it's off cooldown, he's just been spamming it. Aqua not able to get any kills on this one, but Donut now backing off. Demon Kite continuing to push. Every single minion wave that's being there, the bottom now is being there, and they're continuing to push and just focus and to force the issue onto Burnex. Burnex Splash, that is. But D7 does get picked off. They're looking to go. Shadow Kill is bouncing. Again, no real kills there.
Yep. At this point, I think RSG does have the right items. Burnex Splash is still stacking on damage. The fact that I saw that Donut...
They try to go in! Oh, he got stunned. They were waiting for it. Oh, man, he was completely baited. He gets knocked up and he gets destroyed. Seacat is now dead. Wow.
Yes. The jungler on the side of Burnex Splash is taken, but Feather Airstrike committed to zone. Donut has Athena's shield. That's how much of a threat Aqua is toward this gold laner.
Oh, they've barreled through it. The T3 mid has been taken out. No, doesn't need to be careful. You gotta get to safety. Okay, he dashes away. He's fine. Nice Oceanity on that one. That's gonna do some work. Nas actually is gonna come back. He's gonna be rezzed. That's his second life, but he is low. Mitch is gonna be killed. He's gonna be left for dead. Do they get anything else? Iman is focusing. He's up front, and Demon Kite is kind of covering his tracks, but now they're gonna back off here. They're gonna look to reset, especially with the Lord up in about 13 seconds.
What is going on right now? Okay, you kind of lost me a bit there, but right now, I think that was like some really drawn-on fights. RSG Page, for a second, I thought they were really going to force the issue, and they're going back to really objective gaming. Burnex Splash, I don't think they have the answers. Seacat, purple, buffless, not in position to contest the Lord unless he surprises us right now.
He needs this. I mean, Seacat needs to get that steal, but it looks like Donut, oh my gosh, all the way back. He's been pushed back, no real chance. D7 is going to be killed. The Lord is very low. Where's Seacat? It's not going to be there. Demon Kite is going to take that one, and it looks like they're going to push on ATM. Dashes, at least the first one, he's trying to get away. The Ashura Aura slowing him down, but yeah, I think that's going to be pretty much all she wrote. D7 is down for 30 seconds, which is an eternity at this stage.
I think we've seen definitely longer like death timers for sure, but definitely losing D7 in this situation is not ideal. If we have to look into it, it's the gold lead. Like, it's just massive, 8,000 in 18 minutes. Aqua just having a perfect game, 407. He, like, normally you see Hayabusa hunting down this Farsa, this reverse, he's gunning for it. He is now the hunter. And Seacat, unfortunately, you are the prey in this situation.
Not able to find the right target. We haven't seen the burst that we want from the Hayabusa, right? Seacat hasn't been there, but Nas looking to go in for this one. They're doing some work. ATM is a little bit, he's getting a little bit low. Divine Judgment, that's going to be used on Demon Kite, but he gets, just kind of shrugs it off. He's fine. No burst. Now Donut is looking to focus on Iman. They need to turn it on. The crossbows of Tang actually knocks down the first life of Iman. They have the second one, but D7 has already been killed. Iman has been removed. That's a lot of damage. Do they have anything in return? Demon Kite continue to fight. Donut has been killed. Demon Kite has been killed in return. And Burnex Splash Seacat. Now this is the one. The flash over the wall. Aqua gets to safety. Light is looking to back off here. Nas is already low. He's already retreated. But ATM is continuing to fight. This is a difficult situation. Ooh. They've got the suppression. They have the one they wanted. They do kill Aqua. That's a win for them. Light now trying to run for his life. Is he going to run under a tower? Nas is just like, hey, buddy, how you doing? I'm just going to continue to farm this Fenrir. I don't care how you're doing because I'm going to take this. But it looks like Nas, okay, now you need to focus a little bit of attention onto ATM, who's kind of forcing things out, but this Uranus is becoming a problem.
I think he's already the problem from the get-go. Like for Burnex Splash, ATM on this Uranus has been keeping them in the game, creating space across the map. But we can see, finally, Donut has come online. RSGPH needs to start respecting this 1-1, the amount of damage, the fact that they were dropping oh so low, and let's look into his instant replays, shall we?
I mean, look at Iman. He got killed the first time, and Donut went all in for this one. The fact that D7 died at that stage, the feathered airstrike was decent, but I mean, Demon Kite did a decent amount of work. He was spread around, but it looked like CCat finally is able to turn it on. He was starting to do some damage, and I mean, he's got 3 kills, which is second highest on the team, but they need a little bit more out of him.
Definitely a little bit more. I think at this point, RSGPH slightly underestimating their opponent's damage, but they already clear out all of their inhibitors. No infrastructure left for Burnix Flash. Their crystal is exposed. If anything, they have to be really wary of how they manage their waves, because any moment, if they're not looking, RSG could just backdoor and take this game home.
Yeah, you got to be super careful. This is a difficult situation. They got to make sure that the lanes are all fixed, figure out some way to find some sort of opening. ATM, it looks like he's the one that's going to be the space creator. He's pushing the top as fast as possible. Now, if we're looking more towards the bottom, the Lord is open. This is one that they probably need to contest. Burnex Flash need to make a play, make sure they somehow steal the Lord here.
Yep, better airstrike to just ensure they're able to burst it down fast enough. Burnix Flash, are they going to look for engagement? I think it's really rough. I think what they need to do is to reset and just hope they have enough damage to deal with the upcoming waves as well as this upcoming Lord, because they're gonna need it.
They're going to need it. I mean, I think they're going to need a little bit more than that. Probably some thoughts and prayers in addition to this, because this Lord is crashing into the mid lane, right? This is a difficult situation. Burnex Flash need to make a play, figure something out, maybe get a pick off in addition to the Lord. But I mean, if I was RSGPH, I'd just kind of fix the lanes a little bit and then just, you know, death ball with the Lord straight in the mid lane.
I think in this upcoming Lord, RSG, they have to be really disciplined. They can't let what happened earlier on allow Donut to get on top of them, because instantly, like, the damage is coming through, but the better airstrike on top of everything, he can't.
Oh, nice 2-man knockoff. They have him, and they have ATM. That's going to be one, the tankiest one. Light is solo. He's going to get out of this one. Donut, CCat now on the run. The base is wide open. The Lord is doing some work, and they're looking to focus in, and they go right for the base, and game 1 goes the way of RSGPH.
GG, well played to RSGPH, taking game 1. Overall, just really convincing from start to end. Even though we got really nervous, like our hearts went our throat watching just Donut pelt on towards them. But overall, calm, collected, objective gameplay from RSGPH. GG.
From start to finish, I mean, that's an RSGPH game if I've seen one, right? This is it's very systematic in terms of how they did it. They were winning from the beginning. Every single objective was taken, right? They owned the entire map. They made it difficult for Burnex Flash to get anything going. Yes, Burnex Flash had a decent hold at times, but this was in no doubt that they were gonna win this game. You know, RSGPH, that is. They were in full control from minute 1.
I mean, I guess I say momentum is everything for RSG. The fact that they were able to secure so many like early game kills just propel them forward and onward for the Raiders. Like overall, in terms of the draft, like there's a reason why I like it coming from both sides, really clear win conditions. You had some concerns towards RSG whether they have enough setup, but I think the damage really came through. In fact, they played really aggressive. They went for pickups. When Burnex Flash, they should be looking for it with the Kadida, combo with the Kaja, or with the Hayabusa. Unfortunately, CCat didn't have the best performance, unable to get those like snowball going for this assassin.
Yeah, just no items, right? They didn't really have that damage, and it was very late before they got anything going. But it all comes back to the laning phase, right? RSGPH, full control. They understood how to control it from minute 1 and basically starved them out, right? Burnex Flash did not get any sort of farm, and they were struggling throughout the entire game.
I also felt like there are many moments where they just force like those really drawn out fights. You think it's over, they're going to reset, but no, Burnex Flash just keep pushing. They wanted the more, they wanted to get something, and RSG, well, they're like, okay, you have used all your stuff, we're going to use ours instead, and just force the issue on them instead.
Yeah. And I mean, okay, look, I understand that Chetma's not there. People are not playing the traditional roles that they play, right? So like everyone can play any role. I get that, especially at this level, but can you play to the top tier level where you're going to win tournaments, right? I think that, it's very difficult to do, and this is a reason why everybody will usually play an assigned role, because you stick to that and you do it. Now that you're forced to play like, mid or, jungle or whatever, something completely different, you're going to struggle. And we kind of saw how they were struggling in this one. Definitely not as easy as a ranked game.
I mean, this is like basically the best of Southeast Asia has to offer. It's really unfortunate, like circumstances that resulted in Burnex Flash having to adjust their roster. But let's look into its overall post-game stat. I think overall the numbers don't lie. It's a really dominant showing from RSGPH. They're back.
Yeah, definitely back. I mean, they were back from Echo. I think they woke up today and they were like, hey, we're going to choose murder, because that's all they did today. I mean, look at all those kills. 7-2-8 from Iman. Aqua was 6-1-8. Demon Kite with 5-1-6. Those are your cores. Those are the ones that you want to do very well in the KDA department. They did it, and they really stepped up today.
Absolutely, it's like, I would say everyone just, I feel like it's really hard to pick a winner. Maybe special shout out for Aqua to really like playing so aggressively on this Farsa. Really strong showing, but I think, come on, look at the overall damage dealt coming from RSGPH. This is insane. I mean, the KDA overall does not lie. I think ATM, but I think like doesn't look quite of him. Different picture, I think. But ATM, like, I think he did so much for a team. This is, I would say, one of his better heroes. Like, just zoning, like, cutting waves, like, creating a lot of space. There are really good moments. But whether Burnex Flash was able to capitalize on it was a different story. In RSGPH, they overall, really, overdraft was a big part of their win. But the way they take team fights from various angles, whether the push and pull and when to go in, I think it's just perfectly executed.
All right, I want to talk a little bit about ATM's play, because normally when we see him, he's usually not really team fighting early, and he's kind of cutting the waves. He's just, being somebody that you have to deal with, or else your own wave is going to crash, or the enemy wave will crash in that lane, right? So ATM was not able to do that. He was kind of trying to force the issue, trying to get into some team fights, and he did die early, which is a little bit of a problem. You don't want to do that as the Uranus, especially early in the game. So it didn't really feel like ATM was playing it like he normally plays it.
I mean, I think overall ATM EXP winner is like just based on previous matches what I've seen from MPL KH in past international tournaments. I think overall he's playing this hero to the T, and I do wonder now that Diggy ban earlier on was kind of baiting Burnex Flash to bring out this 1-1 pick for Donut, because you can see like a lot of focus banning on Beatrix, banning his signature Leslie. What was less in the hero pool that could really scale towards late game? But overall, like, let's cut to the chase. Who's going to be our MVP from the side of RSGPH?
And it looks like it's going to be Iman, right? The 7-2-8, that was enough. The 65% kill participation, I mean, they were getting kills everywhere. Kind of difficult to get 100% or close to it when, kills are happening all over the map. But, this is what you want in that gold laner. You want to ensure that you have the carry who's capable of just getting the amount of gold and the items to ensure that, hey, they can get those kills when they need them. And they really showed up towards the end with that 7-2-8 KDA.
I mean, really, like, at this point, max out in terms of items. The fact that earlier we saw that Seacat just jumping in Ogi Shadow kill, I did see that Wind of Nature ensuring that his survivability in the nick of time. Otherwise, I feel like Seacat could have got the kill if he were having a better time in the overall laning phase. But let's look into the highlights of this game. But man, this was really, really action-packed, Caller.
Yeah, there were so many long team fights. They were sustaining. Like, this is the one where, again, ATM wants to be by himself and he wants to be pushing a lane. Dona got caught out a decent number of times. Didn't really help to start with that one. D7, that was a nice pickoff onto Iman. That's what they wanted to do, but then D7 just died right after that one. So a little bit unfortunate. You get your pickoff, but Donut died a lot in the early game. And that kind of, it's a tough situation when your gold laner dies like that.
Yeah, I think, for 1-1, unfortunately, a lot of support is needed, like a lot of space created to ensure that it's able to farm up and, you know, become that late game, like really scary core that Burnick Flash needed. But fortunately, there are even moments where you see that they got really good setups, but overall, RSGPH, the sustain, the damage just came like clear to like the table. Overall, like this is one of the turnaround moments. I wish they had that earlier, because by then RSGPH has already taken every single objective, like every single inhibitor. It was really difficult for Burnick Flash to make a comeback.
Like, seeing how the laning went, and then the fact that the, you know, RSGPH were in full control, the game still went close to 25 minutes, which I think, if you're a Burnick Flash fan, you're kind of like, hey, we got a chance if we just kind of extend the game. Like, RSGPH, they need to be better, right? They need to close out these games as quickly as possible. Yes, they did it in the end, but you got to do it a little bit, you know, cleaner, I would say. I mean, there's a room for improvement, right? I'm going Asian dad on this one, and the fact that they can do better, right? They got an A-, they need an A+ though.
I mean, I think they went from not so great performance yesterday to really stepping up against Echo, and now finally a really predominant showing. I would say really good steps. I mean, if you're going too hard on them, maybe that would like derail their morale. But overall, really great showing from this. Okay, all right.
No.
Holler.
It's tough love, okay? They need to do this. They need to ensure that they get to that next level. And I mean, okay. Another thing, speaking of getting to the next level, if the DHL FBot Dash Cup win 5,000 euros, that's not a typo. Take part now at esl.gg/FBot. Please do participate in that. I mean, it's one thing to play MLBB, but you could also play in this one and have your chance to win some serious money.
I mean, what would you do if you won that 5,000 euros?
Well, I would probably buy a Samsung S23 Ultra, you know, get myself back into the game in terms of the best phone that I could use for MLBB. And, oh, there we go. One thing, you know, if we get the Galaxy S23 Ultra, I think we'll have a good time. I will definitely be sharing more on social media. Speaking of social media, where can they find you, Rochelle? Monchelle.
I mean, whether it's to find you, Holler, these are our IGNs respectively, just check us out. Holler, I've noticed that your YouTube channel is kind of inactive. When are you gonna revive it? Is it today? Is it now? I'm gonna be Asian dad on you.
Oh God, shots fired, shots fired. That was another lifetime ago when I was doing that, and I was more focused on another game, which we will not speak of here. But understand that this is still, you know, this is what it's about. MLBB at this point. I mean, we have another minute before we're into game 2. I think as Burnick Flash, what exactly are you looking to do at this point? Like, how do you bounce back from a game like that?
Here's the thing, as you say, as a Burnick Flash like fans across the world, you're thinking like they actually had a chance, but I think they kind of force like fights they shouldn't take in RSG. They just like, okay, all these cooldowns are off, my turn. Like, my turn to checkmate you. I think that was the name of the game. Of course, from RSG side, as you say, it could have been a lot cleaner. But I felt like in terms of the draft itself, I was expecting it to be a lot closer. But again, RSG, they had a really strong start and maybe slightly shaky like mid to end, but they close it out. So that's great for them.
Okay. And if you're looking at what RSGPH is going on right here, the coach helping out with the drafting is, you know, she's serious when she's writing stuff down, right? Like if you look at Burnick Flash, they're just kind of like, they're just talking to each other, having a good time, lounging. Nobody's got a pen. They're not taking this seriously. I'm just kidding, by the way.
I mean, after a game like that, you want to be able to reset, like kick off your shoes, relax, loosen up, because like you gotta like basically take it as the best of one. Like every game is your last, just play your best. Of course, I think in terms of adjustments from Burnick Flash, a bit too overzealous, but now we're going towards game 2, the draft begins.
Your team.
Okay, this is a huge one, right? And looks like Burnick Flash is kind of sticking with the whole team fight. Faramis is definitely one of the easier heroes to play, I would say. No, I mean, it's a very strong hero. But in this meta, do you think the Faramis is still, you know, top tier?
I think still really valuable no matter what. The Call Ultra is providing a second life, really valuable in these team fights. That's why they ban out the Valentina early on to ensure that Aqua is unable to steal it away, and it will be even more beneficial in RSG's team fight. I think for now it's okay to start off. It doesn't reveal too much of the draft. And yeah, I think for RSG's side, I think banning out the Diggy is just something really consistent. Are they trying to force something out of them?
You know, I think it's some intel that they got, right? They just don't want to deal with the Diggy. I think D7 plays a decent one. It's something that you do need to be careful about. But, I mean, look, the Farza's been picked. The Fredrin is there as well as RSG PH. But then they go with the insta-pick from Burnex Flash into the Joy. Your thoughts on that one?
I think overall Joy, as long as they remove like Franco, Kaja out of the mix, I think it's pretty okay. I think it's okay for them. As I say, Kaja, they pick it away, they remove forms of expression, but also means that Light can pick up the Franco to lock down on this Joy.
Okay.
I'm on a roll here.
Yeah. I mean, it's all about the lockdown right now, and they're going to make some plays back and forth. But hey, one thing that I don't like is that you're picking it into the Farmus. I mean, you talked about the Call to Altar. That could be a bit of a nuisance in terms of, you know, I hook somebody, I get the Bloody Hunt on them, I'm trying to blow them up, and then you've got the Call to Altar, giving them that extra life. That's going to be a tough situation. So it really comes back to how do they play around Faramis's Call to Altar cooldown. I think that's going to be basically how these team fights go.
I mean, in the end, it's all about like who is able to bait out these cooldowns. I think either way, it's whoever pulls the trigger first who has the better counter engagement. I think that's the name of the game. I think there's still so much utility from the Famage, like built well, a lot of damage as well. But I think overall, RSG side, as well as Burnex Flash, a lot of focus towards the gold lane. I think for the side of Eman and Donut, respect all around.
Okay, can we talk a little bit about this Fredrin pick? I've seen it, you know, first or second pick almost every single series, you know, from yesterday as well. And I understand why teams like it, but I just don't know if it's that good. I mean, if we're talking about MPL ID Season 12, like it's been picked 9 times, which is like top 6 or whatever, and it's got a 22% win rate, right? I don't know what the win rate in the Snapdragon is, but it's not as good as teams think it is at this point.
Okay, before the patch drop, like Fredrin, hands down, one of the top tier utility junglers there is. I think why RSG picks it up, it still can be flex. Not skip plate towards the EXP. Demon Kite still like really used to playing Fred. You're going for a bit more of comfort on this side. Still felt good amount of flexibility in towards. But they instantly, this tells where this Fredrin's going, not picking up his Turisla.
Okay. I mean, the Turisla is going to be there. We've seen it almost every day as well, and I think it's starting to pick a little bit of steam in terms of popularity. But what is the counter pick here? What do you do as Burnex Flash into the Turisla?
I think overall, something to take note, like we've seen Sanford's insane performance on this hero. Ensure that you're not going to win lane, you're going to go 50-50. The idea is that just take note, a lot of sustain, go for more of anti-healing wave. Do not group up because the wombo combo, Panty Zone into the Federate Strike, that's something you don't want to walk into in the team fight.
Yeah, definitely scary time. Definitely don't want to be there. I think that's something that they're going to need to avoid and ensure that they have if they have a chance to win this, it's going to be based around that. But if you're kind of looking at what RSGPH have, Farza is kind of the squishy one, but everyone else is like, I don't really know who to divine judgment in this case.
Leslie, Farsa, these are the ones you want to be go onto. Unless you want to stop Light from engaging on towards your cores, that's when you use Divine Judgment when your opponent is being bloody un. I think that's the way to go. But Eman picking the Leslie for himself, this is really showing something. Instantly, I feel like late game, like you can't go any more late game than Leslie, hands down.
All right. The drafts have been finished. The players have kind of picked their heroes. Who do you think has the advantage going into game 2 here?
I think the fact that they just close off with the Leslie, my vote is for RSG. In terms of they have really good wombo combo, they really solid team fights. Burnix Flash, they cannot repeat the same mistakes they did during game 1. They have to play for the calculative pickoffs. They can't group up. I think that's the name of the game. Do not repeat your past mistakes. Learn from them. But RSG, I think they have what it takes to take the series.
Okay. We're going to find out. And here we go. It's going to be RSGPH. They're up 1-0 against Burnix Flash. This is going to be game 2. Is RSG able to kind of close this one out? We're going to have to find out. And I feel like Burnix Flash, they're kind of fighting for their tournament lives. They need this win.
Absolutely. As we're back in the land of Ton, as mentioned, this is going to be a match point for RSGPH. And let's see how Burnix Flash should play this differently, because RSG setting the momentum and tempo.
Okay, RSG have been on the red side again, and we were talking about it earlier about how the red side has a slight advantage. Is this a bit of a mix-up by Burnix Flash, or they're just like, hey, we'll just stick with blue?
I think in the end, it's their choice to stick with blue. I think there's two benefits. First pick is still really valuable, but RSGPH, I think they really counter really well. There's a save that.
D7, the knockup. Oh, the sure aura. Nice. On point, letting D7 get to safety. Whew.
Yep, just a nick of time. But just take note that if they lose Faramis there, he's back in no time. Not ideal to give a first blood over to RSGPH, but I think you take what you can get.
Yeah, for sure. And Burnix Flash need to be aggressive. They need to kind of play a little bit riskier at times. I think that they need to figure out ways to kind of, break through the potential farming machine that Demon Kite has in terms of, the enemy jungler. And also taking objectives, right? Burnix Flash have done a poor job of taking any objectives in this series thus far. I don't think they have a single one to their name as of now. So giving up yet another one, not a good situation for Burnix Flash.
Yep, definitely not. Divine Judgment.
Divine Judgment. Light. Oh, he's going to flicker. He's going to be back. ATM has now joined the fight. He's looking to fight this one, but the Cult Altar, they've got him. The nice little knockup. The Feathered Airstrike is going to do some work, and Seacat is going to be the first to go. Light is going to be killed in return. Mitch will secure that one. The Turtle is still alive. Mitch has got the Ring of Order. He's going to do some damage, but Nat's getting a little bit low. Aqua as well, and it looks like Demon Kite will somehow take it. He's got the Retribution. He's going to stick around. D7 is going to be killed, and RSG kind of coming out on top.
Yeah, once again, Burnix Flash, they were like, RSGPH, they were really juicy. There were like so many members were really low. But again, they stayed for too long hoping to get something, anything. And RSGPH, they just come on top. Objective secure, kill secure. Again, another great start for the Raiders.
Bit of a missed opportunity by Burnix Flash. There were so like Aqua and I think Iman. I don't know. Sorry, I don't think he was Iman. But somebody else was very low. They just barely got away. It was a situation where maybe if they committed a little bit more, they might have gotten it. And I think at this point, you kind of need to go for that risky play. You got to figure something out. You got to change it up.
Yeah, I mean now we could say would have, should have, but I think this is how it plays out. It's not the end of the world for Burnix Flash, but they need necessary adjustments. It is looking really rough right now.
Tough situation. Light a little bit off with that hook. That could have been a huge one if he got the pick off. Mitch is going to be scouted out here. And Aqua, they found him. They're going to start this off. They got the nice little knockup. Demon Kite backs off. D7's looking to go for this one. The Ghost Burster is going to kind of be used. But now ATM is going to get to safety. Everybody's starting to disengage. Nobody wants to deal. Well, nobody wants to fight, apparently.
Yep. Very different compared to game 1. But as I say that, Bloody Hunt committed. Mitch is out of the picture. And Coulter expended, not saving anyone in the process.
That's one way to get it. And D7 gets sniped again. The Feathered Airstrike, he's been on point. Aqua has been a madman with that spell throughout the entire series.
Ew, that was really close. Like really close range hook. But again, as I say, whoever pulls the trigger first, instantly you see RSGPH capitalizing on those cooldowns. Instantly you see, okay, Call of Stars used, they have no fear, they just dive and like they just burst D7 to the ground.
They bursted him down, but the turtle right now is about half life. Demakite's sticking around. He's in the front. He's taking up most of this one. ATM is here, and it looks like they're going to start this one. And Mitch just gets instantly bursted. ATM, the Rhythm of Joy, doing a little bit AoE, but nobody's actually dying at this point. CCAT getting a little bit low. The Feathered Airstrike, then they've gotten D7, and Aqua is a madman on it. And ATM now just wants at least Demakite. Does he get him? He does not. Demakite limps away, and he's fine as well. And RSG, all 5 survive.
Yep, I think instantly it's already starting to look like a disaster for Burnex Flash. The fact that they're the hook, but it's on towards Mitch. They are interested in engaging on towards him. RSG, they were at their limits to make this.
They've got the Divine Judgment. He pulls him back into under the tower. The flicker away. Iman just barely getting away. Light has been killed. They got something at least for now. Demakite trying to get to safety. He's going to be killed, and the Rhythm of Joy makes him pay. And Burnex Flash get a couple kills. That's a good win for them.
Yes, this is the moments they're looking for. Finally, Mitch was like, he saw the opportunities. He saw that, okay, Leslie is out in the open. He's going to gun for it. I think it's a really good call. And they need moments like this to stay in the game.
They need more than that, right? I mean, it is only a 2K net worth lead. It is still very early. It's 5 minutes in, but you don't want to be, okay, all right. The hook is going to actually connect onto the Siege Catapult, but now RSG are coming in here with spades. They've got the T1 bottom, so they got something. Burnex Flash now on the retreat.
Yep, comparing to the previous game, they're going for objectives. This is a really good start. You can see instantly they're going for it. They're gunning for it.
Oh, Aqua, how many kills has he gotten on this? He's 602. The Feathered Airstrike, I've counted at least 3, but he might have more. I mean, Aqua's just been an absolute sniper with that spell.
And you see that with Eman also, there's another sniper, the actual sniper from the RSGPH, but Aqua is just like taking everything he can. CCAT just not having a good time. Demakite, yeah, just running him down. Look at like Fredrin, just a chat, hands in his pocket, like just taking everything. But Bloody Hunt.
Bloody Hunt. On to Donut, my friend. Where are your friends on this? You got to stick together. You got to get some sort of farm. Donut, you got to stay alive. You got to get some kills. But here we go. The Rhythm of Joy doing some work. Aqua, he gets bursted. ATM's gonna make him pay. They do get it. Mitch has been thrown back. He's gonna be killed. Eman will secure that. D7 has already been removed. ATM now, he's been sniped. He's got a couple shots on him. ATM does get back. Demakite through it all, has taken the turtle.
They do get the shutdown onto Aqua, which is a lot of gold. That's a really good pull from D7. But again, like RSGP is just getting the better trades. And even on top, Demakite just soloing the turtle.
No chance. I mean, that was a fight 4 versus 5, and RSG came out on top. I think that says, speaks volumes about how this game is turning. And RSG have completely controlled the enemy jungle. They're in their face. Burnex Flash have no space to breathe.
Absolutely not. Like RSG, they're just going to death ball their way to victory. And not only that, they have the late game for it. ATM dancing around nuts, ensuring that in the end, with Trisla, just take note, he's quite easy to kite, but overall, the amount of setup, the teamfight potential for RSG speaks volumes. Donut.
Oh, Donut, he has to flicker. He's the Cult Ultra, that's going to be used, but Donut's now backing up. ATM has already been killed, and they do have the Energy Eruption. The Appraiser's Rats doing some work. Nice little knock up. The flicker from D7, trying to run away. Energy Eruption locks him in, and they're going to focus their attention on him. Demakite will kill him, as well as Mitch. They've taken everything. All 5 members of RSGPH still alive, pushing the bottom lane. How do you stop this team?
You really, at this point, can't stop this RSG train from, look at what they're doing. Instantly, Donut, I know, understand, you're trying to get objective, but you shouldn't be throwing your bodies just for it to take a single turret. And you can see CCAT, he's doing what he can, split pushing, he does have the mobility, but Donut, You're one of the cores for the Cybernetics Flash. You can't throw your life away like that. RSGPH, you're just playing 4 or 5 men rotating, like taking names, taking everything.
All right, ATM doing what he can to try to get them back in this game, right? Pushing the bottom lane, maybe forcing the issue. RSG are going to stick around. I mean, the eventual one is that you know that they're going to go for the Lord, right? How many members of RSGPH are going to be committed for the Lord? It looks like it's at least one, but this is a situation where you got to take what space is being given. You have open space in the bottom lane. Maybe you push the T2, maybe the T3 bottom if you're, being somewhat risky. But it looks like that's not the case. The Lord has already been removed. Demon Kite will secure that one. RSG they're looking to go for more. Nas is continuing on. CCAT is kind of pushing people around with the Ashura, but it looks like they're gonna back off. They got the nice little hook into the bloody haunts. The feathered airstrike, the Cult Altar will keep him alive. That's one counter to it. Iman getting a little bit low. ATM is gonna force him to to join the underground, so to speak. And it looks like they've gotten Demon Kite as well, and D7 gets that kill, and Burnex Flash are kind of starting to do well. Yes, RSG have gotten the Lord, but Aqua is getting a little bit low. ATM is forcing the issue. He's gonna back off here.
Yep, in the end, you still have to respect Burnex Flash damage. I was a bit aware of like that earlier concealed play, but really great timing of the Call Altar. Instantly, their RSG is realizing, oh, we have forced this too much. We burn a lot of our cooldowns. Instantly, Burnex Flash answers back. ATM, you can see, I feel like he's really keeping like his team together. Destroy, like just pelting with vengeance. Enough damage is coming true.
Yeah, there's enough damage is definitely being coming through. But here's the instant replay, the pullback, the Cult Altar, the throwback by Mitch. This is actually a long time ago. Actually, this is the 6-minute one. So we're going way back in time.
Yeah, way back in time when you can see instantly like, okay, gotta give credit when credit's due. D7 like had some good moments, like they double pull in, securing that shutdown to Aqua like way back ago, but that Altar like turned
nice
around.
They found Donut. He gets instantly deleted. Cult Altar is not going to save him, and that's unfortunate here. The feathered airstrike, that's going to slow down most of them. D7 is going to push back, and now they're going to focus on that T2. That's the last remaining one. It's all coming down to the T3s, and RSGPH are literally choking you out.
Oh,
nice hook. They found him onto Mitch. ATM on the backside. E-Man blows him up. Enough is enough. And looks like they've dealt with the nuisance. They've dealt with a cockroach, so to speak, in the back line. They've gotten that. They've taken the T3 as well. And RSGPH on the up and up with all of these kills.
Yep, they're 5 men strong, forcing it. Better airstrike top everything. CCAT, I don't think you can survive. Killing spree for Eman.
Oh, the hook again! They pull him back in! You think you can get away, and he says, get over here! And he throws you back. They kill Mitch as well, and RSGPH are starting to roll. The only thing slowing them down is the fact that they only have 2 minions at this point. But the Cult Altar, they're going to try to force something. Maybe you get some sort of kill on the Nas. They're not even able to do it. ATM gets killed. The base is at half-life. Nas is starting to get low, but it doesn't really matter. And RSGPH win game 2. They do it systematically.
Convincing victory from RSGPH, and like you say, they're officially back in towards this. Like, what happened overnight?
Well, I think they got a good night's rest. I think that will always help. A good 8 hours of sleep. They had some good discussions with the coach. I think they had a great breakfast because you can see just how energetic they are and how different they are at the end of the all day today. They just showed up. They showed up Echo. They showed up, a Burnex Flash. This is a team. It's a very scary team that's kind of going up on the up and up.
Yeah, I think overall, in terms of just draft alone, like instantly when I saw that Leslie last pick, I was like really looking like Aqua getting his Farsa, Nuts getting his Terizla. Overall, just really solid picks, but the Leslie is just the final nail in the coffin for Burnex Flash potentials late game, I would say.
Yeah, no real chance. I mean, look, Chubma's not there. Everybody's playing different positions. It's really not a fair fight. They're not at 100%, right? So let's give credit where credit is due. They put up a good fight. They tried to, to push on, so to speak. But RSGPH, too strong today and really showed up. And that draft was very scary. They were all over you. Team fight was on point. For me, the biggest standout was Aqua. If he doesn't win MVP, I think that there's something fishy going on.
Something very fishy indeed. This really takes me back to last year watching MSC live at the venue. It was just a sight to behold. And man, when Light performs on this Franco, he was just landing hook after hook after hook. This is what I want to see from RSG side. And I say, they're really a momentum-based team. When they're riding on this wave, there's no stopping this train.
Yeah, for sure. And I hope the train continues on even into day 3. They're going to figure things out. I mean, you definitely want to be on the top side of the leaderboard, so to speak, just to ensure that you don't have to deal with tiebreakers, right? I think that's a very difficult situation. You don't want to have to be like, oh, did I beat this X and Y and how that happened or whatever. You want to control your own destiny by just winning out. So the sooner that they can do that, the better they're going to be. So I hope to see more of RSGPH in the tournament today.
I mean, there's a reason why, again, top contender, top 3 in their last MPL, which have recent this year, this next half of the year hasn't started yet. Really looking forward to it. But you ask whether Fredrin, what is all the hullabaloo about Fredrin? I think instantly you can see in the hands of Demon Kite, still really solid.
Very tanky, still kind of up there. I think the stats will be very padded because he's very tanky and he sustains quite a bit. But I think in terms of the actual kills and everything else, he just provides a lot. Let's look at the stats here in the post game. Let's see exactly what I'm talking about. Hopefully it'll show in the data here.
Well, I think the data speaks for itself. Close to almost 10k goal lead, 22 versus 6 kills. Vernex Flash, compared to the first game, which is a lot shorter, and they weren't able to drag this out as much as further. RSG, they just overall run them down. They're set up for success overall. This recipe, the beautiful setup from Light, Nuts, and of course Aqua just pelting fire, burning Vernex Flash to the ground.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look at what happened. Nats is just on point. Aqua, again, look it. He's got his finger up for a reason, right? He's 8-1-10 or whatever, and he just did so much damage. But speaking of dealing a lot of damage, Aqua again on point, right? I think I rest my case, Your Honor. I think Aqua is the one.
I mean, I would love to agree. As a Farsam main, I would love to see that, being the MVP. But overall, surprising the damage dealt. The carry is ATM 52k damage, so he in a way did out damage RSGPH. But overall, I think RSGPH was just able to layer and in terms of how they take these team fights, and overall, just better team composition. Really great start. They did not allow Vernex Flash any signs of life.
Yeah, no life, nowhere to breathe, nowhere to go. Just a tough situation, right? And it really comes back to just the play style. People were getting caught out from Vernex Flash. I mean, Donut was there in the bottom lane. He just went 1 versus 3. He got blown up. He just couldn't get anything going, right? There were not very many times where we were like, hey, Donut is making this play. He's getting himself back in the game by getting these kills. And they were just struggling throughout. It was just a tough game.
Yeah, exactly. So Brody match up with Leslie is that both marksmen, they ideally farm up kills because that's how they scale towards late game in terms of damage. Not really just minding my own business, staying in lane. That's not the way to go. They have to keep farming and getting kills on the board. But unfortunately for Vernex Flash, didn't really see any signs of a good early game. RSGPH just, what can I say, just domination.
Yeah, domination throughout. I mean, the GPM, E-Man 789, all that, and the damage dealt was quite high as well. But let's look at the MVP. Who's it gonna be? Production says it's going to be. Boom, boom. I felt like I influenced that though.
I mean, hey, Aqua 8110, I'll take it with the Farsa. I think the itemization is a bit weird. I'm going to basically close my eyes and think, okay, going for your usual Clock of Destiny, Divine Glaive build, maybe going for either Immortality or Winter Chanchan to ensure that you survive in those team fights. But hey, I think Aqua just went full blown out like damage. He is the artillery mage for the side of Aqua. Just really strong showing. Like, couldn't be
Very strong
prouder.
Yeah, I mean, it couldn't be prouder. I mean, everything was just on point. Like, let's just check the replay here, because I think it's going to be the Aqua highlight reel. Almost every single time. He was off to a very quick start, even from the beginning. Like, Aqua all the way in the back, just watch where he is. Nice little cult altar, nice 3-man stun, but the feathered airstrike's right on top of it. Like, what can you do? And it looks like Mitch tried to stop it, and he kind of got thwarted in the end. But again, another kill by Aqua here.
Here's the thing, it's ATN's job to really like it's kind of like he's the only one able to really run like the squishies on side of PH down, like be able to jump into the back line, because Mitch, he want to use the Divine Judgment to ensure that Brennex Flash is able to secure objectives in these two fights. But overall, RSG just had the better tools for all these counter engagements.
Yeah, they had the answers. I mean, Iman really didn't need to do much. I think Iman could have been on any hero and it would have been like the same result, because the rest of the team just kind of how they stepped up, right? It was a very team win. Like every single time they were sticking together, they had their teammates. I mean, it's 3 versus 1 on those moments. Just made it very difficult for them to get anything going. ATM was a bit of an issue, but then at some point RSG was like, okay, we're gonna focus our attention on this Joy, make sure that ATM doesn't get to the back line, and then that was pretty much all she wrote.
Yeah, I mean, RSG PHC are just aware of clearly what they need to focus on. They shut down Donut from the get-go, even contested first. Leslie, as you say, Emma could play anything, but they just decided, no, we are going to show you that we can play Leslie as well. And in the end, like instantly, they finished the game in a wipeout. I think even a stronger, convincing victory compared to game 1. I hope the Asian dad in you is proud, Color.
Yeah. All right, okay, but that's going to be it. I mean, we're going to have a winner's interview. It's going to be RSGPH. I think it's going to be Nas. Can we have Nas here? And then, Nas, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right,
hello,
congratulations on your second win of the day.
Thank you.
Of course, it's on the B stream, the only stream to have RSGPH. But what were your thoughts on that game victory?
My thoughts in game victory. I feel great because we win against MSC representative like them. That's my thoughts.
All right. I mean, well, congratulations once again for your win. But overall, compared to like yesterday, what adjustments did you make to have such a strong, like convincing victories for the past 2 matches?
We do a review for our past mistakes. How do you say it? Tomorrow. Wait.
Yeah. Oh, don't go anywhere. All right, everyone, just give it a moment. And that's just maybe a little bit of help.
Can you repeat the question, please?
No, so basically yesterday you guys came from a loss. What adjustments do you make to ensure that you've been victorious for the past few matches you had today?
My team and also me review our game in Red Giants. We review Red Giant and we review our mistakes and our matches right now.
Okay, that's fine. No. Actually, that's good. That's good, Nat.
Yeah.
Okay. Also,
like
it's okay, Nats. It's all good. Okay, so
Nats,
hey, in the rest of this tournament,
huge fans of you.
in the rest of the Snapdragon, which team scares you the most?
For me, Onyx Indonesia.
Okay. Do you have anything that you would like to tell Onyx?
How is it? Good luck and please don't beat us. That's all.
Nice, nice.
Thank you so much, Nuts, for your time. Like, you know, I know you're nervous, but congratulations once again
No
for
pressure,
the
too much
win.
pressure.
And and we hope to see you soon. See you.
Good luck, Nap.
Bye-bye.
I mean, it's one of those things, you're elated, you're having a great time, and you're like, oh, now I gotta do a winner's interview? Like, wait, what? Like, I didn't sign up for that. I was just, like, I just want to celebrate.
Definitely.
And Nat's here. I mean, let the man celebrate, right? I think they had a great series. They had two good ones back to back. I think they're going to get some more sleep, and they're going to be even more well-rested going into tomorrow, and hopefully we see even more of them. And I think that if we're looking at Group A, not everything is final as of yet, but I think they might be first place. They've jumped everyone.
Wow.
They are. They're 3
They
and 1.
are. I mean, like,
Yeah.
let's review these standings. Let's just remember, everyone, this is temporary. We still have other, like, basically in Stream A and Stream C ongoing. I really can't wait to see the standings as of yet. But overall, Holler, like, as you say, like, I think RSGPH, they have what it takes to go all the way. Guaranteed.
Okay. All right, let's hold our horses just a bit, right? They
I'm asking you.
Because look, I don't want to undermine what they have done today. I think Echo was definitely a formidable opponent. That was a huge weight off their shoulders being able to win against them. But this Burnex Flash team is kind of a wounded duck. They weren't 100%,
No.
right? And I don't mean to undersell what they've done. Burnex Flash has still a very strong team, but they didn't have that lineup. They didn't have everybody in their roles, right? But this is one where RSGPH can kind of pat themselves on the back and be like, hey, this is a great momentum going into day 3, but how do they build off of it, right? They're still not out of the woods as of yet.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, that was my question for you. Do you think they have what it takes to go all the way? Because, you know, top 3 from their respective groups, you know, for the top 6. This is like really important for them. But again, like adjustments have been made, but as you say, not quite out of the woods, but this is a team that, as I say, like from the start to end, rides on momentum. That's the RSG way.
I mean, if we're looking at every single tournament, it's about who gets hot in the end, right? Getting into the playoffs is one thing, but then kind of riding out that momentum going in. I think that's going to be super important. If they win another one, like we've seen it time and time again where teams like, again, I'll just throw out RSG, SG, right? In MSC, they were tops in their groups. Everybody was like, oh my gosh, this team is looking undefeatable, but when the playoffs happened, they hit a wall, right? They were going into this one. They lost one game and they didn't know how to recover. So it's more of like overconfidence going into these things. You need to ensure that you're able to take the blows, figure things out, and just kind of grow with it. But let's find out the standings, where we are today, who stands where.
Yep, as you see from the side of Group A, the Red Giants, I really can't believe it, but even more impressive, EVOS Icon, like matching in terms of points with RSGPH, top 3 in their standings.
Wait, hang on. This is not up. This is not all everything. From what I know, RSGPH has 3 and 1 because they've beaten RSG SG. They won 2 games today against Echo and Burnex Flash. So I think that it's a little bit behind. Echo, RSG, SG, that's still going on, but they do have another game that's going in. I think that's going to be it. But tomorrow is going to be mainly Group B teams. We're going to see a lot more. A lot of those teams were they only have to play a single game. They didn't have to play the doubles. So we'll see more of them into tomorrow. But this is still very, very close. Look at that lineup, the win-loss record. I mean, the Red Giants losing, EVOS Icon as well, 2-2 on both sides. It's anybody's game in Group A.
Absolutely. I mean, like, Group A is looking like really like competitive, and you can see like a bit more stark difference for Group B. But overall, let's talk about the top 3 plays we've seen as of today, shall we? Alright, first off, we got Demon Kai, the jungler from the side of RSGPH.
He was on point. He just made it play, he was just basically killing a whole bunch of people almost at any moment. Light with a nice flicker away, and Demon Kite turning it on, finds Sanji, gets to the side, continuing on Zaida. Look at how aggressive Demon Kite is. He don't care. He's just going to run at you, and Demon Kite was just an absolute menace in the Echo series.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, a lot of people are like, you know, have doubts of questioning whether Demon Kite is out of practice, because all this while during the previous MPL, it's always been Irad playing. But I think in a way, Demon Kite is like showing that he has not lost his touch whatsoever. His performance with his team overall, like this is, as I say, this is the lineup that won last year's MSC, and there's a good reason why for it.
Yeah, there was many good moments here, and Van was just like, Martis was definitely a good hero throughout. Almost everyone who played the Martis had a good game. The Ashura aura is just on point. Just being able to just kind of move, like reposition people, get in, and you kind of scout things out. He was just, and Van was kind of on point with almost all of this, right? He was just able to get all the kills that he needed to have done, and yeah, just very difficult to deal with.
I mean, Merkel, Eterna, they really put like a pointer towards Van, like a up-and-coming jungler in his own right, across like basically the sea of junglers, talented across MPL ID. Really, he's making a name for himself. Of course, their Cinderella story with Aura Fire, just from the qualifiers, the open qualifiers, and now they're in the Challenger finals. I mean, couldn't ask for a better story.
Yeah, and I mean, if they show up and they make the playoffs on the home ground, I think that team has grown quite a bit. It'll be very impressive. But here's Outplayed, some of the highlights that he did on the Beatrix here. Just like, he was just shooting, he was running and gunning, and just giving his team a chance. I mean, Echo was one of those things where they didn't actually win the series, but Outplayed made it very difficult. He hardly died throughout the entire series, made sure that RSG had to respect him wherever he was. And look at this, just the sheer damage, and Yowie's gonna be left for dead, but Outplayed did a tremendous amount of work.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, like, Outplay, like, he really stood up and like stepped up towards his role, and he is just the key for his team to win this out. But overall, let's talk about day 3. This is the last of the group stages. We got Aura Fire versus Onyx, RSG SG versus Udirate Giants, and last but not least, EVOS Legends versus Bigatron Alpha.
And to clarify, this is going to be on Stream B, which is this stream, the best stream. That's the one you want to be. I don't even want to talk. Okay, fine. We have to talk about the other ones. Stream A, yes. Fine. Todak, EVOS Legends, first game, RSGPH, EVOS Icon, Todak, Onyx, match 3, Stream A. Yay. But Stream B is where you want to be. But then Stream C, there's AP Brand, Bigatron Alpha, Match 1, Echo versus Burnex. And I'm just kidding, Burnex Flash. I mean, there's plenty of good ones in this Stream C as well. Aura Fire, and of course, AP Brand. That's going to be there. And there's a lot of good games. Just find what team you want to watch and make sure that you're there. But I think the most interesting one, at least for me, is going to be that second game. There's going to be RSG SG versus the Udo Red Giants. I think RSG Singapore might be playing for their tournament lives, but plus I'm from MPL SG. I live there. There's a little bit of a home team on that. And then you, Munchel, you have, of course, the Udo Red Giants. And yeah, we're going to go at it. You know, I think that we're going to see who comes out on top on that one.
Yeah, and of course, last but not least, you want to make sure that you stay up to date with the latest news of our MLBB series. Like, yes, just go on in, sign up for the newsletter. This is where you want to be. You don't want to be lagging behind like with your games. You want to ensure that you're always up to date of the latest news and meta. I mean, this is where you want to be. Join the newsletter.
Sign up. It's the easiest way to do it, right? To figure out what you want to do. And of course, you can watch all of these teams. Well, the winning teams, the teams that make it to the playoffs, you can watch them live. It's going to be July 21st through 23rd. July, Istora, Senayan, Jakarta. You can get tickets. I believe tickets are as cheap as 30,000 rupiah. Monchel, you asked me at the beginning of the cast how much that is in SGD, and it's actually only $2.65, which is actually very cheap out here. So yeah, I mean, tickets are incredibly cheap. Please do go and see this live. You will be incredibly wowed by the crowd, the energy, everything that you wanted there.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, that's so affordable. I mean, you can just buy a cup of coffee with the money. So head on down to Jakarta. But of course, shout out to Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Like, thank you so much for this wonderful tournament overall, where winning matters definitely, because all these teams are fighting for the top placing. And once again, thank you because this is the most competitive amount of MLBB we have in the Southeast Asia region.
Yeah, it's actually kind of crazy. And of course, everybody is playing on the Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra. Big shout out to them. Share the epic and level up your game. Make sure you do get that phone. That is an amazing phone. It's a huge screen, everything that you want, very fast, and it definitely plays MLB to the top that you want. It's got 5G. It's got everything that you want. And feel free to give them a shout out as well. Samsung Galaxy, thank you so much.
Yep, and of course, we have the FEBot Dash Cup with DHL. I mean, like, you're wondering how are you gonna fund buy your next Samsung Galaxy phone? You stand a chance to win up to 5,000 euros, more than enough for you to get yourself a phone. To take part now at esl.gg FEBot. I mean, yeah, just scan up, fund your Samsung Galaxy phone. And of course, and last but not least, Holler, take it away.
No, the Monster Energy, I think I might need one right now. I'm starting to wane a bit, but Monster Energy, unleash the beast. Get your energy drink in monsterenergy.com/gaming. Find out, check out that URL, and you might get some freebies, also some good things that you might do. And of course, Monster will get you through the day. Hopefully, it'll get me through day 3, as we have that one coming up tomorrow. We've got some action-packed games going on, and there's going to be a lot of hype going into the day 3 games.
Yep, I mean, I really can't wait. I mean, it's been an honor to be part of the ESL cast, as well as casting with you, Holler. We have one more day of the group stages. This is where I would say for the teams that are doing well, they have to keep up the momentum, and the ones at the bottom with maybe 1 or 2 points behind, this is the time to fight for your tournament lives. Overall, Holler, any closing remarks to our viewers?
No, well, thank you so much for tuning in. My name was Holler, and with me was Monchel. Thank you so much. We had Terrence earlier today. Thank you so much. Have a good night. Drive safe, and we'll see you tomorrow.
make a promise, then I go and deliver. What is a break? They all amazed, this ain't for beginners. Back in the days, we used to dream, but now we can get it. Work, work, work. We gotta push to the limit, then work till we finish, then push to the limit, then work, 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 work.
beat. When they all look, everything on fleek. Word on the street, on my sound on repeat. Do it all day, every day of the week. Getting turned up, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Bad up the beat, when they all look. Yeah, everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Bad up the beat, when they all look. Yeah, everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Every day of the week, getting time out, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party.
Call the priest, back to life, I'm undeceased. Breaking the chain, unleashed, my true power released. Reached my hand into the sky and made the stars align. Cause when I left it down to fate, it was taking up too much time. It's a miracle, it's a curse, I will not be deterred. If you predicted the worst, bon appetit, eat your words. Keep my score, fire the gun, watch me how I overcome. What they said could not be done, I did it, now sing it. The birth of a legend, the past tried to trap me too bad. My future beckoned, I crashed, and yes, I burned. Hardest lesson that I learned was how to take a fall and crawl back out the dirt. Now I'm back from the grave we've